The Liberating Word. Canonical Manual of Liberating Oratory. From the Physics of the Word to the Permission to be Great. Yoan Maisonneuve, 2026 edition. THELIBERATINGWORD. Canonical Manual of Liberating Oratory. From the Physics of the Word to the Permission to be Great. Yoan Maisonneuve, 2026 edition. The Liberating Word. 2. Table of Contents. Forward. Introduction. Part 1. Foundations. Book I. Physics of the Word. Book 2. Canonical Mechanics. Part 2. Embodiments. Book 3. Lineage of Masters. Book 4. The Art of Making Rise. Part 3. Voice. Book V. Your Own Voice. Bibliography. Final chapter. Closing and opening. 3. Table of Contents. 4. Forward. Why this book exists. This book was not born from academic ambition. It was born from personal necessity. I am the father of 3 children, and I live in a world that teaches them very early to make themselves small. By age 8, they will have already received 1,000 small signals telling them what not to be in order to be accepted. By 12, they will have already extinguished half of what made them singular. By 18, they will have become functional adults and amputated ones. This trajectory is not inevitable. It is the result of an accumulation of words. Words spoken to children, around children, about children. And those words, taken together, end up drawing for them the outline of a reduced life. If words can diminish, then other words can liberate. That is the conviction underlying this book. And it is the mission I have given myself, to learn to speak in a way that liberates rather than confines. To learn to use the word to open, not to contain. 5. This mission began for my children. It then extended to all children. Then to the former children that adults are. Each of us carries within a child who was diminished at some point, and who is waiting to be given back the right to be great. The work expanded without ever leaving its origin. What this book is not. This book is not a communication manual. Communication manuals teach how to transmit messages effectively. That is useful but limited. This book goes further. It teaches how to transform what happens inside those who listen. This book is not a leadership guide. Leadership guides teach how to influence behavior to achieve goals. That is necessary but narrow. This book works on something deeper. The liberation of inner potentials that society has learned to compress. This book is not a persuasion method. Persuasion aims to bring the other to think what you want them to think. It can be noble or manipulative depending on the intent. This book aims at the opposite of manipulation, giving others the means to think for themselves with greater force. This book is not a collection of oratorical tricks. Tricks are shortcuts that work a few times and then wear out. This book transmits principles that have survived 2,500 years and will continue to work after us. 6. What this book is. This book is a cartography. It draws the complete territory of liberating oratory, from its neurocognitive foundations to its practical applications. This book is a tool. It places in your hands the 10 canonical mechanics that structure all effective speech, with their combinations and their pitfalls. This book is a lineage. It connects you to 50 orators who have marked human history and shows you how their techniques can live in your own speech without making you a copy of them. This book is a discipline. It offers a 12-week practice to move from theoretical reading to effective embodiment. This book is an ethics. It poses, at every stage, the question of mission. What are you serving by speaking? Without an answer to this question, all techniques become dangerous. With a clear answer, all techniques become liberating. For whom this book is written. This book speaks to several types of readers. To solitary founders who carry visions that exceed them, and who need to learn to transmit those visions without betraying them through weak communication. To parents who want to raise their children in the right to be great, and who seek to use everyday speech as a tool of elevation rather than reduction. 7. To teachers who sense that their profession goes beyond transmitting content, and who seek to embody before their students something that liberates them. To leaders who want to take public speech with greater depth, and who no longer want to settle for ordinary corporate communication. To activists for just causes who need to mobilize without manipulating, and who are looking for oratorical tools that respect the autonomy of those they persuade. To therapists, coaches, and guides who work daily with speech as an instrument of transformation, and who want to sharpen their technical precision. To artists of the spoken word in all its forms, writers, poets, speakers, podcasters, video creators, who want to understand what makes a word touch or not. And more generally, to any person who senses that their speech could carry further than it carries today, and who wants to invest the necessary time to develop that reach. If you recognize yourself in one of these descriptions, this book is for you. How to read this book. The canonical order of production has been inverted for reading. You can start wherever you wish according to your current need. If you are looking for an overall vision, begin with the introduction that follows this forward, then read the canonical skeleton before entering the detailed books. 8. If you are looking to build your own voice, begin with Book V. It brings you back to what you already carry, which is the most solid starting point. If you are looking to understand how great speeches work, begin with Book 3. The lineage of masters will give you concrete examples you can absorb. If you are looking to prepare a specific speech in the coming weeks, begin with Book 4. The T1, T4 sequence will give you immediately applicable structure. If you are looking for precise technical tools, begin with Book 2. The 10 mechanics are organized like a toolbox where you can pick according to need. If you are looking for deep neurocognitive understanding, begin with Book I. Its pages will give you the theoretical base that illuminates everything else. Whatever your entry point, you will eventually traverse all 5 books in whatever order suits you. That is how you read a manual, not linearly, but in loops, returning to the passages that speak at the moment you are in. A note on format. This book was designed to be read as much as listened to. Each chapter is written in a prose that works equally well on the page as in a synthetic or human voice. This dual destination explains certain stylistic choices, moderately long sentences, few bullet points, punctuation in service of spoken rhythm. 9. If you choose listening, you will draw a particular type of benefit. The voice will enter your body through your ears, which modifies the inscription compared to visual reading. You can listen while walking, driving, doing manual work, which allows oral thought to settle while your body is otherwise occupied. If you choose reading, you will draw another type of benefit. The rhythm is under your control. You can go back, you can annotate, you can memorize passages. The ideal is no doubt to combine both. Listen once, then read, then listen again. Repetition through different modalities consolidates what repetition through a single modality cannot fix. Acknowledgements. No book is the work of a single person. This one draws on 2,500 years of oratorical tradition, from Aristotle to contemporary neuroscience researchers. It also draws on all the orators studied, whose words left traces that nourished my own thinking. And it draws on my companion, who has carried with me the weight of projects while this book was being written. Her presence at my side is the silent condition of everything I can produce. Finally, this book is dedicated to my 3 children. They are the original reason for this mission. They are also its first beneficiaries, perhaps without knowing it. And they will be, I hope, its first continuators. 10. May the words I leave them serve them in turn to liberate those they accompany. 11. Introduction. The word is energy. There are few human inventions that have so profoundly transformed the destiny of the species as articulated speech. Before speech, we were social animals like others, organized into small groups by instinct and imitation. With speech, we became a species capable of transmitting ideas across generations, of coordinating actions at scales that nothing in nature had allowed, of building civilizations that build on the traces of previous civilizations. Speech is the original cognitive technology. All other human technologies derive from it. Writing is stored speech. The printing press is multiplied speech. Radio is broadcast speech. The internet is interconnected speech. At each technological step, it is speech that travels further, faster, more broadly. And yet, despite this omnipresence, most humans speak without knowing how to speak. They use the most powerful instrument at their disposal at 10 or 20% of its capacity, not for lack of intelligence, but for lack of learning. No one has ever taught them how speech works. They learned to handle language in school, but not to handle the word. The difference is essential. Language is the set of grammatical and lexical rules that allow correct sentences to be produced. The word is the art of ensuring that those sentences reach and transform the listener. Language is necessary but insufficient. The word adds to language what makes it operative. This book is about the word in that sense. 12. A physics before an art. Many oratory manuals treat their subject as an art. They speak of inspiration, presence, the magic of speech. These descriptions are not false, but they are insufficient. They suggest that oratory would be a rare gift, accessible to a few particularly gifted individuals. That is not the case. Oratory is first and foremost a physics, a set of measurable mechanisms that produce reproducible effects on the nervous systems of listeners. These mechanisms can be studied. They can be learned. They can be practiced until they become second nature. Art begins afterward. Once the mechanisms are integrated, the orator can combine them creatively, adapt them to singular contexts, give them their personal coloring. It is at this stage that oratory becomes an art in the noble sense of the term. But this art rests on a prior physics. Compared to music, no one thinks music would be a mystical gift reserved for a few privileged individuals. No one denies that you must learn scales, modes, harmonies, rhythm, instrumental techniques. These technical fundamentals are systematically taught, and it is from their mastery that true musical art then emerges. Oratory should be treated the same way. There are oratorical scales. There are modes. There are harmonies. There are instrumental techniques, voice, breath, gaze, posture. All of this can and must be taught systematically. And it is from this mastery that true oratorical art can emerge. This book treats oratory as a physics before treating it as an art. That is a deliberate choice that avoids the trap of mystification. Mystification consists of making obscure what can be clear in order to preserve the special status of a few initiates. That is the opposite of what this mission requires. More people must be able to speak with force. For that, we must demystify without simplifying. 13. The four-step sequence. At the heart of this book lies a central discovery, which structures everything that follows. All great speeches that produce the effect of the rise, that is, which durably transformed those who heard them, follow the same four-step sequence. First step, the recognition of hidden pain. You name what your listener carries without being able to say it. Second step, permission. You defuse the inner lock that prevents action. Third step, identity transfer. You name what the listener can be, which you already see and seed within them. Fourth step, direction. You give the precise vector of the first concrete step. This sequence is not a rhetorical convention invented by theorists. It is biologically constrained by the order in which the human nervous system can deeply integrate a message. If you skip a step or reverse the order, the effect does not occur, or it occurs superficially and dissipates within a few hours. This understanding is both liberating and demanding. Liberating because it gives you a clear structure to build any important speech. Demanding because it does not tolerate shortcuts. Each step must be effectively worked for the sequence to function. You will find this T1, T4 sequence dissected in detail in Book 4. You will see it at work in all the great speeches studied in Book 3. You will understand its neurocognitive foundations in Book I. You will apply it to your own mission in Book V. It is the common skeleton that holds the entire project together. 14. The danger of techniques. Before going further, an essential warning. The techniques described in this book are powerful. That is their strength and their danger. Any powerful technique can serve to liberate or to enslave. The difference is not in the technique. It is in the intention of the one who uses it. An orator who perfectly masters the tools of this book can produce, with exactly the same mechanics, two opposing speeches. A speech that makes the listener more autonomous, more free, more capable of thinking for themselves. And a speech that makes them more dependent, more manipulated, more imprisoned in an imposed vision. The technique makes no difference. This ambivalence is not a defect of this book. It is inherent to all oratorical knowledge. That is why the ancient schools of rhetoric always associated the teaching of techniques with the teaching of wisdom. Without wisdom, rhetoric becomes sophistry. Without sophistry, rhetoric remains ethically sound. The distinction is in the soul of the orator, not in their arsenal. You will find in this book, at several points, ethical reminders. They are not optional. They are not well-meaning decorations. They are the very condition for what you learn to serve liberation rather than enslavement. More precisely, the question to ask yourself permanently is this. After my speech, is my listener more autonomous than before or more dependent on me? If more autonomous, I have served. If more dependent, I have manipulated. This question is the only reliable judge of oratorical practice. No other measure, applause, views, conversions, sales, distinguishes the liberator from the manipulator. Only the posthumous autonomy of the listener does. 15. The permission to be great. The title chosen for this book carries a central affirmation. The word can liberate. But liberate from what exactly? The answer has several levels. First level, liberate from illusions. Much human suffering comes from the erroneous belief that certain things are impossible when they are not. The right word can dispel these illusions and reveal real possibilities. Second level, liberate from inner locks. Many humans carry within them prohibitions internalized very early, which forbid them actions, emotions, expressions, identities that would legitimately belong to them. The right word, given with authority and generosity, can defuse these locks. Third level, liberate from isolation. Many people carry hidden pains they believe they are the only ones to live, and this belief of isolation worsens the pain. The right word, which names what others also carry, dispels isolation and allows community. Fourth level, and most important, liberate native greatness. Each of us was born with a singularity, a power, a particular voice. Socialization, through 1,000 small daily gestures, compresses this native greatness to fit it into prescribed boxes. The right word, conversely, can decompress what has been compressed. It can restore the permission to be great. 16. It is this fourth dimension that gives the book its title. The liberating word is above all the word that restores the permission to be great. Not the permission to become great, the permission to be great, because greatness is already there, waiting, beneath the layers of reduction that have been deposited on it. This mission, giving this permission, can take countless forms. You can practice it in intimate conversation with a loved one. You can practice it in a team meeting. You can practice it in a public speech. You can practice it in writing, through video, through podcast. The form matters less than the intention. This book is the tool. It is up to you to decide how to put it at the service of the mission, the journey that begins. What you hold in your hands represents several hundred hours of work. That is both a great deal and very little. A great deal because no other French-language publication covers this field with this depth and integration. Very little because what follows will only make sense if you put it to use. Reading this book passively will bring you something, but not the essential. The essential will come through practice. And practice begins the moment you next take the floor in awareness of the principles you will have absorbed. 17. The journey that begins today will last as long as your life as an orator. This is not a book you read and put down. It is a companion that follows you, to which you return at different moments according to need, and which progressively reveals its deeper layers as your practice matures. Bon voyage. 18. Foundations FIRSTPARTFOUNDATIONS. The physics of the word and its canonical tools. 19. Foundations. 20. Book I, Physics of the Word. The Liberating Word, Integral Development. The Neurocognitive Foundations of Oratory. 21. Preamble. You begin with Book I, but you encounter it last in the project. That is intentional. The physics of the word is not a starting point for beginners. It is a deepening point for those who have already practiced. Had you begun with this book, you would have accumulated theory without terrain to verify it. Now that you have traversed the lineage of masters, the art of making rise, your own voice, the canonical mechanics, you have a body of practice upon which the physics can settle. You will recognize in these pages phenomena you have already observed. The physics will not teach you something new in the strict sense. It will explain why what works works, and why what does not work does not work. This book goes deeper than the previous ones. It descends below the surface of techniques to reach neurocognitive foundations. It does not settle for saying, do this. It says, here is why this produces this effect on the human nervous system. 22. This understanding has strategic value. It allows you to improvise. If you only know the techniques, you are a prisoner of the techniques. If you know the underlying physiological principles, you can invent new techniques for unforeseen situations. You become a creator, not an executor. Read slowly. Return to sections that seem abstract. Look in your own recent experience for cases that illustrate each principle. Book I is worked through back and forth between theory and lived practice. 23. I.1. Fundamental law, energy compression. I.1.1 The word is energy transfer. All effective speech is an energy transfer. That is the fundamental law. All other rules, mechanics, and techniques derive from it. This statement may seem metaphorical. It is not entirely so. It has a measurable physical foundation, even if the word energy is used here in an expanded sense that covers both physical energy, sound vibrations, cerebral electromagnetic waves, and psychological energy, neuronal activation, motivation, intention. 24. When you utter a sentence, several things happen simultaneously. Your vocal cords produce vibrations that propagate through the air. These vibrations reach the inner ear of the listener, where they are converted into electrical signals. These signals travel up toward the auditory cortex, then toward the associative zones that interpret them as language. The interpreted language triggers neurochemical cascades, emotional activations, measurable physiological changes, variations in heart rate, changes in breathing, muscular contractions. At each stage, energy is transferred. Not created, not destroyed, transferred. From your body to the air. From the air to the listener's ear. From their ear to their brain. From their brain to their body. Effective speech is that which maximizes this transfer. Ineffective speech is that which dissipates it. This is what distinguishes an orator who touches from one who does not, the efficiency of the transfer. I.1.2 Compression as the primary tool. To maximize energy transfer, the primary lever is compression. The more ideas you pack per word, the more concentrated the energy. The more concentrated the energy, the more intense the transfer. This is the verbal analog of physical concentration. The same quantity of energy, spread over 100 grams or condensed into 1 gram, does not produce the same effect. Spread out, it dissipates. Condensed, it can pierce. 25. The word compression is precise here. You take a complex idea that could be expressed in 100 words, and you formulate it in 10 words, in 5 words, in 3 words if you can. The quantity of information transmitted remains the same. It is the density that changes. Veni Vidi Vici condenses into 3 words what could have been a long account. I came to Pontus, where Pharnaces of Pontus had made his arrangements to resist my military advance. I observed the situation, assessed the enemy forces, considered the terrain. I engaged in battle and obtained a total victory. The long version communicates exactly the same factual information, but it has no oratorical power. The compression multiplied the effect 1,000-fold. I.1.3 The potential differential. For there to be an energy transfer, there must be a differential. In physics, an electrical current only flows if there is a difference in potential between 2 points. Similarly, speech only produces an effect if it creates a differential in the listener. This differential is the gap between the listener's current state and the new state your speech installs. If the listener already knows what you are going to say, there is no differential, no transfer, no effect. That is why platitudes slide off. They create no differential. If the listener cannot understand what you are saying, there is no usable differential. The energy passes by. That is why undecoded jargon has no effect on non-initiates. 26. The optimal differential sits between these 2 extremes. You must say something the listener does not already know, but which they can understand. This zone, between the already known and the incomprehensible, is where energy transfer is maximal. This zone is not the same for all listeners. An expert audience needs more depth to generate the differential. A novice audience needs less depth, but greater clarity. Calibrating the differential to the audience is one of the subtlest skills in oratory. I.1.4 Measuring compression. Compression can be measured objectively. You take a sentence. You count the words. You identify the distinct ideas it contains. You divide the ideas by the words. Ratio below 1 Noise. The sentence contains fewer ideas than words. It dilutes. Ratio equal to 1 Minimum signal threshold. Each word carries on average 1 idea. This is the level of well-constructed ordinary conversation. Ratio between 1 and 2. Zone of oratorical effectiveness. The speech is working. The listener regularly receives new ideas without saturating. Ratio between 2 and 3. Zone of maximum effectiveness. This is the territory of great orators. Each word carries on average more than 1 idea. Density produces involuntary memorization. 27. Ratio above 3. Zone of historical formulas. Veni vidi vici sits above 3. Free at last sits above 3. The density reaches a point where the sentence becomes proverb. This measure is not mechanical. It requires judgment to identify distinct ideas, but it gives you an objective reference point. When you work on a sentence, you can measure its ratio before and after rewriting. You can see whether you have effectively compressed or merely rephrased. I point 1.5 the bounds of density. Compression has an upper limit. Beyond a certain threshold, the density ratio becomes impossible for the listener to interpret. The sentence becomes hermetic. The threshold varies according to context, but it exists. For a proverb inscribed in a long culture, the density can be very high because the culture carries the implicit references. Veni vidi vici presupposes knowing who Caesar is, what a military battle is, what the perfect tense of Latin verbs implies. These cultural presuppositions allow maximum compression. For a speech addressed to an unprepared audience, the density must be more moderate. You cannot compress what the listener does not have the resources to decompress. The optimal ratio for an ordinary public speech sits between 1.5 and 2.5. 28. This nuance is essential. Compression is not a virtue in itself. It is a virtue relative to the decompression capacity of the listener. Overcompressing for your audience means missing the energy transfer. The energy remains locked in the sentence. It does not pass through. I point 1.6 why the body reacts before the mind. When you utter a powerful sentence, the listener reacts in their body before intellectually understanding what you said. The pupils dilate. Breathing changes. The skin may contract or shiver. The shoulders may straighten or slump. These reactions precede conscious understanding. They can even occur in someone who does not perfectly master your language. How? The explanation lies in neurological architecture. The human brain has several language processing systems that operate at different speeds. The fast, subcortical system captures prosodic characteristics, rhythm, intonation, intensity, tempo. These characteristics are processed in a few milliseconds by structures we share with other primates. They immediately activate the amygdala, which triggers emotional and bodily responses. The slow, cortical system decodes the semantic meaning of words. It processes information over several hundred milliseconds, sometimes several seconds. This is what produces conscious understanding. 29. When you utter a sentence, the listener's body first reacts to the fast system, prosody, before the slow system, semantics, has finished its work. That is why one can be moved by a speech in a language one barely understands, or by the first seconds of a speech before grasping its meaning. This dual architecture explains why oratory is a bodily act as much as a mental one. You do not speak only to your listeners' cortexes. You speak first to their primitive nervous systems, which react to your tempo, volume, voice, and posture. Semantics comes after. That is also why a great speech read poorly does not produce its effect, and a mediocre text delivered well can reach heights. The prosodic form is primary. The semantic content is secondary. 30. I point 2. The form measurable invariance. For parameters appear systematically in great orators, across epochs and cultures. They are measurable. They are objective. They can be worked on independently of each other. I point 2.1 First invariant, density. Density has already been addressed in the fundamental law. A few complementary points about this invariant. Density is measured in ideas per word, but this measure captures only one aspect. A finer measure takes into account informational density, emotional density, and directional density. Informational density is the quantity of new facts or concepts per unit of text. It is high in technical or explanatory speeches. 31. Emotional density is the quantity of effective charge per unit of text. It is high in speeches of grief, mobilization, celebration. Directional density is the quantity of implicit or explicit vectors per unit of text. It is high in speeches of engagement and mobilization. A great orator modulates these three densities according to the passages. They do not maintain maximum density everywhere. They vary to create relief. Very dense passages alternate with more open passages, which allow the listener to breathe and integrate. The reference average density for a public speech oscillates around 2 ideas per word for great orators. But point density can climb much higher on pivot sentences. I.2.2 invariant, monosyllabicity. Great speeches are remarkably rich in short words. In English, where calculation is easier, one observes that the most memorable passages often exceed 70% monosyllables. In French, where phonology differs, the equivalent is the preferential use of short, concrete words. Why do short words carry further than long words? Several reasons. First, short words are older in the language. The monosyllabic words of English or the short words of French often come from the deepest layers of the language, Anglo-Saxon or Germanic for English, popular Latin for French. These layers are learned earlier by native speakers and are charged with more direct emotional connotations. 32. Second, short words are processed faster by the brain. The nervous system recognizes them in a few milliseconds. Long words require a longer decoding time, which slows absorption. Third, short words leave more room for rhythm. A sentence composed of 5 monosyllabic words has a percussive rhythm. The same sentence composed of 5 polysyllabic words spreads out and loses its impact. Fourth, short words are more concrete on average. Long words are more often abstract, Latinized, scholarly. The concrete carries further than the abstract. This law is studied in detail in Book 2. Practically, when working on a speech, ask yourself systematically for every long word. Would a short word do the job? If yes, replace it. You will lose some nuance, but gain much in reach. I.2.3 Third invariant, direction. Every effective sentence points somewhere. It has a vector. It says where to go, where to look, where to think, where to feel. 33. The absence of direction is the mark of weak speech. A sentence that points nowhere slides off the listener. They hear it, perhaps understand it, but it does not move them. No direction, no displacement. Direction can take several forms. Spatial direction. The sentence points upward, downward, forward, backward, inward, outward. Stand up points upward. Come back to yourself points inward. Temporal direction. The sentence points toward the past, the immediate present, the near future, the distant future. Remember points toward the past. Now points toward the immediate present. What we will be tomorrow points toward the future. Relational direction. The sentence points toward the self, toward the other, toward the collective, toward the absolute. You can points toward the individual. We can points toward the collective. Moral direction. The sentence points toward good, toward justice, toward dignity, or conversely toward fall, betrayal, abdication. These directions are not neutral, they install an ethics. Energetic direction. The sentence points toward movement, toward rest, toward growth, toward dispersal. Build points toward organized growth. Let go points toward controlled dispersal. A great orator is always conscious of the direction of each of their sentences. When they sense a sentence is pointing nowhere, they rework it or remove it. 34. I.2.4 Fourth invariant, ternary rhythm. The ternary was studied in Book 2 as a mechanic. Here it is studied as a physiological invariant. Why is 3 so deeply anchored in oratory across all cultures? Several hypotheses converge. Cognitive hypothesis. The human brain has a working memory limited to approximately 7 elements and functions particularly well on groups of 3. 3 elements form a stable cognitive unit that can be mentally manipulated without overload. Rhythmic hypothesis. The human heartbeat is grouped in binary beats, systole-diastole, but subjective perception groups these beats in cycles of 3. The heart itself seems to operate by perceptual triads. Cultural hypothesis. Almost all human cultures have triadic structures in their mythologies, their religious systems, their proverbs. This cultural omnipresence has installed 3 as the default structure of coherence. Linguistic hypothesis. The grammar of many languages organizes sentences in ternary structures, subject-verb complement in French, for example. This basic structure predisposes one to hear triads as complete units. Whatever the ultimate explanation, the finding is solid. 3 anchors. It is a physiological invariant of human linguistic perception. 35. For oratorical practice, this means your pivot sentences benefit from being structured in 3 beats when possible. Your enumerations benefit from having 3 elements rather than 2 or 4. Your arguments benefit from unfolding in 3 stages. This rule is so universally verified that it constitutes almost a physical law of oratory. I.2.5 Method for measuring the four invariants. To evaluate a speech according to the four invariants, here is a practical method. You take a sample of 500 words of your speech, roughly 3 to 5 minutes of speaking. Measuring density. Count the words. Count the distinct, verifiable ideas. Divide the ideas by the words. You get a ratio. If you are below 1.5, your speech is diluted. If you are between 1.5 and 2.5, you are in the optimal zone. If you exceed 2.5, check that your audience can follow. Measuring monosyllabicity. For a sample in English, count total syllables and monosyllables. In French, count short words, 1 or 2 syllables, and long words, 3 or more syllables. You aim for at least 60% short words. More is better. 36. Measuring direction. For each sentence, ask yourself, where does it point? Note the direction: spatial, temporal, relational, moral, energetic. Count sentences without an identifiable direction. If you have more than 20%, your speech lacks a vector. Rework. Measuring ternary rhythm. Count structures with 3 elements: enumerations, parallelisms, ternaries. You aim for at least 1 ternary structure per minute of speech on average, more in pivot passages. This measure takes time. About 1 hour for 5 minutes of speech. But it gives you an objective view of your work. You can compare before and after rewriting. You can observe your progression objectively. I.2.6 Critical thresholds. Beyond optimal measurements, there are critical thresholds below which speech ceases to function. Density below 1. Half your words are filler. The listener disengages. Short words below 50%. Your speech sounds scholarly and distant. Hardly accessible. More than 20% of sentences without direction. Your speech is descriptive without being directional. It informs without mobilizing. Fewer than 1 ternary structure per 10 minutes. Your speech lacks rhythm. It slides without grip. 37. These thresholds are not absolute, but they serve as warning signals. If you measure one of these thresholds crossed in your speech, you know where to rework as a priority. 38. I.3. The 3 physiological levers. The 3 physiological levers were presented in Book 4 from a practical angle. Here they are deepened from a neurocognitive angle. Understanding the underlying biological mechanisms gives you the flexibility to invent new techniques in unforeseen situations. I.3.1 First lever. The nomination of hidden pain. When you name your listener's hidden pain, several things happen simultaneously in their nervous system. First, the amygdala, the brain structure responsible for threat detection and emotional inscription, identifies your speech as relevant. The listener does not know why they begin to cry, shiver, or straighten up, but their amygdala has already done its work. Something that concerns them deeply is being named. 39. Then, the prefrontal cortex, the zone of executive control and emotional regulation, temporarily lowers its defenses. It is not that the listener stops thinking. It is that they stop actively filtering what they hear. The cognitive defenses, which normally reject messages that contradict their beliefs or expectations, relax. Finally, the parasympathetic nervous system activates. This is the system opposite to the fight or flight system, sympathetic. The parasympathetic produces calm, security, emotional availability. The listener feels a form of relief. Someone else is carrying with them what they were carrying alone. This neurophysiological cascade is what distinguishes the nomination of hidden pain from a mere description. You are not describing a state. You are activating precise neurological mechanisms in the listener. That is why the accuracy of the nomination is so critical. An approximate nomination does not trigger the cascade. An accurate nomination triggers it immediately. I.3.2 Second lever, permission. The permission lever has a different neurological mechanism. It is no longer a matter of disarming defenses, but of deactivating inhibitions. 40. Inhibition is a function of the prefrontal cortex. It blocks actions or thoughts that might be inappropriate, dangerous, or socially costly. This is generally a useful function. Without it, we would act on every impulse and social life would be impossible. But inhibition can become excessive. When someone has internalized, often since childhood, prohibitions that restrict their actions beyond what is necessary, inhibition transforms into a lock. The person can no longer do what they wish to do, even if they have the technical capacity and the legal right. Permission operates on these locks. When someone of authority, you, as orator, explicitly tells the listener you have the right, the inhibition receives a counterorder. The brain registers that the prohibition is no longer in force. The lock releases. For this mechanism to work, two neurological conditions must be met. First condition, the orator must be perceived as a legitimate authority. The brain has specific circuits for authority detection, which activate in the presence of signals such as posture, voice, social status, visible experience. Without activation of these circuits, the permission slides off. Second condition, the permission must be given without apparent condition. The brain also has circuits for detecting manipulation, which activate when an offer seems conditional. If these circuits activate, the permission is neutralized. That is why the orator's genuine generosity is so important. It is not merely an ethical requirement. It is a mechanical condition for permission to function. 41. I.3.3 Third lever, identity transfer. The identity transfer lever operates on the neurological circuits of self-representation. You have, in your brain, a representation of who you are. This representation is not an isolated fact. It is a network of associations that includes your capacities, your values, your stories, your roles, your commitments. When you think of yourself as competent, honest, courageous, limited, unworthy, these labels activate entire networks of associations. These networks are not fixed. They can be modified. That is the principle of neuroplasticity. The adult brain continues to reconfigure itself in response to experiences and learning. Identity transfer through speech acts precisely on this plasticity. When you tell someone you are a fighter, you introduce a new label into their self-representation network. If this label is sufficiently supported by other conditions, authority of the speaker, appropriate context, anchoring in real manifestations of the targeted identity, it inscribes itself. It modifies the network. The effect of this modification depends on several factors. Depth of the targeted identity. Naming a superficial identity, competent at a task, has a weak, localized effect. Naming a deep identity, guardian of a mission, has a broad, lasting effect. Compatibility with the existing identity. Naming an identity contradictory to the one already installed requires a great deal of energy and may produce rejection. Naming a compatible but underdeveloped identity requires little energy and produces growth. 42. Repetition. A single transfer has a temporary effect. Several transfers spread over time consolidate the new identity in the neural structure. Subsequent action. If the listener acts in accordance with the named identity, the action confirms the identity and inscribes it definitively. If no action follows, the identity remains theoretical and eventually fades. That is why in the T1, T4 sequence, T3, identity, is immediately followed by T4, direction. Direction provides a concrete action that confirms the newly transferred identity. 43. I.4. The universal arc, physiological dimension. The T1, T4 arc was described in Book 4 from a practical angle. Here we study its physiological dimension, why this order, and not another, is biologically constrained. I.4.1 T1 and parasympathetic triggering. When a speech begins with T1, the recognition of hidden pain, it triggers in the listener the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. 44. The parasympathetic is the system of safety, rest, digestion. It opposes the sympathetic system, the system of alert and flight. When the parasympathetic is dominant, the listener is in a state of maximum receptivity. When the sympathetic is dominant, they are in defense mode and register nothing deeply. Many listeners arrive at a speech in a state of slight sympathetic activation. They do not know what will be said. They are in partial defense mode. For them to truly hear, their system must be switched to parasympathetic. The recognition of their hidden pain is the most effective trigger of this switch. By naming what they carry, you signal to them that you are not a threat. On the contrary, you are someone who sees what they feel. The parasympathetic activates, the listener opens. Without this initial switch, everything else in the speech can be brilliant and still slide off the listener. That is why T1 is not optional. It is the condition of access to the rest. I.4.2 T2 and dopaminergic release. Once the parasympathetic is activated, T2, permission, acts on another system, that of motivation, mediated primarily by dopamine. When an inner lock prevents an action, the listener experiences chronic frustration. They want something, they cannot have it. They oscillate between desire and prohibition. This frustrated state consumes dopamine to no purpose. 45. When permission is given, the lock releases. The frustration ceases, and dopamine, freed from its useless role, becomes available for effective motivation of action. That is why permission produces an effect of enthusiasm. The listener does not know why they suddenly feel energized, but their dopaminergic system is freed for motivation, and they feel the effect. This dopaminergic release is temporary. If it is not followed by T3 and T4, which orient toward a concrete action, it dissipates within a few hours. That is why permission alone does not produce lasting transformation. It opens the possibility, it must be exploited. I.4.3 T3 and neural projection. T3, identity transfer, activates another circuit, that of neural projection. The human brain has mirror neurons and simulation circuits that allow the individual to mentally project themselves into actions or states they have not yet actually experienced. These circuits are the basis of imagination, empathy, and future planning. When you name a performative identity, you are a builder. You activate in the listener the simulation circuits that project them mentally into this identity. They begin to see themselves as a builder. This simulation activates some of the same neurological networks that would be activated by the actual experience of being a builder. 46. This is what produces the performative effect. The listener does not merely hear. They begin to experience the named identity. And this subjective experience, even partial, modifies their self-representation. For this mechanism to work, the identity must be anchored in concrete elements that the listener can actually simulate. An overly abstract identity cannot be simulated, it remains a word. An identity embodied in precise actions, postures, relationships, is immediately simulated. I.4.4 T4 and motor activation. T4, direction, activates preparatory motor circuits. When you give a precise and immediate direction, the brain begins to simulate the execution of this action. The preparatory motor zones activate, even if the body does not yet move. This is the equivalent of the athlete's preparation before a sprint. The muscles are not running, but the circuits that will command them are already ready. This preparatory motor activation produces a particular state. The listener feels they are about to act. Their physiology changes, slight cardiac acceleration, change in breathing, subtle muscular contraction. The body is ready. 47. If the listener actually acts in the hours or days that follow, the loop closes. The action confirms the identity, T3, and retroactively authorizes it, T2. The transformation is consolidated. If the listener does not act, the preparatory motor activation dissipates. The identity remains theoretical. The permission closes again, and the listener may even develop a slight shame at not having acted, which reinforces the initial locks. That is why a direction that produces no action is worse than an absence of direction. Better a speech without T4 than a T4 that fails. I.4.5 Why this order is biologically constrained. The order T1, T2, T3, T4 is not a rhetorical convention. It follows from the biological sequence of reception of a deep message. You cannot activate the parasympathetic after dopamine. If the listener is in sympathetic defense mode, no dopamine will be durably released. It will be consumed by the alert. You cannot project an identity before releasing the dopamine of frustration. Without available dopamine, the simulation of the new identity remains cold, abstract, non-embodied. You cannot activate the motor circuits before establishing the identity that motivates the action. Without anchored identity, the action seems arbitrary and does not inscribe itself in a coherent self-vision. 48. The order T1, T2, T3, T4 thus follows the biological order of deep neurophysiological activation. That is why this order appears in all great speeches, at all epochs, in all cultures. It is not culturally constructed, it is biologically constrained. This understanding has a practical implication. If you find yourself in a situation where you must skip a step, for example, you have only 2 minutes and must compress, know that you are paying a neurophysiological price. You can make a short speech work, but the effect will be proportionally lesser than that of a speech that respects the complete sequence. 49. I.5 the states of the listener's body. During a speech, the listener's body passes through identifiable states. Learning to read them in real time is one of the most precious skills of the experienced orator. 5.1 State 1. Contraction. The listener often arrives at the speech in a state of contraction. This contraction can be physical or emotional. Visible markers: shoulders forward, arms crossed or tight, gaze lowered or avoidant, jaw clenched, shallow breathing, feet crossed or tucked under the seat. The experienced orator can diagnose the state of contraction within a few seconds by scanning the room. The higher the proportion of contracted bodies, the more deeply T1 must be worked before the speech can reach the other stages. 50. The state of contraction can intensify at the beginning of a speech if the orator makes the mistake of starting too forcefully, too directively, or too confrontationally. The contraction then transforms into defensive closure. Conversely, the state of contraction can progressively relax when T1 does its work. The shoulders lower, the arms relax, the gaze rises. This is the signal that the parasympathetic is activating. 5.2 State 2. Suspension. When a pivot sentence hits accurately, the listener enters a state of suspension. This is the moment when the nervous system processes information that exceeds its habitual frameworks. Visible markers: sudden stillness, fixed gaze, suspended or very slowed breathing, sometimes involuntary micro-movements, increased blinking, swallowing, slight lip contraction. This state lasts from a few seconds to about 20 seconds. It is the most precious moment of the speech. This is where deep integration takes place. To avoid breaking this state, the orator must be silent. Silence during suspension allows the integration to occur. If the orator immediately follows with another sentence, they interrupt the process. That is why transition silences, mentioned in Book 2, are so critical. They are not a stylistic effect. They are the space during which the listener's body integrates. 51. 5.3 State 3. Expansion. After suspension, if the speech continues accurately, the listener enters a state of expansion. The body opens. Attention amplifies. Emotion becomes readable on the face. Visible markers: chest expanding, shoulders straightening, chin rising, pupils dilated, sometimes tears, sometimes smiling, sometimes flushing of the cheeks. The entire posture moves from contraction to openness. This is the state where identity transfer operates. The listener sees themselves differently. They integrate the new self-representation being offered to them. Their body is in maximally receptive mode. This state is also the most fragile. A false note, a clumsy formulation, a badly placed gaze can flip it into defensive contraction within seconds. The experienced orator advances carefully during this state, constantly monitoring visual feedback. 5.4 State 4. Prepared action. As T4 approaches, if all the preceding work has been done, the listener enters a state of prepared action. Their nervous system is ready to act. The gesture has not yet been made, but it is prepared. Visible markers: more pronounced straightening, hands unclenching, feet planted flat, slight forward lean, fuller breathing, intensification of eye contact with the orator. 52. This state is rarely completely visible across an entire room. It manifests rather in certain individual listeners, those who are actually in the process of tipping. These are the ones the orator should seek with their gaze in the final part of the speech. Their engagement nourishes the engagement of others. 5.5 State 5. The effective rise. For a few particularly receptive listeners, the state of prepared action transforms into an effective rise during the speech itself. They straighten in their seats, some even stand up physically, others take notes intensely, others wipe their eyes. This effective rise during the speech is rare. Most rises happen afterward, in the hours or days that follow, when the listener, thinking back on what they heard, finally acts. But when the rise happens live, it has a powerful pull effect. Other listeners see someone transforming before their eyes. This visibility increases the impact for all. 5.6 How to read the listener in real time. To read the listener in real time, here are some practical principles. 53. First principle: scan the room regularly. You must not fix on a single point or a single face. You must scan several zones, several profiles, several distances. This visual circulation gives you an average picture of the room's state. Second principle, observe bodies as much as faces. Faces can be socially controlled. Bodies lie less. A person smiling politely but with arms still crossed and feet hidden is actually in contraction. A person with a neutral face but relaxed shoulders and direct gaze is in openness. Third principle, notice transitions. You do not only observe static states, you observe changes. A person passing from contraction to openness before your eyes is a signal that your speech is working. A person passing from openness to contraction is a warning signal. Fourth principle, adjust in real time. If you see the majority of the audience in contraction, it means T1 has not finished its work. Stay longer on recognition. If you see the majority in suspension, make longer silences to allow integration. If you see the majority in expansion, you can push on T3 and prepare T4. Fifth principle, do not be destabilized by exceptions. There will always be in the room a few people who stay in contraction whatever you do, distracted, hostile, emotionally poorly positioned, physically tired. Do not let them dictate your tempo. Work with the majority, accept the exceptions. 54. Point 6. Why numbers work. Numbers have a particular status in oratory. Used well, they are among the most powerful tools. Used poorly, they are among the most counterproductive. Understanding the physiology of their effect allows them to be handled with discernment. Point 6.1 Numerical cognition. The human brain has specialized circuits for processing quantities. These circuits are old. They are found in related forms in many animals. They allow rapid estimation of magnitudes, without passing through conscious calculation. These circuits have an important characteristic. They function by reference to bodily experience. A number that can be brought back to something experienced, how many years, how many people visible at once, how many steps to cross a room, is processed as anchored information. A number that cannot be brought back to lived experience is processed as a floating abstraction. 55. This distinction is what makes some numbers have oratorical power and others not. Not the magnitude of the number, its anchoring in possible lived experience. 1,000,000 people is too abstract for most brains. Nobody has ever seen 1,000,000 people at the same time in a way that allows individual counting. The number floats. 3 children is immediately livable. Everyone can imagine 3 children. The number anchors. 27 years in prison is at the upper limit of what can be anchored. It is long, but still imaginable by reference to units of experience. Years one has lived, years one plans to live. Point 6.2 The number as memorial anchor. Beyond its immediate processing, the number plays the role of a memorial marker. The brain retains statements containing precise numbers better than those that remain qualitative. Many people is forgotten immediately. 42,000 people is retained, perhaps not the exact number, but the order of magnitude and the precision. This mnemonic property makes the number an important tool for passages you want remembered. A pivot sentence containing a precise number is more likely to circulate by word of mouth than a purely qualitative pivot sentence. 56. But the effect only works if the number is precise. About 40,000 is weaker than 42,000. The appearance of imprecision weakens the anchor. When you use a number, be precise or do not use it. Point 6.3 The rule of 3 numbers. An empirical rule drawn from observing great speeches. No more than 3 precise numbers per minute of speech, and no more than 1 precise number per sentence. Beyond this density, the listener's brain saturates. The numbers blur together. Instead of retaining 1 precise number and inscribing it in memory, the listener recalls that there were numbers without being able to reproduce any of them. This saturation by excess is the classic error of technical presentations. The presenter, wanting to prove their seriousness, multiplies numbers on every slide. The effect is the inverse of what was sought. The listener receives a mass of indistinct information and retains none of it. The opposite discipline, 1 number per sentence, 3 per minute, carefully chosen, gives the chosen numbers maximum weight. They are retained, cited, transmitted. 57. Point 6.4 Concrete number versus abstract number. The distinction between concrete and abstract number is essential, as already studied in Book 2. The concrete number is anchored in a lived or imaginable experience. 3 children, 7 years, 15 minutes, 100 kilometers, 1,000 euros. The abstract number floats outside direct experience. A million, a billion, 20% of GDP, 300 billion euros. To transform an abstract number into a concrete number, several techniques. The scale translation technique. You bring the large number down to a familiar unit. A million becomes the population of Marseille. 300 billion becomes what taxpayers pay in 2 months. The division into units technique. You break the number into smaller anchorable numbers. 500,000 deaths becomes 500,000 broken families, then 5 families in every village in France. The equivalent image technique. You replace the number with an image that makes the quantity visible. 25% unemployment becomes 1 worker in 4. The choice of technique depends on the context and the desired effect. But the principle remains. A number that cannot be anchored in lived experience will not be received. 58. I point 6.5 numbers and authority. Numbers also have a function of authority. When you use a precise number, you implicitly signal that you know your subject. You are not in generalities. You are in verifiable data. The narrative breathing strategy. You alternate passages of dense ideas with more open narrative or descriptive passages. These open passages carry no new idea. They consolidate previous ideas. The blank strategy. You make longer silences between sections. Silence allows integration. The more ideas you bring, the more you must compensate with proportional silences. The general rule. Never exceed 3 new ideas per minute over a prolonged duration. If you feel yourself going faster, slow down. The quantity of information transmitted depends on the absorption rate, not the emission rate. I point 7.3 emotional fatigue. Emotion mobilized during a speech costs the listener energy. This energy is not infinite. Beyond a certain threshold, the listener closes by self-protection. 62. Some signals of approaching emotional fatigue. Gazes dimming, postures slightly slumping, expressions neutralizing, polite but unenergized applause. To avoid emotionally exhausting your audience, calibrate emotional intensity. Not all passages need to be at the peak of emotion. If you maintain maximum intensity for 45 minutes, the audience is drained. Alternation between intense passages and more measured passages creates emotional sustainability. The measured passages are not filler. They are the recovery that allows intense passages to have their maximum effect. 1 emotional climax per speech is enough. 2 at most, not 3 or 4. The rarity of the climax makes its impact. I point 7.4 optimal rhythms by time of day. The audience is not the same depending on the time of day. Some practical benchmarks. Morning, 8 to 10 o'clock. The audience is generally fresh but may still be sluggish. Suits analytical speeches well. Technical developments. Less favorable for strongly emotional speeches. Emotion deploys better when the body is fully awake. Mid-morning, 10 to noon. Zone of optimal attention for most people. Suits all types of speeches. This is the most demanding slot to aim for in major conferences. 63. Early afternoon, 2 to 4 o'clock. The post-lunch trough. Attention is harder to mobilize. Avoid if possible. If you must speak in this zone, plan relaunches every 10 minutes, not 20. Late afternoon, 4 to 6 o'clock. Return of energy for many. Suits mobilizing and emotional speech as well. The audience is open, sometimes more so than in the morning. Evening, 6 to 9 o'clock. Zone conducive to emotional depth. The audience has left their workday, is psychologically available. Particularly well suited to speeches that touch the intimate. Night. Avoid except for specific contexts. Physiological fatigue reduces the capacity for deep integration. These benchmarks are averages. Certain audiences and cultures function differently, but as a first calibration guide, they are useful. I point 7.5 necessary recovery. The orator themselves is subject to physiological limits. An important speech costs more than you realize in the moment. On the immediate level, sustained public speaking mobilizes intense cognitive resources. The brain consumes glucose at an accelerated rate. Stress hormones are released, even in experienced orators. The body is in a state of sustained activation. This continued activation has a cost. In the hours following an important speech, the orator may feel marked fatigue, sometimes deferred by a day or 2. 64. To manage this recovery, some practical principles. Do not change several major speeches in a short time. Give yourself at least 48 hours between two major speeches, ideally more. Plan decompression time after each important intervention. No strategic meetings, no major decisions, no demanding activity in the 2 to 3 hours that follow. Your judgment is altered by post-speech fatigue. Hydrate and eat specifically afterward. The glucose consumed by the brain must be reconstituted. A snack with moderate glycemic index in the hour that follows helps recovery. Accept deferred fatigue. You may feel fully energized in the hours following a major speech and profoundly tired the day after. This is not abnormal. It is the biological cost of oratorical engagement. An orator who wants to last over time, to give important speeches over decades, must manage their recovery like a high-level athlete. This is a discipline that has nothing mystical about it. It is practical physiology. 65. Closing of Book I and of the entire project. You have just completed the 5th and last book of the project. The liberating word is complete. A few closing words about the whole. You have traversed, in production order, 5 books totaling approximately 75,000 words, or 12 hours of TDS at a normal rate, or a little more with calibrated silences. This is the equivalent of a substantial work on oratory, structured in 5 layers of deepening. Book V gave you your own voice, starting from your mother phrase. Book 4 gave you the practical art of making rise, through the T1, T4 sequence. Book 3 gave you the lineage of masters, from Pericles to Greta Thunberg. Book 2 gave you the 10 canonical mechanics with their combinations. Book I gave you the physics of the word, the neurocognitive foundations that explain why everything preceding it works. 66. The canonical rereading order, from this point on, is the inverse of the production order. You can reread Book I when you want to understand why something works. You can reread Book 2 when you are looking for a precise tool. You can reread Book 3 when you need historical inspiration. You can reread Book 4 when you are preparing a specific speech. You can reread Book V when you need to recenter on your own mission. What these books do not contain, and cannot contain, is embodiment. Embodiment happens through practice, not through additional reading, not through written exercises alone. Through public speaking, with its errors, its successes, its adjustments, its surprises. The moment has come now when the content production project must give way to the practice project. You can generate the MP3s, listen to them on repeat for weeks. That is useful. But the ultimate utility of what you have built only manifests in your own speeches. 3 questions to conclude. First question, what will be your first public speech built according to the T1, T4 sequence? Be precise. Date, place, audience. Without a precise answer, the project remains a letter. With a precise answer, the project becomes an act. Second question, what will be your personal pivot phrase for the next year? Not your general mother phrase. The specific phrase you will repeat, live, embody for the next 12 months. This phrase must be short, dense, directional, and aligned with your mission. 67. Third question, who will be your first witness? Practice needs external witnesses who give you honest feedback. Which person in your circle will you name as an observer of your oratorical progress? This person must be capable of hard, honest feedback, without flattery or demolition. Answer these 3 questions within 7 days of reading this closing. Not in your head, in writing. That is how the content project transforms into a transformation project. What you carry in your mission, the right for children to be great without being judged, deserves this passage to embodiment. Theory without practice betrays the mission. Practice without theory exhausts unnecessarily. The union of both is what produces the liberating word. Over to you. 68. Book 2, Canonical Mechanics. Canonical Mechanics. The liberating word, integral development. The 10 technical tools of oratory. 69. Preamble. You now know the physics of the word, Book I, coming. You have traversed the lineage of masters, Book 3. You have mastered the practical art of making rise, Book 4. You have found your own voice, Book V. What remains is to know the tools intimately. That is what this book gives you. The 10 mechanics you are about to study are not invented. They were identified and named by Greek rhetoricians 2,500 years ago, under names like chiasm, anaphora, antithesis. The techniques have traversed all languages, all cultures, all eras. They work in Mandarin as in English, in the Greece of Pericles as in the YouTube of tomorrow. Because they do not depend on context, they depend on the functioning of the human brain, which has not changed. Learning these mechanics is not a scholastic exercise. It is the acquisition of a tool set that will stay with you your whole life. You can spend a month on each mechanic. You can practice them for years. You will never exhaust their nuances. For each mechanic, you will find the precise definition, the neurocognitive reason for its effectiveness, its variants, dissected examples, the method for building it yourself, classic pitfalls, and possible combinations with other mechanics. 70. Read slowly. Practice each mechanic before moving to the next. Better to master 5 mechanics than to skim 10. 71. 2.1. The chiasm. 2.1.1 Definition. The chiasm is a figure of style that crosses 2 propositions according to an ABA structure. The second proposition takes the terms of the first but in inverse order, producing a reversal. The best-known example in the French language. One does not eat to live, one lives to eat. When Molière reverses it by saying one must eat to live and not live to eat. The structure verb to live/verb to eat is inverted, and the inversion creates the meaning. The word chiasm comes from ancient Greek. The Greek letter chi has the shape of an X. The X is the graphic representation of the crossing. The verbal structure follows this geometry. The elements cross like an X. 72. 2.1.2 Cognitive mechanics. The chiasm exploits a fundamental function of the human brain, prediction. When you hear the beginning of a sentence that follows a familiar structure, your brain automatically predicts the ending. This prediction is constant and unconscious. Without it, language comprehension would be impossible. The chiasm builds the prediction and then reverses it. When you hear the first proposition, your brain prepares to hear a normal logical continuation. But the second proposition arrives by inverting the structure. The prediction is refuted. This controlled surprise produces several neurological effects. First effect, a peak of attention. The brain, surprised, mobilizes more cognitive resources to process the unexpected. The listener listens more intensely. Second effect, a memorial anchor. Elements that surprise are better memorized than predictable elements. A chiasmatic sentence engraves itself more deeply than an equivalent flat sentence. Third effect, a semantic reversal. The meaning of the chiasmatic sentence is not the sum of its 2 propositions. It is the reversal that creates the meaning. The chiasm says something that neither of the 2 propositions alone could say. This last effect is what makes the chiasm so powerful. You cannot express the same idea in linear form with the same density. The chiasm carries a meaning that exists only in the structure itself. 73. 2.1.3 The 4 types of chiasms. Not all chiasms are equal. There is a typology that allows them to be distinguished. Type 1. The simple lexical chiasm. 2 key words invert their position in 2 parallel propositions. This is the most common. Structural example. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. The terms your country and you invert their role from subject to complement. Type 2. The conceptual chiasm. 2 opposing concepts exchange places in 2 propositions, without necessarily reproducing exactly the same words. Example. One does not become great because one is loved. One is loved because one becomes great. The cause and consequence exchange, even if the words are not identical. Type 3. The grammatical chiasm. The order of grammatical functions, subject, verb, complement, inverts between the 2 propositions. Example. Life shapes us, we shape life. Subject-verb complement becomes complement-verb-subject. Type 4. The pivot chiasm. The reversal passes through a central pivot word, which simultaneously belongs to both structures. Example. It is not the sea that separates men, it is men that separate the sea. The verb separate is the pivot around which everything turns. 74. Each type has its uses. The simple lexical is the most accessible and immediate. The conceptual allows more flexibility. The grammatical works well orally because it is instinctively understood. The pivot chiasm is the most difficult to build but the most powerful when it succeeds. 2.1.4 Construction Method. How to write an effective chiasm. The method in 5 steps. Step 1. Identify the 2 terms in tension. Every chiasm rests on 2 concepts that oppose or complement each other. Liberty and discipline. Strength and weakness. Action and contemplation. Giving and receiving. You choose these two terms according to what you want to say. Step 2. Formulate the first proposition. You build a sentence that contains the two terms in a certain order. This sentence must have a meaning in itself, independently of the chiasm to come. Step 3. Invert the order in the second proposition. You rephrase the same sentence by exchanging the position of the two terms. You verify that the new sentence also has a meaning in itself. Step 4. Test the resonance. You read the two propositions aloud, in order. Does the reversal produce a new meaning, superior to the sum of the two propositions? If yes, the chiasm holds. If not, rework. Step 5. Compress and polish. The effective chiasm is short. If you can remove words without losing the meaning, remove them. Compression amplifies the reversal effect. 75. A chiasm rarely takes less than 30 minutes of work. That is normal. A successful chiasm can last a century. The time investment is amply repaid. 2.1.5 Classic errors. First error, the forced chiasm. You decide to write a chiasm before having the content to put inside it. The result is a formally correct but semantically hollow structure. The reader senses the artifice and disengages. The chiasm must emerge from content, not be imposed on it. Second error, the banal chiasm. You produce a chiasm whose reversal says nothing interesting. The test: if you can say the same thing more simply without the chiasmatic structure, the chiasm is superfluous. The chiasm is justified only when it carries irreducible meaning. Third error, chiasm accumulation. You use several successive chiasms in the same paragraph. The effect exhausts itself. One chiasm per major passage is the maximum. 2 per speech is the reasonable maximum. Beyond that, you become predictable. Fourth error, the unbalanced chiasm. The two propositions of the chiasm have very different lengths. The visual and phonetic X structure is broken. Work to balance the two propositions so they have approximately the same length and rhythm. 76. 2.1.6 Combinations. The chiasm can be combined with other mechanics to produce multiplied effects. Chiasm and antithesis. If your two inverted terms are also in semantic opposition, you produce a double effect. The chiasm structures, the antithesis polarizes. Chiasm and silence. A silence of 2 seconds between the two propositions of the chiasm amplifies the reversal effect. The listener has time to predict the continuation before receiving the inversion. Chiasm and performative identity. Using the chiasm to name an identity produces a particularly lasting transfer. You are not merely courageous. Courage is you. The chiasmatic structure fixes the identity in memory. 77. 2.2 Anaphora. 2.2.1 Definition. Anaphora is the repetition of the same group of words at the beginning of successive sentences or successive propositions within a single sentence. The repetition creates a rhythm, and the rhythm creates the effect. Structural example: I promise to serve. I promise to fight. I promise to hold. The repetition of I promise to at the beginning of each sentence is the anaphora. The word comes from the Greek anaphorine, to carry back, to bring back. The repetition brings the listener back to an anchor point each time. 2.2.2 Types of anaphora. There are in reality 3 related figures, often confused under the general name anaphora. Anaphora proper is repetition at the beginning of propositions. It is the most common and most powerful. 78. Epistrophe is repetition at the end of propositions. More rare, but used for example by linking in of the people, by the people, for the people. The people is repeated at the end of each prepositional proposition. Simplest combines both, repetition at the beginning and end of propositions. Particularly powerful but difficult to construct without appearing overloaded. For oratorical practice, standard anaphora is the most accessible and effective. The other figures are refinements to use sparingly. 2.2.3 Mechanics of the crescendo. Anaphora produces its effect through accumulation. Each repetition adds to the previous, creating what can be called a verbal crescendo. At the first occurrence of the repeated group, the listener does not yet know there will be repetition. They register a normal sentence. At the second occurrence, they begin to perceive the structure. The brain anticipates a third. At the third occurrence, the structure is confirmed. The listener is in the rhythm. They accompany mentally. They become an actor in the repetition. At the fourth, Fifth, sixth occurrence, the accumulation effect reaches its peak. Each new repetition amplifies the emotional effect without necessarily adding new information. 79. This is precisely the inverse of what habitual argumentative writing recommends, where repetition is considered a stylistic fault. In oratory, repetition is not a fault. It is the primary tool for transforming an idea into shared certainty. 2.2.4 The rule of 3 to 7. How many repetitions are needed to produce the anaphora effect? 1 or 2 repetitions are not enough. The listener does not have time to perceive the structure. The repetition passes unnoticed or seems accidental. 3 to 5 repetitions constitute the optimal zone for most contexts. The structure is clear, the crescendo effect occurs, memorization is effective. 6 to 7 repetitions are possible for major climaxes, as King uses 8 repetitions of "I have a dream" in the final section of his famous speech. But this requires a strong finality. The repetition must converge towards something that justifies the accumulation. 8 repetitions and beyond are risky. Without a very solid internal structure, the listener saturates and disengages. King succeeds with 8 because each repetition introduces a different image, and the whole culminates toward the ending "free at last." Without this careful construction, the effect would be inverse. Practical rule: start by aiming for 3 or 4. You can always extend when you master the rhythm better. 80. 2.2.5 Building anaphora. How to build effective anaphora. Step 1. Choose the repeated group. It must be short, ideally between 2 and 5 words. Long, it becomes heavy. Short, it is rhythmic and memorable. A few examples: I promise to, we will fight, blessed are, I have a dream that. Step 2. Identify the function of the repetition. Do you want to install a certainty, affirmation anaphora? Build a vision, visionary anaphora? Enumerate commitments, commitment anaphora? Mark a geography, spatial anaphora? The function determines the content that will follow each repetition. Step 3. Build 3 to 5 variants. For each repetition, you build what comes after. These complements must be of comparable length and similar rhythm, so that the structure is perceptible. Step 4. Order by crescendo. If possible, place the most powerful complements at the end of the anaphora. The climax must arrive at the last repetition, not the first. The verbal crescendo must accompany a semantic crescendo. Step 5. Prepare the fall. The anaphora ends with a sentence that breaks the structure. This sentence, by contrast, is highlighted. Often, it is the most important sentence in the entire passage. 81. 2.2.6 Anaphora and emotion. Anaphora is particularly effective for mobilizing collective emotion. It has 2 properties that make it emotionally powerful. First property, perceptive slowing. Anaphora forces the audience to stay on the same theme for several sentences. This thematic dwelling allows the emotion linked to the theme to settle deeply. A subject barely touched upon does not move. A subject returned to 5 times penetrates. Second property, implicit participation. From the third repetition, the listener participates mentally. They anticipate the continuation. They complete inwardly. This participation transforms a passive spectator into an active accompanist, and the active accompanist is more moved than the passive spectator. This is why anaphora is the preferred weapon of mobilization speeches, social movements, religious sermons, political campaign speeches. When a crowd must be transformed into a movement, anaphora is the tool. 2.2.7 Classic errors. The mechanical anaphora. You repeat the group without varying what follows. The accumulation effect transforms into monotony. Each repetition must bring something, an image, an angle, an additional dimension. 82. The truncated anaphora. You place 2 repetitions, but do not dare to make 3. The result is flat. The listener does not perceive the anaphora. Commit fully or do not begin. The overflowing anaphora. You place 10 repetitions or more. You saturate. Skip occurrences or compress several into one. The badly placed anaphora. You place the anaphora in the middle of a development, without preparation and without a fall. The effect is diffuse. Anaphora requires staging. A before that prepares, and after that culminates. 83. 2.3. The ternary. 2.3.1 The power of 3. 3 is a particular number in oratory. It is not chosen arbitrarily. It has specific cognitive properties that no other number possesses exactly. One element does not make a series. It is an isolated fact. The listener retains it or not, but does not perceive a structure. Two elements make a comparison. The listener perceives a duality, but not a totality. Two makes one think, what is the missing third? Three elements make a totality. The series is complete. The listener perceives that the subject has been covered. Three makes one think there is the whole. Four elements make an enumeration. The structure loses its quality of totality and becomes a list. The listener begins to count, which degrades the experience. 5 and beyond, list. The listener no longer retains the order, just the feeling that there are many. That is why the ternary is so present in rhetoric of all times. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Blood, sweat, tears. Live, right die? Of the people, by the people, for the people. 3 is the number of economical completeness. 84. 2.3.2 The three variants of the ternary. Not all ternaries function the same way. Three main variants to distinguish. The flat ternary. The three elements are of equal importance, without hierarchy. They reinforce each other by addition. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Each of these terms is as important as the others. The French motto installs a trinity of equivalent values. The ascending ternary. The three elements rise in importance or emotion. The third is the most powerful. The ascending ternary creates a crescendo. Blood, sweat, and tears. The progression goes from the purely physical, blood, toward the emotional, tears. The last element is more charged than the preceding ones. The descending ternary. The three elements decline in intensity. The first is the strongest, the following ones decline. This is a rarer figure, used for specific effects of fall or disillusionment. The primary use of the descending ternary is dramatic. Say everything in the first element, then slow down, then fall silent. 2.3.3 Why the ascending ternary dominates. In oratorical practice, the ascending ternary is by far the most used. Several reasons. 85. First reason, it accompanies the natural emotional dynamic of a speech. A speech rises toward its climax. The ascending ternary follows this rise. Second reason, it is memorable. The third element, which is the most powerful, is also the last pronounced. Short-term memory retains it preferentially. Third reason, it produces the satisfaction of the climax. The listener, hearing the first element, anticipates a rise. The rise arrives. The prediction is validated and amplified. Fourth reason, it flows easily with the rest of the speech. Once the summit is reached at the third element, the orator can continue the momentum into the following sentence. 2.3.4 Building the ascending ternary. To build an effective ascending ternary, follow this method. Step 1. Identify the three dimensions. You choose three aspects of the same idea. They must be close enough to form a series, different enough not to be confused. Step 2. Order by increasing intensity. You place the least intense first, the most intense third. The intensity can be physical, emotional, conceptual, or imagistic depending on context. Step 3. Balance the lengths. Each element of the ternary must have a comparable length. If one is much longer than the other two, the rhythm is broken. 86. Step 4. Harmonize the rhythm. The three elements must share the same grammatical structure. 3 nouns, 3 verbs, 3 adjectives, or 3 parallel propositions. Grammatical homogeneity creates the rhythm. Step 5. Amplify the last. The third element can be slightly longer or more charged than the first two. This amplification, calibrated, accentuates the climax without breaking the balance. 2.3.5 The ternary and memory. The ternary is the most effective oratorical tool for long-duration memorization. Several reasons. First, the number 3 is cognitively optimal. Shorter, one does not perceive the structure. Longer, one loses the order. Second, the triad fits into very ancient cultural structures. The Christian triad. The 3 ages of life. The 3 kingdoms. The 3 acts of classical tragedy. When you produce a ternary, you inscribe yourself in these pre-existing structures, which facilitates anchoring. Third, a well-constructed ternary has a rhythmic quality that makes it easy to remember. One retains the rhythm before the content, then the rhythm guides toward the content. That is why so many mottos, slogans, and historical formulas are ternaries. This is not accidental. It is optimized memorial effectiveness. 87. 2.3.6 Classic errors. The false ternary. You claim to make a ternary, but your three elements do not form a true series. They are disparate, without overall logic. The listener does not perceive the structure, and the ternary fails. The unbalanced ternary. The lengths are very different. Often, the first element is short, the second medium, the third very long. This creates an imbalance that dilutes the effect. The overloaded ternary. Each element of the ternary is itself complex, with its own subelements. The overall structure is lost in the details. The repetitive ternary. You use ternaries everywhere, in every sentence. The figure effect transforms into a stylistic tick. Reserve the ternary for passages where it carries essential meaning. 88. 2.4 Antithesis. 2.4.1 Definition. Antithesis is a figure that opposes two ideas, two words, two concepts in the same structure. It poses a polarity, refuses intermediate nuances, forces the listener to take a position. Structural example. There are men who build, and there are men who destroy. The opposition build-destroy structures the entire sentence. The listener must choose their camp. Antithesis is the oratorical tool of moral polarization. When you want your audience to take a position, you present them with two options in sharp opposition. The neutral becomes impossible. 2.4.2 Mechanics of polarization. Antithesis works by creating a duality that eliminates gray. This process has several effects. Clarification effect. Complex human situations become readable. The listener, lost in complexity, finds a simple framework. They can decide. 89. Mobilization effect. Once the duality is posed, the listener must choose. They can no longer remain an observer. Polarization forces engagement. Memorization effect. Pairs of opposites are better retained than isolated concepts. The human brain often stores by contrast, hot and cold, day and night, good and evil. Antithesis exploits this mode of storage. Transmission effect. A well-formulated antithesis reproduces easily in word of mouth. Its binary structure facilitates memorization and transmission. But antithesis also has a cost. It simplifies. And simplification, pushed too far, becomes falsification. An abusive antithesis transforms a nuanced situation into a caricature. The orator must therefore choose with discernment the moments when antithesis is just. 2.4.3 The three types of antitheses. The lexical antithesis. Two opposing words are placed in a parallel structure. The contrast plays at the vocabulary level. Example, there are leaders and there are servants. Leaders and servants are in direct lexical opposition. The structural antithesis. Two propositions are opposed by their very structure, even if the key words are not in direct lexical opposition. Example, those who act transform the world, those who speak comment on it. The opposition is between the two postures, manifested by the verbs, act versus speak, but carried by the whole structure. 90. The conceptual antithesis. The opposition is deeper between two visions of the world, two paradigms, two orientations of existence. The distinction is crucial. The decorative metaphor has its place in literature, in pure poetry, in song. The directional metaphor is the tool of oratory. Every metaphor you use in a speech should, ideally, carry a direction. 2.5.2 Metaphorical vectors. Metaphorical directions are classified into several major families. Verticality. Up and down carry very ancient and very powerful symbolic charges. Up signifies sky, spirit, elevation, transcendence, surpassing. Down signifies earth, matter, fall, lowering, submission. Vertical verbs, to rise, to ascend, to elevate, to fall, to topple, immediately mobilize these charges. Horizontality. Forward and backward carry charges of progression and regression. Horizontal verbs, to walk, to advance, to progress, to retreat, to flee. Install a movement in time as much as in space. Depth. To plunge and to emerge, to enter and to exit, to descend into and to ascend from. These metaphors work on interiority and exteriority. Expansion. To open, to widen, to unfold, to embrace. These metaphors work on inclusion, generosity, openness. Contraction. To focus, to gather, to draw together. These metaphors work on concentration, intensity, precision. Circular movement. To turn, to return, to begin again, to loop. These metaphors work on return, cycle, continuity. 95. Each family has its uses. You choose the direction according to what you want to move in your listener. 2.5.3 The major metaphorical families. Beyond pure vectors, certain families of images are recurrent in oratory. War metaphors. Combat, struggle, victory, defeat, soldier, weapons, battle, enemy. These images structure a large number of political and mobilization speeches. They have the advantage of immediately engaging. They have the disadvantage of rigidifying the situation in terms of confrontation, which can prevent more subtle solutions. Organic metaphors. Plant, root, growth, fruit, seed, earth, season. These images structure speeches on education, development, entrepreneurship. They have the advantage of naturalizing human processes, which reassures. They have the disadvantage of masking the dimension of choice and effort. Journey metaphors. Path, road, journey, stage, destination, crossing, wandering. These images structure speeches on individual life, professional trajectory, the search for meaning. They install a long time, a progression, a vision of becoming. Architectural metaphors. To build, to construct, foundation, pillar, roof, wall, brick. These images structure speeches on organization, institutions, lasting projects. They install solidity, stability, duration. 96. Aquatic metaphors. Wave, tide, current, river, ocean, source, flow. These images structure speeches on collective movements, deep changes, forces that exceed the individual. Fire metaphors. Spark, flame, fire, blaze, ashes. These images structure speeches on inspiration, passion, creative origins. You choose your metaphorical family according to what you want to install. And you maintain coherence. If you begin in the architectural register, do not deviate abruptly toward the aquatic. Metaphorical coherence is what distinguishes a great speech from a heterogeneous assemblage. 2.5.4 Building directional metaphor. To build an effective directional metaphor. Step 1. Identify the targeted inner movement. What do you want to move in the listener? Do you want them to rise, to advance, to open, to gather? The inner movement dictates the metaphorical direction. Step 2. Choose the family of images. According to context and audience, certain families will be more appropriate than others. For a military audience, war metaphors will work. For an audience of teachers, organic metaphors. For an audience of engineers, architectural metaphors. 97. Step 3. Select a core image. One main image only. You can return to it several times in the speech, enrich it, develop it, but stay with the same one. Step 4. Develop the image in depth rather than breadth. Rather than multiplying metaphors, deepen yours. One well-explored image is worth 10 skimmed ones. Step 5. Test the directional power. After use, the listener should be able to say in which direction you oriented them. If you ask them and they hesitate, the metaphor lacks direction. Start over. 2.5.5 Metaphorical coherence. A classic error consists of mixing metaphorical families without coherence. The orator passes from a war image to an organic image, then to an architectural image, without transition. The result is confused. The listener cannot construct a stable mental representation. Each new image cancels the previous one. The final effect is zero. To maintain metaphorical coherence. One primary family per speech. You choose your dominant family from the beginning, and you stay with it. One core image per major passage. Within each section, you can develop a specific image. Transitions between families, if necessary, must be explicit. You do not jump abruptly from water to fire. You build the bridge. 98. The final test. After the speech, the listener must be able to summarize your vision in a single image. If several images impose themselves simultaneously, you have failed at coherence. 2.5.6 Traps of the metaphor. The cliched image trap. You use a metaphor so worn out that it no longer evokes anything. The path to success. Life's struggle. The seeds of change. These cliches are dead. Look for fresher images or revive the old ones from a new angle. The exaggerated image trap. You use a metaphor so strong that it seems disproportionate to what you describe. A team meeting compared to the Battle of Verdun. A startup project compared to a revolution. The listener senses the exaggeration and grows suspicious. The overly personal image trap. You use a metaphor that speaks to you but speaks to no one else. You mobilize an intimate reference, a particular experience, without realizing that the audience does not have access to this reference. The excessively extended image trap. You take a metaphor and unroll it for 5 minutes. The image exhausts itself. The listener disengages. A well-held metaphor lasts a few minutes at most, then gives way to something else. 99. 2.6. Silence. 2.6.1 Silence as a phonetic act. Book for already introduced silence within the framework of the rise sequence. This section deepens silence as a pure technical tool, independent of its function in the rise. Silence is not the absence of speech. It is a speech of another kind, which uses duration and stillness rather than sounds. In technical linguistics, some languages even use phonological pauses that distinguish one word from another. Silence becomes phoneme. In oratory, silence plays a similar role, but at the scale of the sentence and the speech. The presence or absence of a silence at a precise point modifies meaning, effect, memorization. This understanding transforms silence from a defect of expression into a tool of expression. The orator who falls silent at the right moment does not lose speech, they amplify it. 100. 2.6.2 The typology of technical silences. Beyond the 3 canonical silences, before, transition, end, already studied in Book 4, there are more specific technical silences. The audible breathing silence. You take an inspiration sufficiently marked that the audience hears it. This audible breath signals what is to follow, often an important affirmation. It prepares the listener without breaking continuity. The suspension silence. You begin a sentence and stop before the end. The listener, suspended, mentally completes it. This technique is used to make the listener participate without them realizing it. The active listening silence. You fall silent to hear the reaction of the audience. Applause, laughter, murmurs. This silence is not empty. It gathers the feedback that will allow you to adjust what follows. The gaze silence. You fall silent while looking intensely at a precise point in the room. This charged gaze transmits something that words could not transmit. It is a relational silence. The gravity silence. You fall silent after having said something serious. The prolonged silence honors the weight of what has just been said. Without this silence, gravity would be diluted by continuation. 101. 2.6.3 Silence density according to context. Not all contexts support the same density of silence. Adapt according to several criteria. Size of the audience. The larger the audience, the longer the silences can be. Before 1,000 people, a silence of 5 seconds is powerful. Before 3 people, a silence of 5 seconds seems embarrassing. The density of collective presence absorbs silence. Formality of the context. The more formal the context, the more silences are expected. Solemn conference, state ceremony, religious sermon, long silences are in their place there. Team meeting, corridor conversation, silences must be shorter. Acoustics of the space. In a large hall with echo, silences resonate longer than in a podcast studio. You adjust the duration according to acoustic feedback. Energy of the audience. A tired audience cannot sustain long silences. It disengages. An engaged audience can sustain deeper silences. Read the energy and adjust. Phase of the speech. At the beginning of a speech, silences can be shorter. Attention is still being built. In the middle, they can lengthen. At the end, they can reach their maximum. 102. 2.6.4 Silence and authority. A strong correlation exists between the capacity to hold silences and the perceived authority of the orator. The amateur avoids silences. They feel they are uncomfortable and fills them with filler words or by accelerating delivery. This avoidance is perceived by the audience as a lack of ease, which degrades authority. The professional inhabit silences. They choose them, calibrate them, hold them. This mastery of silence is perceived by the audience as full presence, which amplifies authority. Authority does not come from the continuous flow of speech. It comes from the capacity to choose between speaking and being silent according to need. Someone who always speaks shows they fear silence. Someone who knows how to be silent shows they fear nothing. This dimension of authority is learned. At first, you force silences against your instinct. With practice, the instinct reverses. You feel when to be silent, and you achieve it naturally. 2.6.5 Practicing silence. How to develop mastery of silence. Some targeted exercises. Exercise 1. The audio recording. Record yourself speaking for 5 minutes on any subject. Listen back, marking each silence of more than 1 second. You will discover that you make far fewer than you thought. The goal is to double the number of long silences. 103. Exercise 2. The slow conversation. For 1 week, in your daily conversations, force yourself to wait 2 seconds after your interlocutor has finished speaking before responding. This initial discomfort will reveal how much you normally feel. With time, the discomfort becomes comfort. Exercise 3. Reading aloud with marked silences. Take a well-known great speech. Read it aloud, deliberately marking 2 to 3 seconds of silence at each period. Record. Listen back. You will hear how silence transforms the text. Exercise 4. The pause in habitual presentations. Each time you make a presentation at work, consciously place at least 3 silences of 3 seconds. Observe the effect on the audience. 2.6.6 Combining silence with other mechanics. Silence amplifies all other mechanics. Silence before a chiasm. You pose a short silence, then pronounce the first part of the chiasm, then silence, then the second part. The reversal effect is multiplied. Silence between anaphora repetitions. If you place a calibrated silence between each repetition, the crescendo becomes hypnotic. King does this with I Have a Dream. Silence after an ascending ternary. The ternary rises toward its climax at the third element. The silence that follows allows this climax to unfold. 104. Silence after an antithesis. The opposition must have time to be perceived by the listener. A silence of 2 seconds after the antithesis allows integration. Silence after a powerful metaphor. The image must be able to form in the listener's mind. Silence gives this formation time. Every well-executed oratorical mechanic is followed by a calibrated silence. This is almost a universal rule. 105. 2.7. Tempo. 2.7.1 Speaking rate. Speaking rate is measured in words per minute. Here are the main zones. Very slow zone. Fewer than 100 words per minute. Used for maximum gravity, grief, the sacred. Use only momentarily. A full speech at this rate is unbearable. Slow zone. 100 to 120 words per minute. Used for dramatic passages, important announcements, moments of shared reflection. Optimal zone. 120 to 150 words per minute. This is the authority zone. Most great orators maintain this as their base tempo. Fast zone. 150 to 180 words per minute. Used for energetic passages, dynamic narratives, mobilization climaxes. Very fast zone. Above 180 words per minute. Used momentarily for urgency effects, moments when the orator wants to convey agitation. Orally, this zone risks unintelligibility. 106. 4 voice recordings intended for distribution, podcasts, audiobooks, TDS. The optimal zone is slightly faster than in person, 140 to 160. The listener can rewind if they miss something, which allows going a little faster. 2.7.2 Variation as principle. Constant tempo bores. Whatever zone is chosen, if the orator stays there for 30 minutes, the listener disengages. The human brain needs variation to maintain attention. Practical rule. Your tempo must vary several times per speech, not according to a rigid pattern, according to the needs of the content. Narrative passages can be at medium or fast tempo. Reflective passages must slow down. Engagement or call to action passages can accelerate. Closing passages must slow down. Variation creates relief, like shadow and light in painting. Without variation, everything is flat. 2.7.3 Tempo and emotion. Tempo communicates emotions distinct from those carried by words. Fast tempo. Energy, urgency, enthusiasm, sometimes anger. Medium tempo. Assurance, balance, measured authority. Slow tempo, gravity, depth, sadness, recollection, but also contempt or judgment, depending on tone. 107. The gap between tempo and words can produce powerful effects. Saying a joyful sentence at a slow pace creates irony. Saying a sad sentence quickly creates an effect of contained distress. The conscious orator uses this gap. They do not allow content to dictate tempo. They choose the tempo that amplifies or contradicts the content according to the desired effect. 2.7.4 Tempo and authority. Slow tempo is more associated with authority than fast tempo. Several reasons. First, speaking slowly implies having time. Someone who speaks quickly signals that they are afraid of being interrupted, that they must say everything fast before they are stopped. Someone who speaks slowly signals that they know no one will interrupt them. Second, speaking slowly allows precision. Each word can be chosen with care. Work. For 4 weeks. Force yourself to consciously slow down. Aim for 10 to 20% less than your natural tempo. This will seem strange at first. You will have the impression of speaking in an exaggerated way. But that is the impression you need. With time, the slowed tempo becomes natural. Variation. Once your base tempo is slowed, work on variation. Choose a text and read it aloud, explicitly marking 2 different zones: fast passages, slow passages. Record. Listen back. Refine. 110. 2.8. The vocative. 2.8.1 Naming the listener. The vocative is the act of explicit address to the listener. Instead of speaking about someone or about something, you speak to someone by naming them. Structural example. My friends, what I am about to tell you concerns directly what you carry. The my friends is the vocative. It transforms the audience into interlocutors. The vocative has a relational function. It sets the relationship between the orator and the listener. Depending on the term chosen, this relationship will be familial, respectful, intimate, distant, accusatory. 2.8.2 Types of vocatives. The inclusive vocative. You name the listener as a member of your community. My friends, my brothers, comrades, my dear fellow citizens. You install a shared belonging. You place yourself beside the listener, not facing them. 111. The honorific vocative. You name the listener with deference. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, honorable members. You install a respectful asymmetry. The listener is above or at protocol equality with you. The accusatory vocative. You name the adversary or the responsible party. Mr. Minister, you who decided. You who know and remain silent. You install a confrontation. The named party must respond, even by silence. The universal vocative. You name all humans, or a very broad category. You, human beings, all of you who suffer, sisters and brothers of the world. You expand your audience beyond the room, toward an entire humanity. The individual vocative. You name a single person in the room. You there, in the third row. You, sir, with your eyes closed. You install a public intimacy that can be touching or uncomfortable. Each type has its uses. The choice depends on the relationship you want to establish with your audience at that precise moment of the speech. 2.8.3 The inverted vocative, summoning the absent. A powerful variant. You name those who are not in the room. The honored dead, the yet-to-be born, the disappeared, the invisible, the distant enemies. This technique opens another space. 112. Vocative of the dead. You who fell at Verdun. You who did not see the end of the war. You summon a memory and make your speech the trustee of a heritage. The present listener becomes the guardian of those who are no longer. Vocative of the yet-to-be born. You who will be born in 2070, my great-grandchildren. You engage present responsibility toward the future. Matai uses this dimension in her Nobel speech. She says she works for those not yet born. Vocative of the invisible. You, undocumented, whom no one wants to name. You, victims whom the media did not look at. You give a voice to those absent from public debate. Vocative of the enemy. Reagan addressing Gorbachev at Berlin is the best-known example. Cicero addressing Catalan in the Senate likewise. The vocative of the enemy transforms the speech into a public challenge. The inverted vocative expands the moral reach of the speech. The more legitimate absent parties you summon, the further your speech carries beyond the room where you speak. 2.8.4 Building the vocative. How to build an effective vocative. Step 1. Choose the relationship to install. Familial, respectful, Accusatory, universally inclusive. The decision determines the vocabulary. Step 2. Avoid dead vocatives. Dear listeners, is a vocative so worn out it no longer creates a relationship. Look for fresh vocatives. My accomplices, you who keep watch, fellow travelers. 113. Step 3. Also avoid clumsy vocatives. An inappropriate vocative can destroy authority. Calling a large audience of strangers my friends sounds false. Adapt to context. Step 4. Place strategically. A vocative at the very beginning of the speech installs the relationship for all that follows. A vocative in the middle recalls and reactivates the relationship. A vocative at the end of the speech can transform a call to action into a personal challenge. Step 5. Do not overuse. 3 or 4 vocatives in a 20-minute speech are enough. Beyond that, the vocative becomes a tick. 2.8.5 Risks of the vocative. The false vocative. You claim an intimacy the audience does not feel. My dear friends, before a hostile audience sounds false and can produce the opposite of the desired effect. The misplaced vocative. You use a vocative that does not correspond to the context. My brothers, in a purely professional context, can seem inappropriate. The dated vocative. Certain vocatives carry a temporal or cultural stamp. Citizens sounds French revolutionary. Brothers and sisters sounds African American. Comrades sounds trade unionist. Be aware of the historical coloring of your vocatives. The paternalistic vocative. You name the audience in a way that implies their inferiority. My dear children, before an adult audience. The audience perceives it immediately and closes. 114. 2.9. Concreteness. 2.9.1 Detail beats abstraction. Effective oratory avoids abstraction and privileges the concrete. This is a law with almost no exceptions. The concrete is immediately understood. The listener does not have to mentally translate. They see the image. The abstract requires a translation effort that slows reception and dilutes the effect. The concrete is memorable. We retain images, sensations, experience situations. We forget pure concepts. The concrete is universal. A well-chosen image speaks to all humans, whatever their level of education. An abstract concept only speaks to those who share the specialized vocabulary. That is why great orators rarely use conceptual language. They speak in images, in precise numbers, in particular situations. 115. 2.9.2 Sensory vocabulary. The concrete is built with sensory vocabulary. 5 senses, 5 registers. The visual. Colors, shapes, movements, lights and shadows. The day dawns. The colors of dawn, the red of the flag, the darkness before the storm. The auditory. Sounds, silences, voices, noises. The sound of bells, the silence before the cry, the trembling voice, the distant rumbling. The tactile. Textures, temperatures, weights, contacts. The cold of steel, the warmth of the sun, the weight of years, the hand that grips. The olfactory. Smells, perfumes, scents. Rarer in oratory than other senses, but powerful when used. The smell of earth after rain. The scent of warm bread. The gustatory. Flavors. Even rarer. The bitterness of defeat. The sweetness of return. Sensory vocabulary anchors the speech in the body. The listener no longer receives only through the intellect. They receive through all their senses. This fullness of reception multiplies the effect. 2.9.3 The concrete number. Numbers have particular power. A well-placed number is worth a long description. But not all numbers are equal. The distinction between concrete number and abstract number is crucial. 116. The concrete number is linked to a bodily or imaginable referent. 3 children. For Rose. 7 years in prison. 22 days without news. These numbers immediately summon a mental image. The abstract number is linked to a statistic without immediate referent. 1 million people. 20% of GDP. 300 million euros. These numbers slide off the listener, who has no mental handle to grasp them. To make an abstract number concrete, you can bring it back to a lived scale. Instead of saying 1 million people, say the equivalent of the city of Marseille. Instead of 300 million euros, say what taxpayers pay in 1 week. This translation transforms abstraction into sensation. The rule of 3 numbers. No more than 3 precise numbers in the same sentence. Beyond that, the listener saturates and retains none of them. One well-chosen number is worth 10 scattered ones. 2.9 point for the particular that universalizes. Central paradox of oratory. The more particular you are, the more universal you become. When you say children in suffering, you describe a category. Nobody recognizes themselves precisely. The image is blurred. When you say my 4 little children, you describe a singular situation. Every parent listening thinks of their own children. The singularity of your account awakens the singularity of each listener. The universalization effect occurs through multiple singularities that resonate. 117. This mechanic is central in King's speech. He does not speak of black people in general. He speaks of his 4 little children. The singular family detail allows every parent in the room to project themselves into their own family. To exploit this mechanic, do not describe categories, describe situations. Do not say today's youth, say my 12-year-old daughter. Do not say the world of work, say the Monday morning office at 9 o'clock. The more precise and personal the situation, the more it universalizes. 2.9.5 Building concreteness. To build effective concreteness. Step 1. Identify the abstraction to embody. What abstract concept do you want to transmit? Justice, freedom, hope, courage, disillusionment? Step 2. Find the concrete situation that embodies it. Look for a moment, a place, a person, an object that carries this abstract concept. The more precise, the better. Step 3. Describe with a sensory detail. Add a detail that mobilizes one of the 5 senses. A color, a sound, a texture, a smell, a taste. This detail brings the situation to life. Step 4. Let the listener conclude. You do not need to say, and that is why justice is important. The listener concludes on their own. Well-chosen concrete needs no explanation. 118. Step 5. Return to the concrete after inevitable abstractions. You will sometimes need to use an abstract concept. As soon as you do, return to the concrete in the next paragraph. The listener needs to breathe the concrete regularly. 2.9.6 The error of forced concreteness. Like all techniques, concreteness can be misused. Fictitious concreteness. You invent concrete details that correspond to nothing true. This little boy I saw yesterday in the street. If the audience senses you are inventing, the effect turns against you. Gratuitous concreteness. You add sensory details that carry nothing. The red of the chair he was sitting on. If the detail has no relation to what you want to say, it distracts rather than anchors. Overwhelming concreteness. You describe in such detail that you drown the message. 3 adjectives per noun, 5 specifications per scene. Concreteness becomes chatter. Untranslated concreteness. You use a cultural or personal referent your audience does not share. Concreteness only works if the audience has access to the image you evoke. The golden rule: 1 accurate concrete detail is worth 10 approximate ones. Be economical and precise. 119. 2.10 Performative identity. 2.10.1 Linguistic performativity. Performative identity rests on what language philosophers call performative speech acts. The term comes from the British philosopher John Austin, who showed that certain sentences do not describe the world. They change it by being uttered. When a president declares war, their words do not describe an already existing war, they create it. When a priest marries a couple, their words do not describe an already accomplished marriage, they realize it. When a judge pronounces a sentence, their words do not describe a pre-existing condemnation, they produce it. Performative identity in oratory functions the same way. You do not describe an already existing identity in the listener. You create one by the simple act of naming it. This mechanic is studied more deeply in Book 4. Here, it is approached as a pure technical tool, separate from its function in the T1, T4 sequence. 120. 2.10.2 Verb of being before verb of action. Essential distinction. Performative identity uses verbs of being, not verbs of action. You are courageous is performative. It names an identity. You can be courageous is non-performative. It describes a possibility. You should be courageous is non-performative. It prescribes a duty. Be courageous is imperative, not performative. It commands an act. Only the formulation with the verb of being poses the identity as a current fact. And only this formulation produces the performative effect. The listener, hearing themselves named, verifies inwardly and moves in the named direction. This grammatical nuance is subtle but decisive. Many orators believe they are transferring identities when they are merely prescribing actions. The result is radically different. 2.10.3 The Great Words That Elevate. Book 4 established 6 families of elevating words: combat, creation, transmission, belonging, service, vision. Here the specific mechanism of each family is deepened. 121. Words of combat. Elevate by recognizing the ordeal. When you name someone a fighter, you recognize that they faced something difficult and held on. This recognition elevates because it confirms the value of the ordeal. Words of creation. Elevate by legitimizing the new. When you name someone a creator, you legitimize the fact that they introduce into the world something that did not exist. This legitimization elevates because it validates a process that might have seemed illegitimate or presumptuous. Words of transmission. Elevate by inscription in a chain. When you name someone a transmitter, you inscribe them in a lineage that precedes and will follow them. This inscription elevates because it confers meaning on what they do beyond themselves. Words of belonging. Elevate by breaking isolation. When you name someone brother, sister, comrade, you tell them they are not alone. This breaking of isolation elevates because it restores the strength of community. Words of service. Elevate by the nobility of the gift. When you name someone servant or devoted, you recognize that their action is turned towards something greater than themselves. This recognition elevates because it confers a moral dignity on what might have seemed subordinate. Words of vision. Elevate by attribution of sight. When you name someone a visionary or a torchbearer, you recognize that they see what others do not yet see. This recognition elevates because it validates a perception that might have seemed marginal or mad. 122. The choice of word must correspond to the listener. You do not name someone a visionary who has manifested no particular perception. You do not name someone a fighter who has not crossed an ordeal. The accuracy of the nomination is what produces real performativity. 2.10 For the narrative identity. Beyond key words, performative identity can be built through a narrative. You do not directly name the identity. You tell the story from which it emerges. Example: 2 years ago, you started with nothing. You tried, you failed, you started over. Today you are here. This narrative, without explicitly using the word fighter, installs the fighting identity. Narrative identity has several advantages over direct nominal identity. First advantage, memory. An identity installed by a narrative is better retained than one installed by a word. The listener retains the story, which carries the identity. Second advantage, credibility. An identity word can seem flattering. A narrative that justifies the word cannot be suspected of flattery. The listener has seen the demonstration. Third advantage, flexibility. Narrative identity can integrate several dimensions. A word carries only one identity at a time. A narrative can carry fighter, creator, and transmitter simultaneously. Narrative identity requires more time than nominal identity, but anchors more deeply. 123. 2.10.5 Building performative identity. To build effective performative identity. Step 1. Identify what the listener has already manifested. You can only name an identity if it has a verifiable foundation. What traces of the targeted identity has the listener already given? Their mere presence at your speech can be an anchor point. Their life choices. Their visible commitments. Step 2. Choose between nominal and narrative. According to available time and the desired impact, you name directly or you narrate. Nominal is fast. Narrative is lasting. Step 3. Use the verb of being. Not you can be, not you should be, not be, you are. This is the only performative formulation. Step 4. Leave room for evolution. An overly rigid identity confines. Formulate the identity in a way that allows growth. Not, you are a hero, but you carry something heroic. Not, you are the savior, but you are among those who save. Step 5. Combine with a direction. An identity without direction remains floating. An identity with direction unfolds into action. After naming the identity, give the first step it implies. 124. 2.10.6 Combining identity with direction. The identity-direction pair is one of the most powerful in oratory. You name what the listener is and indicate where the one who is that goes. Standard structure. You are X. That is why you will Y. Example. You are a builder. That is why you will start this week, even imperfectly. Identity justifies direction. Direction concretizes identity. Both together produce an effect much more powerful than either taken separately. Without direction, identity remains theoretical. The listener thinks, I am that, without knowing what to do with it. Without identity, direction remains arbitrary. The listener thinks, why should I do that? Without having a foundation for committing. The coupling answers both questions simultaneously. Who I am, and therefore what I do. It is this coupling that distinguishes great mobilization speeches from simple calls to action. Calls to action ask for doing. Great speeches name what you are, and action follows from it. 125. Closing of Book 2. You now know the 10 canonical mechanics. The chiasm that reverses. Anaphora that accumulates. The ternary that anchors. Antithesis that polarizes. The directional metaphor that orients. Silence that amplifies. Tempo that transmits emotion. The vocative that addresses. Concreteness that embodies. Performative identity that transforms. None of these mechanics is new. They are all more than 2,000 years old. What this book has given you is a precise understanding of their neurocognitive functioning, practical rules for building them, and pitfalls to avoid. Do not seek to use all these mechanics in every speech. The great orator does not use 10 mechanics per paragraph. They use 2 or 3, perfectly executed, in the right place. Mastering a mechanic means being able to use it consciously when it is right, and being able to abstain from it when it is not. Mastery is not constant use, it is the right choice. Work on these mechanics for several months. 1 per week. On Monday, you choose a mechanic. You read it in this book. During the week, you seek to use it at least 3 times in your communications, oral or written. At the end of the week, you record or transcribe what you produced. You evaluate. 126. After 10 weeks, you will have practiced each mechanic at least once in real conditions. After 6 months, passing twice through each, they become an integral part of your tool set. From that moment, you are no longer someone learning oratory. You are someone who practices it. That is where the journey truly begins. 127. Embodiments SECONDPARTEMBODIMENTS. From masters to the gesture that makes rise. 128. Embodiments. 129. Book 3, Lineage of Masters. The Liberating Word, Integral Development. Analyses of Great Orators, from Antiquity to the Present. 130. Preamble. Books 1 and 2 gave you the physics and the mechanics. Book 4 gave you the practical art of making rise. Book V gave you your own voice. Book 3, which you begin now, gives you the examples. Not to be imitated, to be absorbed. Great orators are not models to copy. They are case studies that reveal how universal principles take form in singular contexts. When you study Pericles, you do not seek to become Pericles. You seek to understand how, at a precise moment in history, one man was able to transform collective grief in a civic mobilization through a single funeral oration. This understanding brings you a nuance that abstract principles cannot give you. Studying the masters has another interest. It takes you outside yourself. You have your own voice, yes, but this voice is enriched each time you encounter a voice radically different from yours. King teaches you something Mandela does not. Mandela teaches you something Lincoln does not. Lincoln teaches you something you would find nowhere else. The multiplicity of voices studied broadens your spectrum. 131. This book covers 25 centuries, from Pericles to Greta Thunberg. 8 sections, grouped by families. For each orator studied, you find the context, the pivot speech, the extracted technical mechanic, and the transferable lesson. Do not read this book in one sitting. Read one section at a time. Let each master settle in you before moving to the next. 132. 3.1. Antiquity. 3.1.1 Pericles. The funeral oration, 431 BCE. Context. Athens has been at war with Sparta for 1 year. The first dead are buried according to official rite. Custom requires that a prominent citizen deliver the funeral eulogy. Pericles is chosen. He is in his 50s, at the height of his influence. and knows he is speaking to a mourning city that could tip toward discouragement. The text is known to us only through Thucydides, who reports it in his History of the War. But Thucydides' version has such structural force that it is accepted as representative of what was said. Central mechanic. Pericles does not mourn the dead. He transforms their death into a justification for the city. The shift is very subtle. Instead of saying, "These men died to defend Athens," he says in substance, "These men died because they were worthy of Athens." The inversion is total. It is no longer the dead who owe their meaning to the city. It is the city that owes its meaning to the dead. 133. This inversion produces a precise effect on the audience. Bereaved families no longer mourn the loss of a son. They celebrate a son who manifested the greatness of which the city is capable. Personal grief becomes collective pride. The energy transforms. Pivot phrase. Pericles says, in substance, that the whole earth becomes the absolute density. Each word carries a distinct act. I came, I saw, I conquered. 3 verbs in the perfect tense, signaling the completion of the action. No complement, no adjective, no adverb. Nothing that dilutes. Almost total monosyllabicity. 6 syllables in Latin for 3 words. The phonetic compression amplifies the semantic compression. Perfect direction, a single vector from beginning to end. No backtracking, no nuance, no subordinate clause. The verbal straight line. Ternary rhythm, the 3-beat structure found in so many great formulas. 3 anchors. Alia jacta est. 3 words equally. The die is cast. Caesar pronounces them at the moment of crossing the Rubicon with his legions, an act that triggers the civil war. Different mechanic from Veni Vidi Vici, but equally powerful. It is the irreversible verbalized. By saying the die is cast, Caesar transforms a decision still theoretically reversible into accomplished reality. The word creates the fact. Transferable lesson. When you want to mark a tipping point, compress to the extreme. 3 words, no more. And choose verbs that leave no return possible. I begin. It's done. Let's go. This compression has a power that long explanations can never achieve. 135. 3.1.3 Cicero, the frontal attack. Context. Cicero is Roman consul in 63 BCE. Catiline, an ambitious senator, is preparing a conspiracy to overthrow the Republic. Cicero has evidence, but not yet enough to have him arrested. He convenes the Senate and delivers before Catiline himself the first Catilinarian oration. The audacity of the situation is rare. The orator publicly attacks someone who is in the room, who could retaliate, who still has full freedom. Pivot phrase. Cicero opens with a rhetorical question. How long, Catiline, will you abuse our patience? The question does several things simultaneously. It names the enemy publicly, without detour. Catiline is designated by name before the entire Senate. No dissimulation is possible any longer. It inscribes the debate in a collective chronology. How long implies it has gone on too long. The Senate is invited to measure the elapsed time. It addresses to Catiline directly the responsibility for the abuse, not to an abstract system. The question forces Catiline either to respond or to remain silent, and whatever choice he makes will be politically unfavorable. Central mechanic. The enemy vocative. When you publicly name the adversary instead of speaking about them in the third person, you strip away their concealment. You force them into the light. This is a major oratorical operation that transforms a muted conflict into open confrontation. 136. Transferable lesson. When a human problem in your environment remains fuzzy because no one dares to name it frontally, take the risk of naming it. Not in rage. With Cicero's precision. You say the name, you pose the question, you let the room judge. This ethical operation changes the balance of power. 3.1.4 Marcus Aurelius. The interior discourse. Particularity. Marcus Aurelius is Roman emperor in the 2nd century CE. He does not write for the public. His meditations are notes to himself, written in Greek, never intended to be read. And yet, this text became one of the great writings of humanity. What this reveals is essential. The most powerful word is not always the one addressed to others. Sometimes it is the one addressed to oneself. The inner voice structures the being, and it is from this structure that authentic public speech is born. Central mechanic. Marcus Aurelius uses the second person to address himself. He does not say, I must. He says, you must. This distancing allows the emperor to govern himself with the same authority with which he governs the empire. The self that speaks and the self that listens are distinct in grammar, which creates the space for free decision. A typical phrase, you can begin your life again, see things again as you saw them. This short phrase produces liberation in several stages. It affirms possibility. It suspends the fatality of the past. It invites a precise act, to see again. It poses that life is not a line, but a series of possible restarts. 137. Transferable lesson. Before speaking publicly on a subject, speak to yourself about that subject. Write to yourself, in the second person, what you need to hear. You will discover that what you tell yourself when you speak to yourself with authority is what you will need to say to others. Authentic public speech is the externalization of a well-held inner speech. 138. 3.2. Faith and the spiritual. 3.2.1 Jesus, the subversion of religious language. Context. The 1st century CE. Palestine is under Roman occupation. Jesus is an itinerant preacher who gathers crowds by his speech. The Gospels, written after his death, transmit his discourses in a form that remains one of the most powerful in history. The Sermon on the Mount. The Beatitudes open this famous discourse with an anaphora that inverts the expected social order. Blessed are the poor in spirit, he says. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are the meek. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for justice. The anaphora, blessed, is used 8 consecutive times, depending on the version. Each repetition poses a counterintuitive affirmation. In a culture that celebrates wealth, power, and victory, Jesus declares blessed exactly those whom society considers losers. The inversion is total. 139. Central mechanic. The anaphora that reverses. When you repeat blessed 8 times, you install a rhythm. And within this rhythm, you can pass content that, said once, would seem shocking. Repetition normalizes. By the 8th occurrence, the listener is no longer fighting the idea. They have integrated it. Rise up and walk. For words. Addressed to a paralytic according to the Gospels. The mechanic is that of absolute permission combined with immediate direction. First word, rise up. Verb of action, imperative mode, vertical direction. No preparation, no justification, no progression. The command is total. Second element, and walk. Additive connector, second imperative, horizontal direction. The second verb completes the first. Once upright, one must advance. Verticality alone is not enough. For words, 2 directions, 1 liberation. Transferable lesson. When someone is frozen in an impossibility they believe insurmountable, speak to them in 4 words or fewer. Maximum density is what can pierce the conviction of impossibility. Long arguments do not pierce. They often reinforce the conviction of the blockage. A short, imperative formula that presupposes capacity can produce the click. 140. 3.2.2 Buddha, the quaternary structure. Context. 5 centuries before Christ, in India, Siddhartha Gautama, a prince who renounced his palace, formulates what will be called the 4 Noble Truths. This formulation becomes the basis of all Buddhist teaching. Structure. First truth, suffering exists. Second truth, suffering has a cause. Third truth, suffering can cease. Fourth truth, there is a path to make suffering cease. This structure is not mystical, it is diagnostic. Like a doctor who identifies a disease, finds its cause, affirms its curability, and prescribes a treatment. Spiritual speech borrowed from medical grammar. Central mechanic. The quaternary diagnostic cause-outcome path structure is one of the most powerful for addressing any human pain publicly. You do not settle for acknowledging. You build a complete mental journey from recognition to resolution. If you name only the problem, step 1, you leave the listener powerless. If you name problem and cause, steps 1 to 2, you give an explanation but no hope. If you name problem, cause, and possibility of resolution, steps 1 to 3, you give hope but not the means. Only the complete sequence, through the 4th step, produces mobilization. 141. Transferable lesson. When you build a speech addressing a collective difficulty, never stop at observation. Go to the 4th step. Give the path. The complete sequence is 1,000 times more mobilizing than the first three alone. 3.2.3 St. Paul, the collapse. Context: 1st century. Paul writes to the Christians of Corinth. The passage called the Hymn to Charity is a text that will be read for 2,000 years in religious ceremonies and beyond. Mechanic: Paul builds a conditional anaphora that collapses. He begins by mortgaging the greatest possible qualities. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, though I have knowledge of all mysteries, though I have a faith that moves mountains, though I distribute all my goods, though I give my body to the flames. Each conditional poses a pinnacle, the highest speech, the deepest knowledge, the most powerful faith, the most extreme generosity, the ultimate sacrifice. Then the fall. All of this, says Paul, is nothing without charity. The structure produces a vertigo. The listener has been elevated by 5 successive pinnacles and is precipitated into the void by the conclusion. 142. Why it works. Maximum contrast. The higher you climb in the enumeration, the more effective the fall. If Paul had begun with modest things to go toward great ones, the fall would have produced nothing. By beginning with pinnacles, he prepares a spectacular landing. Transferable lesson. To convey a message whose importance surpasses appearances, first build what seems important, then devalue it by contrast with what is truly important. The technique requires courage because it begins by valorizing what will then be relativized. But it is this initial generosity that makes the relativization acceptable and memorable. 3.2.4 Vivekananda, the greeting that opens everything. Context: Chicago, 1893. The World Parliament of Religions is held at the World's Fair. Swami Vivekananda, an unknown Hindu monk, is invited to speak. He takes the stage before thousands of Americans who have never seen an Indian religious figure. Mechanic. His first words are a greeting, "Sisters and Brothers of America." 5 words that immediately produce a 3-minute ovation in the room. What happened in those 5 words is revealing. To an audience expecting a formal discourse, a foreigner, a respectful distance, Vivekananda offers the opposite. He includes sisters, brothers. The familial terminology transcends religions, nations, races. 143. The word sisters placed first is particularly significant. At a time when women were only beginning to access public space, naming sisters before brothers was an implicit political act. Vivekananda recognized women as the primary recipients of his speech. Why it works. The accurate unexpected. The audience expected something else and received something better. This positive surprise produces the emotional momentum that leads to the ovation. Transferable lesson. Your first words are disproportionately important. Invest in your openings far more than in your developments. 5 accurate words at the opening can do the work that 5 minutes never will. And do not fear the gap between what is expected and what you say. It is in this gap that memorability lodges. 144. 3.3 Modern Western Politics. 3.3.1 Lincoln, Gettysburg, or Historical Compression. Context: November 19, 1863. Ceremony of dedication of a national cemetery at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where a decisive battle of the Civil War was fought 4 months earlier. The main speech at the ceremony lasts 2 hours, delivered by Edward Everett, a famous orator of the era. Lincoln comes next. He speaks 2 minutes, 272 words. The main orator will be forgotten. The 2-minute speech became one of the most studied texts in American history. Structure. Lincoln begins by establishing the origin. 47 years ago, the Founding Fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation. He poses the current war as a test of that nation. He dedicates the cemetery. He transfers to the living the responsibility of the unfinished work. He ends with the formula that will remain: a government of the people, by the people, for the people. 145. Central mechanic. The prepositional ternary. 3 different prepositions, of, by, for, applied to the same noun, the people. This structure produces several simultaneous effects. It compresses 3 distinct definitions of popular sovereignty into a single formula. The government belongs to the people, of. It is exercised by the people, by. It exists for the people, for. No other formulation this short could say so much. It uses prepositional variation to avoid flat repetition. Lincoln could have said, "of the people," 3 times, but the variation creates a richer rhythm. It ends with "for the people," the finalist preposition. The movement goes from belonging to exercise to finality. It is a logical rise toward the decisive argument. Why the entire speech works. Lincoln transforms a cemetery into a political program without ever seeming to exploit the dead. The transition is made through a reversal. We cannot dedicate. We cannot consecrate this place, because those who died here have already consecrated it through their sacrifice. So our role lies elsewhere. Our role is to continue what they died for. Consecration is no longer ritual, it becomes mission. Transferable lesson. If you must speak in a situation of grief or commemoration, do not stay in consecration. Find a transition that transforms tribute into program. But operate this transition with respect, through a reversal that honors the departed, not one that uses them. 146. 3.3.2 Lincoln, Second Inaugural, or Magnanimity. Context. March 1865. Lincoln begins his second term. The Civil War is almost won by the North. He could have delivered a speech of triumph. He chose otherwise. Mechanic. The speech is short, about 700 words. It refuses triumphalism. It refuses the humiliation of the adversary. It proposes instead the magnanimity of the victor. The pivot phrase of the speech calls for malice toward none, charity toward all, working to finish the undertaking. 3 movements in a single sequence. Refusal of resentment, opening to the defeated enemies, return to the common task. Why it works. The ethical surprise effect. A victor who speaks this way disarms the adversary and elevates the audience. The North, in the room, probably did not listen to this with enthusiasm. Many would have preferred to hear the enemy humiliated. But in the long term, it is this magnanimity that contributed to making Reconstruction possible. Lincoln was assassinated 42 days after this speech. The magnanimity he called for was not fully followed by his successors. But the text remains as testimony of what a successful Reconstruction could have been. Transferable lesson. When you are in a dominant position after a conflict, the temptation is to mark your victory. This is almost always a long-term strategic error. The magnanimity of the victor produces stability. The humiliation of the defeated produces resentment. This principle applies to political, professional, and family conflicts. Choose magnanimity when you can afford it. 147. 3.3.3 Churchill, Blood, Toil, Tears, and Sweat. Context. May 13, 1940. Churchill has just been named Prime Minister. France is falling. Britain stands alone against Nazi Germany dominating the continent. He addresses the House of Commons for his first speech as head of government. Mechanic. Instead of promising victory or minimizing the danger, Churchill does the opposite. He promises effort. He says he has nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. For concrete physical words to describe what awaits the nation. This negative promise produces a paradoxical effect. By refusing to lie about the price, Churchill installs maximum trust. The audience senses they are dealing with someone who tells the truth even when it is hard. This trust is the basis upon which the rest of the resistance can be built. The physical quaternary. For words, for bodily reference. Blood, possible death. Toil, muscular effort. Tears, emotional suffering. Sweat, prolonged effort. No abstract word. Everything is body. 148. This is a central lesson from Book I. Physical concreteness beats conceptual abstraction. Churchill could have said, "You will have to consent to great sacrifices and show courage." No one would have remembered it. For physical words remain 80 years later. Transferable lesson. When you must announce a difficult reality, do not code it. And use physical words, not conceptual ones. Hard truth told with concrete words creates trust. Hard truth wrapped in abstractions creates suspicion. 3.3.4 Churchill, we shall fight on the beaches. Context. June 4, 1940. Evacuation of Dunkirk just completed. The situation is desperate. Churchill must prepare the nation for a possible invasion. Mechanic. The anaphora, "we shall fight," is repeated 6 times in a few sentences, each time with a different location. On the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields, in the streets, in the hills. The geographic crescendo goes from the coast to the depths of the country. This structure produces several simultaneous effects. The anaphora, "we shall fight," installs resolve as evidence. It is not argued, it is repeated. Repetition becomes certainty. The variation of places draws a mental map of the resistance. The listener, hearing these 6 places, visualizes the entire territory mobilized. Resistance is no longer an idea, it becomes a geography. The progression from coast to depths builds a narrative. If the enemy advances, we retreat fighting. The entire territory will be contested. Nothing will be abandoned freely. 149. The monosyllabic closing. The passage ends with "we shall never surrender." 5 words, 5 syllables, for monosyllables. After the long geographical anaphora, this short, dense ending seals the commitment. Transferable lesson. When you want to install a collective resolve, do not argue. Repeat. Choose a short formula and use it as a refrain, varying what surrounds it. Repetition is not a writing defect. It is the primary tool for transforming an idea into shared certainty. 3.3.5 De Gaulle, the June 18, 1940 appeal. Context: June 1940. France has just signed the armistice. Marshal Pétain capitulates. De Gaulle, an isolated general, refugee in London, delivers on BBC radio an appeal to continue the fight. Most French people will not hear it. British radio remains rare in France. But the text will become the foundation of Free France. 150. Central mechanic. A subtle lexical distinction. De Gaulle says that France has lost a battle, but that France has not lost the war. The difference between battle and war seems thin, but it opens up the entire space of resistance. This distinction has several virtues. It acknowledges reality. The military defeat is real, and denying it would destroy all credibility. But it refuses fatality. The defeat of a battle does not mean the defeat of the war. The war is longer. Other battles will come. The anaphora of France, repeated several times in the passage, centers everything around the national name. De Gaulle does not say "we," he says "France." This objectification produces 2 effects. It transcends the speaker. It is not an exiled general speaking, it is France itself. And it universalizes. Every French person can inscribe themselves in this France that resists. Transferable lesson. When everything seems lost, look for the lexical distinction that reopens the space. A battle is not a war. A failure is not a destiny. A situation is not an identity. This verbal precision, which seems minor, can reverse the feeling of powerlessness. 3.3.6 De Gaulle. I have understood you. Context: June 4, 1958. De Gaulle has just returned to power. The chiasm also produces a powerful mnemonic effect. The symmetry facilitates memorization. The sentence has become so famous that it eclipsed all the rest of the speech, which was nevertheless remarkable. The commitment anaphora. In another part of the speech, Kennedy enumerates what America is prepared to do to defend freedom: pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe. 5 commitments in cascade, each introduced by any. The anaphora installs the absolute. 153. Transferable lesson. The chiasm is the densest figure of style for producing a memorable reversal. When you want to change your audience's perspective, look for the ABBA structure. The sentence that results engraves itself in memory and continues to work long after the speech. 3.3.8 Kennedy. Ich bin ein Berliner, 1963. Context: June 26, 1963. Kennedy is visiting West Berlin 2 years after the construction of the wall. The city is divided. Germany too. Kennedy addresses an immense crowd before the wall. Mechanic. In the middle of his speech, Kennedy pronounces a sentence in German. Ich bin ein Berliner. I am a Berliner. For words, in the audience's language, by the president of another country. The effect is immediate and lasting. Why it works? The audience's language, even used briefly, produces an emotional recognition that no translation can achieve. When the American president speaks German to Berliners, he says physically, through his language, that he belongs to them for this moment. The sentence is not merely informative, it is performative. Identifying as a Berliner also transforms abstract solidarity into concrete belonging. Kennedy could have said, "America supports Berlin." The effect would have been 100 times lesser. By declaring himself a Berliner, He stakes his own identity for the city. 154. Transferable lesson. When you speak to an audience that has its own culture, its own language, its own internal vocabulary, take at least a few words from their register. Not for local color. To signal that you are on their side, not as an outside observer. 3 or 4 well-placed words produce a belonging that no long speech can create. 3.3.9 Reagan. Tear down this wall, 1987. Context. June 12, 1987. Reagan is visiting West Berlin. The wall is still there. Gorbachev has been in power in the USSR for 2 years, with an opening policy. Reagan, before the Brandenburg Gate, delivers a direct challenge. Mechanic. Reagan does not talk about the wall. He talks to Gorbachev. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The vocative is nominative and frontal. Not, Mr. Secretary General, not you. The proper name. This direct nomination transforms the speech into a personal challenge. The imperative, tear down, is physical and brutal. Not open, not reform, not consider. Tear down. The verb summons the image of concrete demolition. The object, this wall, is designated by this. This wall, the one here, before us. The deixis transforms political abstraction into shared physical presence. 155. Why it works. Audacity named publicly. Reagan could have said similar things in diplomatic terms. He chose frontal public confrontation. This audacity transforms a political speech into a historical event. 2.5 years later, the wall falls. Reagan did not cause the fall of the wall. The geopolitical forces were already at work, but his sentence contributed to fixing a shared mental horizon. The wall, declared tearable down publicly, could no longer hold mentally for long before ceasing to hold materially. Transferable lesson. Naming an obstacle publicly, designating the person who can remove it, is a powerful oratorical form. Use it with discernment. You cannot do this every day, or you empty the effect. But at decisive moments, nominal challenge produces what circumlocution can never produce. 3.3.10 Reagan. Challenger, 1986. Context. January 28, 1986. The Space Shuttle Challenger explodes after launch, killing the 7 crew members. Reagan was to deliver the State of the Union speech that evening. He postpones it. He addresses the nation to speak of the tragedy. Mechanic. At the end of the speech, Reagan borrows from a young poet who died in military service, John McGee, a formula that describes the dead astronauts as having slipped the surly bonds of Earth to touch the face of God. 156. The poetic borrowing is deliberate here. In a moment of national grief, political prose is not enough. An elevation that only poetry allows is needed. Reagan does not cite McGee as a scholarly reference. He borrows him to transport grief beyond the factual. The image itself is powerful. The astronauts touched the face of God. They were not destroyed. They went higher. The failed space movement transforms into a successful metaphysical ascension. Transferable lesson. In moments of grief and tragedy, poetry can do what prose cannot. If you sense that a moment exceeds the capacities of ordinary language, do not hesitate to borrow from a poet, a song, a sacred text. The borrowing is not a weakness. It is the recognition that certain moments demand a register you did not invent. 3.3.11 Thatcher. The Ladies Not for Turning, 1980. Context. October 1980. Margaret Thatcher has been Prime Minister for 18 months. Her radical economic policy produces unemployment and resistance. Many, including in her own party, ask her to reverse course. She addresses the Conservative Conference. Mechanic. Thatcher says that to those who are waiting with bated breath for that favorite media catchphrase, the U-turn, she has only one thing to say: the ladies not for turning. 157. The sentence is a wordplay on a famous 1950s play, The Ladies Not for Burning. Thatcher replaces burning with turning. The effect is double: the cultural dimension recognized by the informed audience and the direct political meaning for all. The identity affirmed through derision of the expected reversal is what transforms the sentence into myth. Thatcher does not merely say she will not reverse course. She makes this firmness her public identity. She officially becomes the Iron Lady in this sentence. Transferable lesson. When expected to reverse a difficult position, and you are certain of that position, Do not merely maintain it. Affirm it publicly with a memorable stylistic touch. Assumed firmness becomes myth. Discreet firmness becomes invisible. 3.3.12 Theodore Roosevelt, The Man in the Arena, 1910. Context: April 1910. Roosevelt is no longer president. He left power a year earlier. He is at the Sorbonne in Paris for a speech on Republican citizenship. The passage that will remain has become one of the most cited in American oratory. Mechanic: Roosevelt builds a comparison between the critic and the one who acts. The critic does not count, he says in substance. The man who counts is the one who descends into the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, who strives, who fails, who starts over. 158. The arena image is central. It evokes the Roman circus games, but it also summons all sport, all confrontation, all combat. Whoever acts is in the arena. The others are spectators. The opposition critic versus actor is sharp. The critic comments, the actor acts. The critic knows, the actor tries. The critic points out faults, the actor exhausts themselves in the task. The moral hierarchy is clear. The actor, even imperfect, is superior to the critic, even brilliant. Transferable lesson. A single well-constructed image can carry an entire speech. Instead of multiplying arguments, find a strong image and develop it. The critic and the arena, opposed in the listener's imagination, do the work that 5 paragraphs of argumentation could not have done. Economize images. Use one, truly powerful, rather than half a dozen weak ones. 3.3.13 Zelensky, The Presidential Selfie, February 25, 2022. Context: Night of February 24th to 25th, 2022. Russia has invaded Ukraine the day before. Kyiv is under threat. Russian services and Western media spread rumors about Zelensky's flight. In the morning, he publishes a video filmed on a smartphone in the streets of Kyiv with his ministers around him. 1 minute, one simple message. Mechanic: We are here. We do not surrender. 159. 6 words in Ukrainian, immediately translated into several languages by the media. Density is maximum. No rhetoric, no circumlocution, no poetry. The simple indicative present, the first-person plural, the direct affirmation. But the mechanic of the message does not reside only in the words. It resides in the entire composition. The location, Kyiv, identifiable. The format, vertical, smartphone. The team, visible around him. The moment, the critical night. In the visual era, staging is part of the speech. The presidential selfie is not a speech that happened to have images. It is a speech whose images are an essential component. Transferable lesson. In contemporary contexts, prepare the visual dimension of your speeches with as much care as the verbal dimension. The place, the decor, the visible persons, the technical format. All of this counts. A good phrase poorly staged loses half its power. A good phrase well staged doubles it. 3.3.14 Zelensky, United States Congress, March 2022. Context: March 16, 2022. Zelensky addresses the United States Congress by video conference. Ukraine has been fighting for 3 weeks. He seeks the armed support of the United States. Mechanic: Zelensky opens with a quote from Martin Luther King. I have a dream, he says. Those words are known to each of you. 160. The entry through the audience's culture is a brilliant strategy. Zelensky does not begin by speaking about Ukraine. He begins by summoning American memory. He establishes shared cultural ground before pleading his cause. This technique transforms the request into evidence. If Americans recognize themselves in King, and if Zelensky recognizes himself in King, then Americans and Ukrainians are connected by the same dream. The request for help becomes not a foreign transaction, but a fidelity to a common ideal. Transferable lesson. To enter an audience that is not yours, enter through its own culture. Cite its own heroes. Summon its own memories. This prior traversal installs the legitimacy of your presence before you even plead your cause. It is an initial investment that pays on everything else in the speech. 161. 3.4. Justice and Liberation. 3.4.1 Frederick Douglass. What to the Slave is the 4th of July, 1852. Context: July 5, 1852. Frederick Douglass, a former slave who became an intellectual and activist, is invited to deliver a speech for the American national holiday, the 4th of July. He accepts, but delays his intervention to July 5th. And he poses a question that turns the occasion against itself. Mechanic. Douglas does not refuse the American holiday. He takes it seriously. But he poses the slave's question, what is the 4th of July to the slave? And the answer he develops is terrible. For the slave, the 4th of July is a holiday that excludes, a celebration of freedom that maintains their slavery, a collective lie called patriotism. 162. The structure is that of the frame reversal. Douglas uses the legitimacy of the American holiday, celebration of freedom, to demonstrate its inauthenticity as long as slavery exists. He does not fight the 4th of July. He confronts it with itself. Why it works? The reversed frame is more powerful than the destroyed frame. If Douglas had said, your holiday is a lie, he would have been rejected. By saying, your holiday celebrates freedom, and that is why it indicts slavery, he forces his listeners to choose between their holiday and their slavery. The two are no longer compatible. Transferable lesson. When you must criticize an institution, a tradition, a consensus, do not destroy it frontally. Take it seriously and use its own logic to reveal its contradictions. This is the hardest criticism to dodge because it does not attack from outside. It reveals from within. 3.4.2 Sojourner Truth. Ain't I a Woman? 1851. Context. May 1851. Women's Rights Convention in Akron, Ohio. Sojourner Truth, a former slave, can neither read nor write. She speaks spontaneously after several male orators have denied women's political rights in the name of their supposed fragility. Mechanic. Truth repeats the question, ain't I a woman? After each enumeration of what she has done. She plowed fields, planted, harvested, as much as a man. Ain't I a woman? She bore 13 children and saw most of them sold into slavery. Ain't I a woman? 163. The repetition transforms the question into evidence. With each, ain't I a woman? The argument of feminine fragility collapses a little further. Truth demonstrates, through her very body, that supposed weakness is not a characteristic of gender. It is a fiction designed to exclude white women from power while exploiting black women in every way possible. Why it works? The absence of learned rhetoric. Truth does not know the rhetoric of the schools. She speaks of her body, her experience, without detour. This raw authenticity is what gives the speech its power. Trained orators can achieve the beauty of form. Truth achieves the nakedness of testimony. Transferable lesson. Authority does not need to come from rhetorical training. It can come from pure experience, expressed without embellishment. If you have lived what you speak of, that lived experience itself is your authority. You do not need to dress it up. On the contrary, rhetorical dressing can dilute the authority of lived experience. 164. 3.4.3 Martin Luther King. I Have a Dream, 1963. Context. August 28, 1963. March on Washington for Civil Rights. 250,000 people gathered before the Lincoln Memorial. King must conclude a long day of speeches. Mechanic. The best-known part of the speech is the anaphora, I have a dream that, repeated 8 consecutive times in the final passage. Each repetition introduces a concrete vision of a changed future. The visions are never abstract. King does not say, I have a dream of equality. He says, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. The familial precision, 4 little children, and the concrete opposition, skin versus character, produce an immediate mental image. The I have a dream anaphora itself has a history. King did not have it in his prepared text. It was the singer Mahalia Jackson, standing behind him, who reportedly called out, tell them about the dream, Martin. And King improvised. This improvisation, which became one of the most famous passages of the 20th century, illustrates that the greatest oratorical moments often occur in the instant, when presence to the audience surpasses the prepared text. The triple ending. The speech ends with free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. The triple repetition of free at last transforms the affirmation of freedom into an embodiment of freedom. Saying 3 times free at last produces the effect of a freedom unfolding before our eyes. 165. Transferable lesson. Detailed concreteness beats noble abstraction. Instead of equality, say my 4 little children judged by the content of their character. Instead of freedom, say free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. The embodied detail is what touches. Noble abstraction slides. 3.4.4 King. Letter from Birmingham Jail, 1963. Context: April 1963. King is in prison in Birmingham, Alabama, for having participated in nonviolent demonstrations. 8 local white pastors publish a letter urging him to patience, to not disturb the social order. King responds from his cell, writing on the margins of newspapers for lack of other paper. Mechanic. Though not a speech, but a letter, the text mobilizes the same oratorical principles. King responds to the call for patience with a formula that will remain: justice too long delayed is justice denied. The semantic inversion, delaying equals denying, disarms the argument of one must wait. Time is not neutral. Time is an actor. Delaying justice is not a prudent position. It is an active position on the side of injustice. Transferable lesson. When asked to wait, to be patient, to let things unfold at their own pace, do not combat patience as such. Demonstrate that time itself is an actor in the conflict. The status quo is not neutral, it is an active position. This redefinition of time transforms the entire debate. 166. 3.4.5 Malcolm X. The Ballot or the Bullet, 1964. Context: April 1964. Malcolm X has just left the Nation of Islam. He repositions politically. He delivers in Cleveland a speech that becomes one of the most cited in the radical black movement. Mechanic. The title itself is the argument. The ballot or the bullet. Frontal binary antithesis. If the legitimate political avenue, the ballot, is barred to black Americans, only violence, the bullet, remains. This antithesis has a virtue and a risk. The virtue, it clarifies. It forces the white political system to recognize that the continual denial of effective civil rights leads to one alternative only: violence. The choice is not between patience and agitation. It is between political inclusion and violent eruption. The risk, it can be interpreted as a call to violence. Malcolm X nuances it in the development, but the title alone, if it circulates in isolation, functions as a threat. Why it still works. Sometimes hard edges open spaces that nuance cannot open. Malcolm X and King, tactically opposed, were strategically complementary. King produced the appeal to moral conscience. Malcolm produced the appeal to strategic fear. Together, they made the status quo untenable. Transferable lesson. The hard binary has its place in oratory, not as a constant position, as a punctual tool. When a system persistently refuses to move despite all nuanced appeals, the sharp affirmation of a binary alternative can be what breaks the impasse. Use it with discernment and awareness of the risks. 167. 3.4.6 Mandela. I am prepared to die, 1964. Context: April 20th, 1964. Rivonia trial. Nelson Mandela is tried for sabotage and attempted overthrow of the apartheid government. The death penalty is possible. Instead of pleading his cause, he delivers a speech lasting more than 3 hours, in which he explains his vision of a non-racial South Africa. Central mechanic. The speech ends with a sentence that engages existence itself. Mandela says he has cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society, in which all would live together in harmony with equal opportunities, that he has lived and fought for this ideal, and that if need be, it is an ideal for which he is prepared to die. The total existential commitment changes the nature of everything that precedes. Mandela is no longer an accused defending himself. He is a witness bearing witness. He is no longer trying to avoid condemnation. He accepts possible death and uses the trial as a platform. This inversion produces a paradoxical judicial effect. The judges, faced with someone who is not pleading for their life, are in a very uncomfortable moral position. To sentence to death a man who has publicly accepted dying for his ideal is to confirm the nobility of that ideal. The court, in avoiding the death penalty, may have recognized this dimension. 168. The weight of what one is prepared to pay. Mandela demonstrates through this sentence a fundamental oratorical principle. The weight of what you say is proportional to what you are prepared to pay for saying it. Someone who speaks for free, without personal risk, does not carry the same weight as someone who stakes their existence. It is not only the content that counts, it is also the personal stakes underlying it. Transferable lesson. This does not mean one must risk one's life to speak with weight. It means the question, what am I prepared to pay for what I say, is an essential oratorical question. The more you engage something of yourself in your speech, time, reputation, comfort, position, the more your speech carries. Conversely, a speech that costs you nothing personally slides off listeners. 3.4.7 Mandela, Inaugural Address, 1994. Context: May 10, 1994. Mandela is sworn in as President of South Africa, after spending 27 years in prison. The post-apartheid transition begins. Mechanic. In his speech, Mandela indirectly quotes Marianne Williamson, mentioning that our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate, but that we are powerful beyond measure. This quote, in the mouth of the man who exits 27 years of prison to become president, takes on a particular dimension. The collective permission to be powerful is offered by the one who demonstrated that one can resist the most systematic dehumanization without losing one's inner power. 169. Why permission by authority works. Mandela does not ask South Africans to become powerful. He authorizes them to be so. The difference is crucial. Asking supposes the power is still to be conquered. Authorizing supposes it is already there, and that it is only a matter of deploying it. This permission has particular power when it comes from someone who paid an immense price to conquer it themselves. If Mandela can be powerful after 27 years in prison, then any South African can be so after any ordeal. The authority of the permission comes from the journey of the giver. Transferable lesson. When you give permission to your audience, the authority of this permission comes from what you yourself have traversed. The heavier your path, the lighter your permission for others. That is why survivors are often the best liberators. They have paid for the right to give permission. 3.4.8 Gandhi, Quit India, 1942. Context: August 8, 1942. India is becoming the central theater of nonviolent resistance against the British Empire. Gandhi launches the Quit India movement, demanding the immediate departure of the British. Mechanic. Gandhi's central formula is compressed into 3 words: do or die. The ultimatum is not addressed to the British. It is addressed to the Indians themselves. 170. This inversion is essential. Gandhi does not threaten the adversary. He engages the fighter. The fight is not external. It is first internal. The question is to choose, individually and collectively, between effective action for liberation and the symbolic death of continued acceptance. The density of do or die, 3 words, 2 opposing verbs, a single binary connector, produces the effect of an existential equation. No third option. No gray. No trying. Do or die. The force of the weak, well said. Gandhi also demonstrated that nonviolence, expressed with force and constancy, can surpass violence expressed without clear direction. The force of the weak, well said, exceeds the force of the strong, poorly said. Gandhi did not fight the British Empire with weapons. He fought it with words, marches, refusals, silences. And he won. Transferable lesson. 3 binary words, at a decisive moment, can transform an entire movement. Not a long explanation. 3 words that pose the absolute alternative. Reserve this technique for moments when the situation is truly binary. If you abuse it, you lose its power. If you use it at the right moment, you produce a historical effect. 3.4.9 Robert F. Kennedy, Indianapolis, April 4, 1968. Context: April 4, 1968. Martin Luther King has just been assassinated in Memphis. Robert F. Kennedy must deliver a campaign speech in Indianapolis before a largely black crowd that does not yet know King is dead. Kennedy learns the news just before taking the podium. He decides to announce King's death himself to this crowd. 171. Mechanic. The speech is entirely improvised. No notes. Kennedy speaks for 5 minutes, standing on a pickup truck before a potentially explosive crowd. He announces the death. He acknowledges the anger. He speaks of the difficulty black people will have in not wanting revenge against white people. Then he does something unexpected. He evokes his own brother, John Kennedy, assassinated 5 years earlier. He says he knows what it is to lose a loved one to a white man. This personal confession, in a moment when Kennedy was politically a white man speaking to angry black people, changes everything. He is no longer a politician. He is a man who has known the same loss. The racial barrier dissolves for a few minutes. Then he quotes Aeschylus from memory, a passage about pain that falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. Why it works. Internalized culture becomes a resource in crisis. Kennedy does not read Aeschylus. He quotes him from memory because he read and reread him during his personal grief. The quote is not scholarly, it is lived. Indianapolis did not experience rioting that night. 91 other American cities did. Kennedy's improvised speech contributed to preventing violence in that city. It is one of the most documented cases of a speech that produced an immediate concrete political effect. 172. Transferable lesson. To be able to speak in crisis, you must have absorbed the relevant culture before the crisis. If Kennedy had not read Aeschylus during his grief, he could not have cited him that evening. Read abundantly, deeply, what speaks to you. Not to use it one day, but because one day, perhaps, in a crucial moment, you will need exactly what you read now. 3.4.10 Elie Wiesel, Nobel Lecture, 1986. Context: December 10, 1986. Elie Wiesel, survivor of Auschwitz and Buchenwald, receives the Nobel Peace Prize. He delivers a speech that establishes a universal obligation of solidarity with the persecuted. Mechanic. Wiesel builds an anaphora of universal solidarity. Whenever men and women are persecuted because of their race, their religion, or their political views, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe. The anaphora, wherever, universalizes. Persecution has no borders. Solidarity must have none either. The image of this center of the universe is powerful. It inverts the periphery into the center. What happens far from us, far from our daily preoccupations, becomes the essential, the local and the distant exchange places. 173. The lesson of the witness. Wiesel gives another lesson in this speech, more subtle. He says the opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. The opposite of beauty is not ugliness, but indifference. The opposite of life is not death, but indifference. This triple structure produces a conceptual displacement. The enemy of humanity is not another human, even hateful or ugly. The enemy is detachment, avoidance, the refusal to see. Transferable lesson. The witness of the worst often has the most precious word for the best. If you have traversed a significant difficulty, do not lock it in discreet silence. What you have learned can serve others, not by imposing yourself as an example, but by simply testifying to what happened and what you understood from it. Authentic testimony has an authority that nothing else can achieve. 174. 3.5. Business and Tech Vision. 3.5.1 Steve Jobs, Stanford 2005. Context: June 12, 2005. Jobs, who learned a few months earlier that he has pancreatic cancer, delivers the commencement address at Stanford. He is 50. He has already built Apple, been kicked out of Apple, founded Next and Pixar, and returned to Apple. He has 6 years left to live, but does not know it with certainty. Structure. Jobs builds his speech around 3 personal stories. How to connect the dots. How love and loss meet. How death teaches life. The structural ternary is not an aesthetic choice. It is a discipline. 3 stories, and that is all. No fourth to complete. No final overview. No recapitulation. 3 stories, and the closing. 175. The famous closing. Jobs ends with stay hungry. Stay foolish. For words, 2 imperatives, 1 structural parallelism. Analysis of this closing merits attention. Stay hungry inverts conventional wisdom that valorizes satiety. Hunger, in this formulation, is what drives one to continue. Stay foolish also inverts conventional wisdom that valorizes prudence. Foolishness, here, is what allows one to try what the reasonable would not try. The 2 imperatives combined pose a paradoxical identity. The one who succeeds is not the one who becomes wise and satiated. It is the one who stays hungry and foolish. The apparent contradiction with success norms produces memorability. Why the personal narrative works. Jobs does not make general recommendations. He tells his own lie. Why it works. The expectation deceived in the right direction. The audience expects to see 3 products. They receive something better, a single product that combines them. Positive surprise produces memorization, and memorization produces word of mouth that multiplies impact. Transferable lesson. When you present something innovative, take time to build anticipation before the revelation. Pose the elements separately. Let the listener imagine. Then collapse their anticipation with a superior revelation. This technique transforms a product into a moment. 177. 3.5.3 Elon Musk, multiplanetary humanity. Context. Musk has been speaking of Mars since the early 2000s. His central thesis: humanity must become multiplanetary to ensure its long-term survival. This thesis, presented in conferences, interviews, tweets, structures all his communication. Mechanic. Musk is not a great orator in the technical sense. He sometimes stutters, lacks fluency, seems shy in interviews. Yet his oratorical influence is massive. How to explain it? The answer: the size of the vision compensates for technical defects. A vision sufficiently large, sufficiently coherent, and sufficiently proclaimed makes its way despite imperfect delivery. The audience forgives lack of fluency when it receives a vision that exceeds its ordinary imagination. The cosmic narrative combined with civilizational urgency. Musk constantly associates 2 levels. The cosmic narrative, humanity going to the stars, carries the dimension of dream. The civilizational urgency, the extinction threat on a single planet, carries the dimension of necessity. This combination produces a paradoxical mobilization. The dream alone would easily be dismissed as romanticism. The urgency alone would easily be dismissed as pessimism. Together, they create a framework in which Mars is neither a whim nor an escape. It is an existential mission. 178. Transferable lesson. If your vision is large enough, you can afford technical oratorical imperfections. But conversely, if your vision is small, no technical perfection will compensate. Work first on the size and coherence of your vision. The rest will come with it. 3.5.4 Jensen Huang, showing rather than telling. Context. Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA, has been giving keynotes for 30 years. His communication strategy is radically different from Jobs. Where Jobs built pure narrative moments, Huang builds technical demonstrations. Mechanic. In a typical Huang keynote, there are more demonstrations than sentences. He shows graphics cards. He runs artificial intelligence models. He visualizes architectures. The product is the speech. This strategy would not have worked for Apple in Jobs' era, because Apple products address the general public, which needs the narrative to understand the technology. But NVIDIA often addresses a technical audience, which prefers to see performance rather than hear the story. Transferable lesson. Adapt your oratorical style to your audience. If your audience is technical, show more than you tell. If your audience is generalist, tell more than you show. The same content requires different strategies depending on who is listening. 179. 3.5.5 Jeff Bezos, the shareholder letters. Context. From 1997 to 2020, Jeff Bezos writes an annual letter to Amazon shareholders. These letters are not speeches but written texts, but they structure an oratorical mechanic in the broad sense. Mechanic. Bezos installs from the first letter a formula he will repeat for 23 years. It's still day one. This annual repetition of a simple formula produces several cumulative effects over decades. It installs a company identity. Amazon is never in a mature phase, always in a startup phase. The formula becomes an internal cultural trait. It creates a ritual. Each year, shareholders and employees await the letter, and the letter confirms continuity. The ritualized becomes lasting. It compresses a complex philosophy into 3 words. Amazon's day one culture, agility, ambition, refusal of complacency, is coded into this single formula. Transferable lesson. Repeating a simple formula over a long duration produces a cumulative effect that stylistic variations can never achieve. If you have an accurate formula for your project or organization, do not fear repeating it for years. What seems repetitive over 6 months becomes myth over 10 years. 180. 3.5.6 Simon Sinek. Start with Why, 2009. Context: September 2009. Sinek, then a little-known consultant, gives a TEDx talk in Newcastle. The video will become one of the most viewed on the platform. Mechanic. Sinek presents the golden circle, a visual model with 3 concentric levels. At the center, the why. Around it, the how. On the outside, the what. His thesis: most companies communicate from the outside in. They first say what they do, what, then how they do it, how, and sometimes why they do it, why. The companies that inspire communicate in the inverse order. They start with the why. The pivot phrase of the speech is dense. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Why it works. Simple conceptual inversion. Sinek says nothing that good strategists didn't already know, but he formulates it in a form that makes the idea immediately appropriable. A visual model at 3 levels, a memorable pivot phrase, an argument demonstrated by concrete examples. Apple, Martin Luther King, the Wright brothers. Sinek's effectiveness comes from the pedagogy of just simplification. He does not distort complexity. He compresses it into a transmissible form. 181. Transferable lesson. If you work in transmitting complex ideas, look for the simple visual model that compresses them without betraying them. 3 elements, 2 dimensions, 1 pivot formula. This compression, when accurate, can transform an obscure concept into an idea that millions of people will use. 3.5.7 Howard Schultz. The Return to Starbucks, 2008. Context: 2008. Schultz returns as CEO of Starbucks after 8 years of absence. The company is in crisis. He convenes an internal conference for leaders. Mechanic. Schultz pronounces a sentence that transforms the conference. We have lost our way. The courageous admission as an internal mobilization tool. Schultz, a leader who returns to save the company, could have begun with optimism and the action plan. He begins with confession. Why it mobilizes. The admission does 2 things simultaneously. It poses lucidity. Schultz sees what many saw internally without daring to say it. And it poses collective responsibility. We includes Schultz himself, who had not been there to prevent the drift. The courageous admission defuses collective defenses. If the chief executive admits the straying, no one needs to defend it. Everyone can participate in the recovery. Transferable lesson. When you take charge of a difficult situation, do not begin with optimism. Begin with shared lucidity. The admission of what is wrong, spoken with courage and inclusion, is more mobilizing than 1,000 enthusiasm speeches. Teams know when something is wrong. They are waiting for someone to have the courage to say it. 182. 3.6. Performance and motivation. 3.6.1 Jim Rohn, the mentor of mentors. Context: Rohn is an American speaker who influenced an entire generation of performance orators, including Tony Robbins. He preaches in the 70s and 80s, before personal development became a massive industry. Mechanic. Rohn operates through monosyllabic maxims. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Discipline weighs grams, regret weighs tons. Work harder on yourself than on your job. These short, memorable formulas have the structure of proverbs. They compress a complete principle into a few words. They are designed to be cited, shared, integrated as life rules. Why it works. Modern personal development nourished itself from Rohn without always citing him. Rohn is the source, many others are the amplifiers. The lesson is that a single accurate phrase, formulated with precision, can nourish an entire movement. 184. Transferable lesson. Seek to produce at least 1 phrase per year that could function as a proverb. Not per day, not per month, per year. The compression of an important truth into a memorable phrase is long work, requiring dozens of attempts before succeeding. But when you succeed, this phrase works for decades. 3.6.2 Tony Robbins. State, story, strategy. Context. Robbins is probably the best-known living motivational speaker. His seminars gather thousands. His books sell in millions. Central mechanic. Robbins teaches a trio: state, story, strategy. State is physiological. Robbins insists on the body above all else. How you stand, how you breathe, how you move determines what you can feel and do. Changing the physical state changes the mental experience. Story is narrative. The narrative you tell yourself about your life determines how you live it. Changing the story changes the life. Strategy is tactical. Once state and story are aligned, strategy becomes the concrete action plan. 185. Why it works in oratory. Robbins, on stage, constantly applies state before story before strategy. He gets his audience physically moving, jumping, shouting, raising arms, before any intellectual discourse. He knows that without a change in physical state, no message inscribes itself deeply. Transferable lesson. If you can influence the physical state of your audience before your speech, through the decor, the disposition, the invitation to movement, the pre-music, do so. The physical state of the audience determines the depth at which your message can penetrate. A slouched audience does not receive what an awakened audience receives. 3.6.3 Zig Ziglar, the altruistic inversion. Context. Ziglar is an influential American sales speaker of the 20th century. He transforms sales, in the collective imagination, from a manipulative activity into a moral one. Mechanic. Ziglar's central phrase. You can have everything in life you want, if you will just help enough other people get what they want. The structure inverts the usual transactional logic. Instead of sell equals obtain, Ziglar poses give equals receive. Selling becomes service, and service produces return. 186. Why it works. The altruistic inversion legitimizes commercial activity. Salespeople, often poorly regarded socially, can recognize themselves in this formulation and practice their profession with dignity. The formula contributed to transforming the sales profession into a moral activity. Transferable lesson. When a human activity is tainted with a negative reputation it does not entirely deserve, look for the formulation that reveals its noble dimension. The altruistic inversion, showing that what seems to serve personal interest actually serves collective interest, is a particularly effective strategy. 3.6.4 Earl Nightingale, The Strangest Secret. Context. 1956. Earl Nightingale records a vinyl disc that becomes the first personal development recording to exceed 1 million copies. Mechanic. Nightingale's central phrase, we become what we think about. 5 words, 1 central principle. The sentence compresses all contemporary cognitive psychology into a transmissible formula. If you change your recurring thoughts, you change the person you become. 187. Why it works. Modern personal development derives largely from this line. Whether positive thinking, visualization, mindful attention, or more rigorous cognitive approaches, all these currents revolve around the same idea. Habitual thought shapes lived reality. Transferable lesson. 5 words can contain a principle that structures an entire industry for decades. The size of the content is not the size of the container. A short phrase can carry a world. 3.6.5 Les Brown. Your story is your authority. Context. Les Brown is an African-American speaker, born to unknown parents on an abandoned floor in Miami, labeled educably mentally handicapped at school. He becomes one of the greatest motivational speakers in the United States. Mechanic. Brown uses a well-known formula, shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. The upward directional metaphor combines ambition and consolation. You aim high. If you don't reach it, you still land somewhere honorable. The double promise encourages audacity without making it all or nothing. 188. Why it works. Brown constantly tells his personal story, the poor child, the school labeling, the success journey. His story is his authority. When he says, shoot for the moon, he speaks from the lived experience of a child who did indeed aim much higher than what was predicted for him. Transferable lesson. If you have a personal story of transformation, tell it, not for the glory, but as the authority for what you preach. Someone who has lived a difficult path and come through it carries a particular authority when telling others they can make it. This authority cannot be bought, cannot be feigned, cannot be transmitted. It is embodied or it does not exist. 3.6.6 Eric Thomas, The Physiological Comparison. Context. Eric Thomas, known as E.T., is a Black American motivational speaker who broke through via YouTube. His best-known formula revolves around the desire compared to the need to breathe. Mechanic. When you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. The extreme physiological comparison brings the abstract, the desire to succeed, back to a non-negotiable bodily reference, the need to breathe. Nobody can negotiate with their need to breathe. The comparison sets a standard that is impossible to ignore. 189. Why it works. The return to the body as a standard. Motivation, desire, ambition are vague concepts. The need to breathe is concrete. By linking the vague to the concrete, E.T. gives his audience a verifiable reference point. If I don't want my goal as much as I want to breathe, I don't truly want it. Transferable lesson. To make an abstract concept concrete, link it to a universal bodily experience. Breathing, being hungry, being cold, being in pain. These experiences are shared by all humans, and they give standards that nothing else can provide. 3.6.7 David Goggins, assumed hardness. Context. Goggins is a former American military man, ultramarathon runner, former Navy SEAL, who became an author and speaker. His style is radically opposed to that of traditional motivation. Mechanic. Typical Goggins phrase. Most people quit at 40% of their actual capacity. The number, pulled from nowhere, works through indirect accusation. Goggins does not say you are lazy. He says you quit at 40%. The listener is forced to wonder where they themselves stop. Probably before 40% too. This assumed hardness, without sentimentality, liberates certain listeners that gentle motivation had never reached. For those who need to be confronted rather than coddled, Goggins is effective. 190. Why it works for some and not others. Not all listeners are reachable by the same registers. Gentle motivation, King, Mandela, Brown, works for those who need permission and elevation. Hard motivation, Goggins, Jocko, works for those who need confrontation and demand. Knowing your audience allows you to choose the register. Addressing hardness to someone who needs gentleness produces a blockage. Addressing gentleness to someone who needs hardness produces boredom. Transferable lesson. Identify the dominant register needed for your audience. If you mistake the register, even the right content will not pass. And do not hesitate to vary. The same audience may need gentleness in one part and hardness in another. 3.6.8 Jocko Willink, the direct equation. Context. Jocko Willink is a former Navy SEAL officer who became an author and podcaster. His philosophy revolves around discipline and responsibility. Mechanic. His best-known formula, discipline equals freedom. Two words linked by an equals sign. The formula is as compressed as a mathematical equation. 191. The conceptual inversion is central. Discipline and freedom are usually perceived as opposites. Discipline constrains, freedom liberates. Jocko reverses. It is discipline that produces freedom. Without discipline, you are a slave to your impulses. With discipline, you choose what you do. Why equations work. An equation is denser than a phrase. It poses the identity between two concepts in a minimal sign. The brain processes the equation as a stated truth, not as an argument to debate. Transferable lesson. Look for the equations in your own thinking. If you can pose A equals B between two concepts that seem opposed, and your equation holds, you have produced a formula that can travel the world. Discipline equals freedom. Service equals power. Weakness equals strength. These are not hollow slogans when they hold under analysis. They are precise compressions of complex truths. 3.6.9 Simon Sinek, Leaders Eat Last. Context. Sinek, in his second book after Start With Why, develops the thesis that true leaders eat last. The reference is military. In quality armies, officers make sure their men are fed before eating themselves. Mechanic. 3 words in the title. Leaders eat last. Inversion of the image of the predatory leader who serves himself first. 192. The title serves as a mini-speech. Before even opening the book, the reader has received the central message. The traditional hierarchy, the chief serves himself first, subordinates next, is inverted. The true leader serves before serving themselves. Why a title is a speech. In the modern attention economy, many people will only read the title. If the title carries the central message, the work is already done. If the title carries nothing, the potential reader will never enter the book. Transferable lesson. Work your titles as you would work a pivot phrase in a speech. 3 to 5 words that compress the essential message. This is the highest return investment in any communication. 193. 3.7. Sport and coaching. 3.7.1 Vince Lombardi, assumed hyperbole. Context: Lombardi is the coach of the Green Bay Packers in the 60s. He becomes one of the most cited figures in American football. Mechanic: his best-known formula: winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. The hyperbole is extreme. Winning is obviously not the only thing in a human being's life. But Lombardi assumes this excess because he is addressing professional athletes whose mission is precisely to win. Why it works in the sporting context. Calibrated hyperbole. In certain contexts, the measure does not mobilize. Saying winning is important among other priorities to professional players demobilizes them. Saying winning is the only thing recalibrates their attention on what must mobilize it. 194. Hyperbole is not lying. It is extreme focus. In the context of the game, winning is effectively the only thing. Outside the game, other things matter. But Lombardi is not addressing outside the game. Transferable lesson. Learn to distinguish misplaced hyperbole and calibrated hyperbole. In a context where the stakes are total, hyperbole can be accurate. In a context where the stakes are partial, hyperbole is deception. Calibrate according to context. 3.7.2 John Wooden, The Pyramid of Success. Context: Wooden is the men's basketball coach at UCLA. He wins 10 national championships in 12 years between 1964 and 1975. His coaching philosophy extends far beyond sport. Mechanic: Wooden develops the Pyramid of Success, an architectural diagram with 15 blocks arranged in a pyramid, each representing a quality: industry, friendship, loyalty, cooperation, enthusiasm, etc. The summit is defined as competitive greatness. The visual architectural system carries the philosophy further than text alone. Whoever has seen the pyramid once remembers it. The text describing the 15 blocks would easily be forgotten. The pyramid remains. 195. Complementary phrase. Wooden also said, "Be more concerned with your character than your reputation." Character is what you really are. Reputation is merely what others think you are. The character versus reputation opposition is densely memorable. It inverts the usual hierarchy, which often places reputation above character, and restores character as priority. Transferable lesson. If you can visually represent your philosophy, do it. A simple, memorizable diagram carries your message beyond words. Wooden's pyramid has influenced generations of athletes and leaders, long after the coach's words were forgotten. 3.7.3 Bill Walsh, Process Before Result. Context: Walsh is the coach of the San Francisco 49ers in the 80s. He transforms a mediocre franchise into a victorious dynasty. Mechanic: Walsh's philosophy is compressed in the title of his posthumous book, The Score Takes Care of Itself. The inversion between cause and effect is central. Most coaches focus on the score, hoping the method will follow. Walsh inverts. Focus on the method, and the score will follow. Do not look at the victory, look at the execution. Victory emerges from correct execution. 196. Why it works. Displacing attention liberates energy. When an athlete focuses on the score, they suffer the stress of constant comparison with the opponent. When they focus on execution, they are in present action, without fear. The absence of fear produces performance. Transferable lesson. In any project, displace attention from the result to the method. You will obtain better results by stopping to focus on them and focusing on the quality of daily execution. This is counterintuitive, but it is mechanically verified. 3.7.4 Phil Jackson, The Mystique of Silence. Context: Jackson is the coach of the Chicago Bulls in the 90s, then the Los Angeles Lakers. He wins 11 NBA championships, more than any other coach. Mechanic: Jackson is the opposite of the shouting coach. He favors meditation, collective silence, Zen rituals. He introduces his players to philosophical readings. He uses silence as a tactic. His thesis: a coach who speaks constantly does not let the team think. Silence allows players to develop their autonomous game intelligence. Silence is tactical, not timidity. Why it works. Not all speeches are verbal. The silent presence of a leader can transmit more than hours of speech. Jackson demonstrated that in certain contexts, silence is the primary tool. 197. Transferable lesson. Learn to use silence as an act of leadership, not merely as an oratorical tool. A leader who knows when to be silent is often listened to more than one who speaks constantly. Silence forces the other to think, to speak, to position themselves. It is an active act, not a passive one. 198. 3.8. Women orators, the too often overlooked lineage. 3.8.1 Olympe de Gouges, the Declaration of 1791. Context. In 1791, the French Revolution proclaimed 2 years earlier the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. Olympe de Gouges, writer and activist, observes that this declaration does not apply to women. She writes in response the Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen, modeled word for word on the original, replacing man with woman. 199. Mechanic. The mirror strategy. De Gouges does not fight the Declaration of 1789, she uses it. By producing a parallel text, structurally identical, she forces the reader to observe the asymmetry. If the rights of man are legitimate, how could the rights of woman be illegitimate? This parallelism technique produces an effect that is impossible to evade. To reject the Declaration of the Rights of Woman, one would simultaneously have to reject the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which is politically impossible. The adversary's logic is turned against itself. The price paid. De Gouges was guillotined 2 years later, in 1793. Her text had no immediate effect, but it will remain as a founding document of modern feminism, and it continues to be studied more than 2 centuries later. Transferable lesson. When you must demand an extension of rights or recognition, look to see if the opposing institution already has a founding text. If so, use it. Produce a parallel version that forces the adversary to recognize the internal coherence of their own logic. This is the hardest attack to evade. 3.8.2 Emmeline Pankhurst, Freedom or Death, 1913. Context. November 1913. Pankhurst is the central figure of the British suffragette movement. She delivers at Hartford, Connecticut, a speech that will remain one of the most powerful of the movement. 200. Mechanic. Binary antithesis in the title. Freedom or death. No third option, no compromise, no gradient. The movement defines itself by this absolute polarity. Pankhurst then explicitly declares herself a combatant. She says she is there as a soldier, in temporary exile from her country because she is at war there. The identification with military status transforms the political movement into an armed struggle. Symbolically, and sometimes literally, British suffragettes practiced acts of sabotage. Why it works. The assumed military identity changes the listening posture of the audience. They are no longer listening to a complainant requesting redress. They are listening to a war witness recounting an ongoing conflict. Pankhurst's intellectual and political status is transformed. Transferable lesson. If you are fighting for something, do not fear using the vocabulary of combat. The language of war, employed for a moral struggle, transforms opinion into a cause and the activist into a soldier. This does not mean violence. Pankhurst used primarily symbolic violence. It means total commitment. 3.8.3 Eleanor Roosevelt, The Universal Declaration, 1948. Context. December 1948. Eleanor Roosevelt, widow of the American President and U.S. Representative to the United Nations, chairs the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The document is adopted in Paris on December 10. 201. Mechanic. Roosevelt embodies rather than pronounces. The text is not a speech she delivered. It is a collective document she carried. But this carrying is itself an oratorical act in the broad sense. Roosevelt transformed, through her presence, a technical document into a founding act. Her personal stature, respected widow, recognized intellectual, civil rights activist, gave the text an authority it would not have had without her. Why this matters for oratory. A document becomes speech when someone embodies it. The Universal Declaration existed as text before its proclamation, but it only became an act at the moment when Roosevelt and the other representatives publicly presented it as their commitment. Transferable lesson. If you work in an organization that produces texts, charters, manifestos, declarations, understand that a text without public embodiment is only a text. Public embodiment transforms text into speech and speech into act. Look for opportunities to publicly carry the text your organization has produced. 3.8.4 Wangari Maathai, Nobel Peace Prize, 2004. Context: December 2004. Wangari Maathai, Kenyan, founder of the Green Belt movement that has planted millions of trees in Africa, receives the Nobel Peace Prize. She is the first African woman to receive this prize. 202. Mechanic. In her speech, Maathai says she works for those not yet born. The temporal horizon expanded to the yet-to-be-born transforms the oratorical dimension. Most speeches address the living present. Maathai, by including future generations, opens a responsibility that no one can evade. The yet-to-be-born cannot vote, cannot protest, cannot defend themselves. Someone must speak for them. Why it works? The expansion of the audience beyond the present. When you speak for those who are not there, the dead to be honored, the yet-to-be-born to protect, the invisible to be revealed, you add a moral dimension that strictly present speeches cannot achieve. Transferable lesson. Ask yourself who is not in the room when you speak, and who would need you to speak for them. Children, future generations, the recently dead, silent victims. Giving voice to the absent is a central oratorical function, and it automatically elevates the moral weight of your speech. 3.8.5 Malala Yousafzai, United Nations, July 12, 2013. Context: July 12, 2013. Malala Yousafzai addresses the United Nations on the occasion of her 16th birthday. She was attacked by the Taliban 10 months earlier for defending girls' right to education. She has survived and resumes speaking on the international stage. 203. Mechanic. One sentence from Malala has passed into history. One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world. The ternary extended to 4 works here as a staircase. Each element adds a dimension. Child, the human origin. Teacher, the transmission. Book, knowledge. Pen, active creation. 4 dimensions of the same act. Education as civilizational transformation. Why it works. The voice of the child not yet corrupted by the conventions of political language. Malala speaks at 16 with a simplicity that 50-year-old diplomats can no longer achieve. Youth unaffected by fear of professional judgment produces an authority that nothing else can produce. Transferable lesson. If you are young and wonder whether you have the legitimacy to speak, recognize that your youth is your authority, not your limitation. Lack of experience can be a handicap for certain technical decisions. But for public speech on questions of values, youth confers a particular authority, that of the purity of gaze. 3.8.6 Greta Thunberg, How Dare You? 2019. Context: September 23, 2019. Greta Thunberg, 16 years old, addresses the United Nations Climate Summit in New York. She has just crossed the Atlantic by zero-carbon sailboat. She delivers a speech that breaks with all diplomatic conventions. 204. Mechanic. The anaphora, How Dare You? Is repeated 4 times. Each repetition points to a different dimension. Why it works. Total refusal of protocol. A 16-year-old girl speaking to heads of state with anger and accusation transgresses all the norms of diplomatic discourse. This transgression is precisely what makes the speech memorable. Controlled absence of tact. Thunberg does not lose control. She is conscious of what she is doing. The anger is calculated, the accusation measured, the refusal of protocol deliberate. It is controlled absence of tact, a posture that resembles spontaneity but is in reality mastered. Transferable lesson. In certain situations where moral urgency surpasses social conventions, publicly breaking these conventions is a legitimate oratorical act. Use it sparingly and consciously. If you transgress conventions in every speech, you become predictable. If you transgress at the right moment, you become historical. 205. Closing of Book 3. You have just traversed 25 centuries with some of the most influential orators in history. Pericles, Caesar, Cicero, Marcus Aurelius. Jesus, Buddha, Paul, Vivekananda. Lincoln, Churchill, de Gaulle, Kennedy, Reagan, Thatcher, Roosevelt, Zelensky. Douglas, Truth, King, Malcolm X, Mandela, Gandhi, Robert Kennedy, Wiesel. Jobs, Musk, Huang, Bezos, Sinek, Schultz. Rohn, Robbins, Ziegler, Nightingale, Brown, Eric Thomas, Goggins, Jocko. Lombardi, Wooden, Walsh, Phil Jackson. De Gouges, Pankhurst, Eleanor Roosevelt. Ma Tai, Malala, Thunberg. More than 50 voices. None is identical to another. And yet, beneath the diversity of eras, cultures, causes, and styles, the same fundamental principles return. Compression, direction, recognition, permission, identity, direction, silence, concreteness, authenticity. This is not accidental. It is because these principles are governed by the biology of the human listener, which has not changed since Pericles. Techniques adapt to media, from the Athenian Forum to the presidential selfie, but the principles remain. 206. What you retain from this book is not a collection of possible imitations. It is a cartography of the diversity with which universal principles can be embodied. You must not become king. You must not become Churchill. You must become yourself, but armed with all that these masters have demonstrated. Now let these voices resonate in you for a few days. Do not immediately read Book I or Book II. Let Pericles, Lincoln, Mandela, Malala settle. You will find them in your own voice, not as citations, but as inner presences, when you take the floor in the coming weeks. That is how one becomes an orator, not by imitating, by letting oneself be inhabited. 207. The Liberating Word Part 2, Embodiments. The Art of Making Rise. 208. Book 4, The Art of Making Rise. The T1, T4 Sequence from Theory to Practice. 209. Preamble. The first 3 books gave you the foundations. The physics of the word showed you what makes a phrase dense, directional, memorable. The canonical mechanics gave you the 10 tools that all the masters use. The lineage of the masters showed you how those tools were embodied across 25 centuries of living oratory. But all of that remains theory until you face a real audience with something real to say. This book is the book of practice. It translates everything that preceded into a usable protocol. A protocol that applies equally in a 5-minute video and in a 2-hour speech. A protocol that works in front of 10 people and in front of 10,000. A protocol that can be learned in a week and refined over an entire lifetime. The protocol is called the T1, T4 sequence. It has 4 movements. Each movement corresponds to a state of the listener. Each state must be traversed in order. T1, recognition. You name the hidden pain. T2, permission. You give the authorization to exist. T3, identity transfer. You name who the listener is capable of being. T4, direction. You give the first step. In this order. Always. This is not a rigid recipe. It is a structure deep enough to absorb enormous diversity of content, style, and context. You will see it in the 5-minute flash and in the 20-minute keynote. You will see it applied to children, to entrepreneurs, to communities, to nations. 210. The rest of the book gives you the concrete tools for each of the 4 movements, plus the fatal errors to avoid, the entry ritual to install, and the personal architecture of speech to adapt to your duration and audience. 211. For point 1, the T1, T4 sequence. For point 1.1 Y4 movements. The human brain does not receive messages in a neutral state. Before it can integrate a direction, it must pass through several prior states. Each of these states is necessary. None can be skipped without compromising the following ones. Neurocognitive state 1, contraction. By default, the listener is in a moderate state of contraction. His cognitive defenses are active. He filters what he hears through his existing beliefs, his fears, his previous experiences. A message that does not penetrate this filter is not integrated. Neurocognitive state 2, suspension. Contraction gives way to suspension when the listener receives a signal that something he carries has been recognized. The defenses relax. Attention deepens. The listener is ready to receive. Neurocognitive state 3, expansion. From suspension, the listener can pass to expansion when he perceives that what he carries not only exists but is legitimate and named by an authority he trusts. The interior space opens. The listener is in a state of receptivity that he rarely reaches alone. Neurocognitive state 4, rise. From expansion, the listener can be directed. He has the energy. He has the legitimacy. He lacks the direction. The direction given in this state is integrated at a much deeper level than any direction given to a contracted listener. The 4 movements of the T1, T4 sequence correspond precisely to these 4 states. T1 produces the transition from contraction to suspension. T2 produces the transition from suspension to expansion. T3 amplifies the expansion and deepens it. T4 converts the expanded state into directed action. 212. For point 1.2 T1, naming the hidden pain. The first movement of the sequence is recognition. You name something the listener carries and that no one around him names. The key is in the word hidden. The hidden pain is not the explicit complaint. The explicit complaint is what the listener will tell you when you ask him what is wrong. The hidden pain is what he will not tell you, or what he cannot tell you because he lacks the words for it. The explicit complaint is, I am overloaded. The hidden pain is, I feel that I am invisible and that what I do has no value. The explicit complaint is, I don't have enough time. The hidden pain is, I am afraid that if I stop, I will be confronted with emptiness. The explicit complaint is, I cannot motivate my team. The hidden pain is, I feel that I have failed at something essential, but I do not know what. When you name the hidden pain rather than the explicit complaint, two things happen. First, the listener's cognitive defenses collapse. He was expecting a banal observation. He receives an exact X-ray. He cannot be defensive against something that has reached him directly. Second, the listener feels seen for the first time. The recognition of the hidden pain is a gift. It says to the listener, I know what you are carrying, and I am not afraid of it. 213. For point 1.3 T2, giving permission to exist. The second movement is permission. You grant the listener the authorization to be what he is, to feel what he feels, to want what he wants. The concept of permission comes from transactional analysis, but its roots are much older. Paul of Tarsus uses it in his epistles. King uses it in I Have a Dream. Mandela uses it in his inaugural speech. The form varies, but the structure is identical. You who have been told that you are too much, or not enough, or inadequate, you have the right. Permission is not encouragement. Encouragement says, you can do it, you are strong. Permission says, you have the right, independent of whether you can. The difference is fundamental. Encouragement is conditional. It implies that you need to deserve it. Permission is unconditional. It applies regardless of the result. For permission to function, three conditions must be met. First, it must come from someone who is perceived as having the authority to grant it. A stranger has no authority over your identity. An orator who has established his legitimacy, who has earned trust, who is perceived as speaking from experience, he has authority. Second, it must be precise. Generic permission, you have the right to be yourself, glides on the listener. Precise permission, you have the right to rest without it meaning that you have given up, penetrates. Third, it must be unconditional. Any permission attached to a condition is not permission. It is a conditional contract. 214. For point 1.4 T3, identity transfer. The third movement is identity transfer. You name who the listener is capable of being, and in naming it, you put him in a position to be it. The philosophical foundation of this movement is the performativity of language. A performative phrase does not describe reality. It creates it in being pronounced. When you tell a listener, you are a builder, you do not describe a builder who already existed. You create one. The word produces the identity it enunciates, provided certain conditions are met. Identity transfer is the most powerful movement of the sequence because it operates at the deepest level. T1 touches what the listener carries. T2 touches his right to carry it. T3 touches who he is. This third level, identity, is where change is most durable. An identity once transferred and integrated by the listener resists far better against environmental pressures than a simple motivating message. 215. For point 1.5 T4, giving direction. The fourth movement is direction. You give the listener the first step. The first step must be concrete, achievable, dated, and verifiable. Concrete means a specific action, not an intention. Call one person this week is concrete. Reconnect with your network is not. Achievable means that the action can be accomplished without prior resources the listener does not have. Dated means that the action has a time horizon. Before Sunday is dated. Eventually is not. Verifiable means that the listener can know, at the end of the defined period, whether he has done it or not. The first step is small on purpose. This is not timidity, it is strategy. A large first step saturates and paralyzes. A small first step is accessible and produces a first victory. And the first victory is what unlocks the energy for the second step. Direction without recognition produces nothing. The listener who has not been recognized, who has not received permission, who has not had an identity transferred, this listener hears your direction as just one more external demand. He will nod his head and forget within the week. Direction preceded by T1, T2, T3 reaches a fundamentally different substrate. The listener who has been recognized, permitted, named. This listener hears your direction as his own direction, endorsed from the outside. 216. For point 1.6, the sequence in its entirety. The T1, T4 sequence, traversed in order, produces what this book calls the rise. The rise is not a metaphor. It is a measurable physiological and cognitive state. The listener who goes through a complete and well-constructed T1, T4 sequence experiences a rise in energy, a clarification of direction, a reduction of internal resistance. These effects can be measured. They can be observed in posture, in the quality of post-speech interactions, in medium-term behavioral follow-up. The sequence is not a manipulation. It is a service. You do not create the listener's pain. It was already there before you arrived. You do not create his potential identity. It was already there in latent form. You do not give him an arbitrary direction. You give him a first step in a direction he was already seeking. All you do is name what was there, authorize what was already felt, crystallize what was already present. The difference between a T1, T4 sequence that serves and a T1, T4 sequence that manipulates is the intention that guides the orator. Does the direction you give serve the listener's autonomy, or does it serve your interests at the listener's expense? This question has no external answer. It is answered only by the orator, in himself. 217. For point 2, naming the hidden pain. For point 2.1, the anatomy of the hidden pain. Hidden pain has a specific anatomy. Understanding it helps you identify it precisely in a given audience. 3 components. First component, the invisible weight. Something the person carries and that nobody else seems to see. Often something considered unspeakable in the social or professional context. The leader who doubts his legitimacy. The parent who wonders if he loves his child enough. The creative person who has stopped creating. The doctor who has forgotten why he chose this profession. Each of these people carries an invisible weight. Making it visible is the first gesture of T1. Second component, the silent prohibition. A part of the person that she has been taught to repress, to deny, to make unacceptable. The man who does not have the right to be afraid. The woman who does not have the right to be ambitious. The young person who does not have the right to doubt the system. The professional who does not have the right to say he does not know. Each of these prohibitions has been installed by the environment, family, school, professional culture, social norms. Naming the prohibition is the second gesture of T1. 218. Third component, the shame of being there. The pain of feeling that you have not arrived at the right place, at the right moment, in the right state. That you are deficient in some way that others cannot see. That if people really knew you, they would be disappointed. This component is the most universal and the most hidden. Almost all adults carry it in some form. Naming it with precision is the most powerful gesture of T1 and the most delicate. For point 2.2, how to identify the hidden pain of a given audience. You cannot name the hidden pain without having first identified it. Identification requires specific work before the speech. Method 1, direct observation. Spend time with the audience before speaking to them. Listen to their conversations, their explicit complaints, their fears as they express them spontaneously. Beneath the explicit complaints, search for the underlying theme. What common invisible weight do they all carry? Method 2, asking the right question. If you can talk to a few members of the audience before the speech, ask them this question. What is the thing that you know but that nobody says out loud in this context? The answers are often more revealing than all the surveys and analyses combined. Method 3, your own experience. If you belong to the audience you are addressing, you have been an entrepreneur like them, you have taught like them, you have built like them, then your own experience of the hidden pain is your best source. You know it from the inside. Name it as you lived it, without embellishment. 219. Method 4, universal human invariance. Certain hidden pains are so widespread that they apply to almost any adult audience. The shame of not being enough. The fear that what you are doing does not matter. The secret sense of having missed something essential. The fatigue of maintaining a social mask. If you know nothing about your audience, start with one of these invariants. You will almost always be right. For point 2.3, the precision of naming. Naming the hidden pain with precision is an art. Vague naming does not produce the transition from contraction to suspension. It must be precise. Vague naming. Many of you are tired. Precise naming. You are tired in a specific way. The fatigue of doing things that matter to you while constantly justifying why they matter to people who cannot understand why it matters. Vague naming. You feel that something is missing. Precise naming. You feel that a part of you that existed at age 15, before the years of functional adaptation, is still there, dormant, waiting, but no longer knowing if it will find a path out. The difference between vague and precise is the difference between a general X-ray and a targeted radiography. The general X-ray shows that something is wrong. The targeted radiography shows exactly what is wrong and where. Only the second produces the recognition that unlocks the defenses. Precision comes from specificity of vocabulary, from specificity of context, and from specificity of emotion. Name the specific emotion in a specific context with specific words that belong to this audience. Not sadness, but this particular sadness of having sacrificed something important and no longer remembering why. Not fear, but this particular fear of being discovered as an imposter by the people you admire most. 220. For point 2.4, the T1 narrative. T1 is rarely delivered as an abstract statement. It is most often delivered as a narrative. The narrative has a specific structure for T1. An opening that names the explicit context. A development that slides from the surface toward the inside, from the visible toward the hidden. A pivot that names the hidden pain precisely. A brief suspension that allows the pain to be recognized before moving forward. Example of a T1 narrative. Opening. You are here today because you have chosen to invest in your development. That is not nothing. Many people spend years telling themselves they will do it, and then never do. Development. But I know that many of you, when you woke up this morning to come here, had a moment of doubt. A moment where you said to yourself, is this really going to change anything? And behind this question, something else was hiding. Pivot. Something like, I have already tried so many things. I have already been impressed so many times. And the next day, I was back to the same place. And I begin to wonder if the problem is not in the methods, but in me. If there isn't something in me that resists, that cannot change, that doesn't deserve to. Suspension. Silence. 2 to 3 seconds. This narrative takes about a minute. In this minute, the listener has gone from a moderate contraction to a deep suspension because the hidden pain that nobody names has been named precisely and without judgment. 221. For point 2.5, what T1 is not. To avoid the most common errors, here is what T1 is not. T1 is not a generic complaint. Listing problems that everyone knows does not produce recognition. Everyone is overwhelmed today. The job market is difficult. Young people are anxious. These observations are true, but do not reach anything. They glide because they are imprecise and because they name the explicit complaint, not the hidden pain. T1 is not a clinical diagnosis. Naming the pain as a pathology, you have a fear of failure syndrome, you have a savior complex, freezes the listener in a label. He becomes a case to be treated, not a person to be recognized. Clinical language creates distance. T1 requires proximity. T1 is not a complaint about the injustice of the world. Denouncing an external injustice, even a real one, does not produce the internal recognition that unlocks the defenses. The listener may agree with your denunciation while remaining totally inert. T1 must reach something personal, internal, intimate. T1 is not gratuitous flattery. Telling the listener how exceptional he is does not open him. It closes him because he senses the flattery and immediately becomes suspicious of what follows. T1 speaks the truth of what is carried, not the flattery of what is dreamed. 222. For point 3, giving permission to exist. For point 3.1, the nature of permission. Permission is a speech act. When you say to someone, you have the right, you do not describe a right that already existed somewhere. You create it in the field of the listener's consciousness. This is what Austin calls a performative speech act. But for permission to produce its effect, It must come from someone who is perceived as having the authority to grant it. An authority that is not hierarchical in the legal sense, but existential in the human sense. What gives the orator the authority to grant permission? The first source of authority is testified experience. If you have crossed what the listener crosses, if you have carried what he carries, if you have emerged from where he is trying to emerge, then your word of permission has weight. You speak not as a theory, but as a testimony. The second source of authority is the quality of T1. If your naming of the hidden pain has been precise and true, you have demonstrated that you understand from the inside what the listener carries. This understanding confers an authority that no title or diploma gives. The third source of authority is the absence of personal interest. If the listener perceives that you have nothing to gain from giving him permission, that you are not trying to sell him anything, keep him in dependence, or make him admire you, your permission becomes credible. 223. For point 3.2 forms of permission. Permission can take several linguistic forms. Here are the main ones. Explicit direct permission. You have the right to. This is the most direct and most powerful form. It is confrontational because it says exactly what it says. No interpretation necessary. Use it for the most important permissions, those that touch the deeper levels of identity. Indirect permission by reframing. What you take for a lack of courage is not a lack of courage. It is the trace of an early amputation. Here you do not say, you have the right. You remove the accusation that was functioning as a prohibition. Indirect permission is often more powerful than direct permission because it undoes the source of the prohibition rather than simply overriding it. Permission by witness. I have been where you are. I know what it is to carry this. And I can tell you that you are not wrong about what you feel. This form of permission has a double function. It establishes the orator's authority through testimony and, at the same time, grants permission by recognizing that the feeling is real and legitimate. Permission by narrative. You tell a story in which a character similar to the listener discovers that he has the right. The listener identifies with the character and receives the permission vicariously. This form is less direct but often more penetrating, because the permission received through a story bypasses the cognitive defenses more easily than direct permission. 224. For point 3.3, the pivot phrase. Every speech has a pivot phrase. It is the phrase that marks the passage from T1 to T2. It is the precise moment when the orator stops naming the pain and begins giving permission. The pivot phrase is recognizable by its structure. It often contains a form of but, or, and yet, or now, that marks a rupture with what precedes. It is short. It is direct. It comes after a silence that lets the weight of T1 settle. Examples of pivot phrases. And yet, you have the right. Enough. This ends today. Now I'm going to tell you something that nobody has said to you. I see this, and I name it. It is not a problem of will. It is a problem of authorization. The thing that is stopping you is not what you think. It is not your ability. It is the permission to use it. The pivot phrase does not have to be long. Often, the shorter it is, the more powerful it is. It marks a turning point. It must be felt as a turning point. 225. For point 3.4 levels of permission. Permission can be given at different depths. Level 1, permission of action. You authorize the listener to do something he was hesitating to do. You have the right to ask for a raise. You have the right to refuse this invitation. This level is useful but limited. It applies to a specific act. Level 2, permission of emotion. You authorize the listener to feel something he was forbidding himself to feel. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to be sad. You have the right to feel exhausted. This level is deeper because it attacks an emotional prohibition, which often underlies several prohibitions of action. Level 3, permission of expression. You authorize the listener to say publicly what he thinks or feels. You have the right to say what you see, even if nobody else says it. You have the right to share your disagreement. This level liberates the voice, which has repercussions on all domains of life. Level 4, permission of identity. You authorize the listener to be what he is, without conforming to an external expectation. You have the right to be different from what is expected of you. You have the right to be complex, contradictory, evolving. This level touches the fundamental structure of being. Level 5, permission of existence. You authorize the listener to take the place that belongs to him in the world, without asking anyone's permission. You have the right to exist fully. You have the right to take the place that is yours. This level is the deepest. It unties the originary locks, those installed very early that structure everything else. Choose your level according to the audience and context. For a short intervention on a specific subject, level 1 is sufficient. For a deeper speech, aim for levels 3 or 4. For a foundational speech, do not hesitate to reach level 5, which produces the most lasting effects. 236. For point 3.5, the guru error. Permission is a powerful tool, and every powerful tool can be misused. The most frequent form of misuse is what is called the guru error. The guru error consists in giving permission while retaining power. You tell the listener, you have the right, but you subtly arrange things so that this right can only be exercised through you. The listener has permission to free himself, but only with your help. Permission becomes the hook that creates dependency. The markers of the guru error are identifiable. The orator insists on his own transformation as a model. I was where you are, I got out, follow me. The orator creates initiatory stages that must be crossed under his supervision to access liberation. The orator maintains a mystery about his own methods, which can only be fully understood by committing long-term with him. The orator builds a community around himself rather than around the mission, and the community no longer functions when he is absent. The orator reacts badly to criticism, especially when it comes from inside his circle. If you find one or more of these markers in your own oratorical practice, stop. You are sliding toward the guru. Genuine permission is free, unconditional, and creates no dependency. If yours creates any, it is not permission. The protection rule is simple. After each of your speeches, ask yourself whether the listener is more autonomous than before or more dependent. If he is more autonomous, your permission is just. If he is more dependent, you have slipped. 237. For point 3.6, individual versus collective permission. Permission can be given to an individual or to a collective. Both have their specificities. Individual permission is more precise but more limited. You address a specific person or type of person. You who stopped writing 10 years ago because someone told you your style was not commercial, you have the right to start again tomorrow morning. The precision hits the mark, but the effect does not automatically generalize to other listeners who were not in that exact situation. Collective permission is broader but riskier. You address an entire group, and you authorize that group as a whole. All of you who carry the weight of having to succeed quickly, you have the right to take the time you need. The breadth allows many to recognize themselves, but the risk is that nobody recognizes themselves perfectly and the permission glides superficially overall. The advanced technique combines both. You give a collective permission that creates the framework, then you give precise individual permissions that allow different profiles to recognize themselves specifically. You start broad to open the space, then you target to reach deep. Example of combination. First, collective permission. You all have the right to stop asking for permission. Then successive individual permissions. You who are waiting to finish your studies, you have the right. You who are waiting to have saved enough, you have the right. You who are waiting for your parents' blessing, you have the right. You who are waiting to have become someone else before you begin, you have the right. Each, you who reaches a different profile in the room. And the ensemble of individual permissions, in cascade, ends up covering almost every possible profile. This is a very powerful technique for large audiences. 239. For point 4, transferring identity. For point 4.1, performative identity. The third movement of the T1, T4 sequence is identity transfer. This is a particular linguistic act that rests on what philosophers of language call performativity. A performative phrase does not describe the world, it changes it by being pronounced. When a president declares a war, his words do not describe an already existing war, they create it. When a priest declares two people married, his words do not describe an already completed marriage, they realize it. When a judge pronounces a sentence, his words do not describe a pre-existing condemnation, they produce it. Performative identity functions the same way in oratory. When you tell a listener, you are a fighter, you do not describe a fighter who already existed, you create one. The word produces the identity it enunciates, provided certain conditions are met. First condition, the word must come from someone who is perceived as having the right to name. You return here to authority, as with permission. Second condition, The word must be pronounced in a context where the naming makes sense. You cannot name someone a fighter in a situation where combat is not relevant. Third condition, the naming must be grounded in something real that the listener has already manifested. Without this anchor point, the naming slips. It is perceived as arbitrary or flattering, and it does not take hold. When these three conditions are met, the naming produces the identity. The listener, hearing himself named, verifies it internally. He finds within himself the traces of what has been attributed to him. And these traces, put under spotlight, unfold. The named identity becomes the embodied identity. That is identity transfer. You name what the listener is capable of being, and in naming it, you put him in a position to be it. 240. For point 4.2, the lexicon of elevation. To transfer an elevating identity, you need a precise lexicon. Not any word makes identity. Some words have a strong identity charge, others are neutral. Here are the main families of elevating words. Family of combat: fighter, warrior, resistor, defender, guardian, sentinel, watchman. These words elevate those who have crossed trials and doubt their capacity to continue. Family of creation: creator, builder, founder, pioneer, inventor, opener, first. These words elevate those who are building something new and doubt their legitimacy to create. Family of transmission: witness, carrier, guardian, heir, custodian. These words elevate those who carry something that exceeds them and doubt their capacity to transmit it. Family of belonging: brother, sister, comrade, ally, companion. These words elevate those who feel isolated and need to find community in order to rise. Family of service: servant, devoted, faithful, committed. These words elevate those who want to act for something greater than themselves and doubt the nobility of their commitment. Family of vision: visionary, prophet, illuminator, guide. To use sparingly, because these words can tip into flattery if they are not merited. But they elevate deeply when they are just. Each family suits certain profiles. You choose according to your audience and according to what you sense it needs to hear. The same person can be named fighter one day, creator another, sister a third. Context commands. 241. For point 4.3, the authenticity rule. For a transferred identity to hold, it must be authentic. The authenticity rule is the following. The word you use must have a verifiable foundation in what the listener has already manifested in listening to you. If you name someone a fighter when he has manifested no perseverance in his listening, the word slips. The listener does not recognize himself, and he mistrusts you because he senses you are flattering him without reason. If you name someone a creator when he has limited himself to consuming your speech without reacting, the word slips. The listener senses that you are lending him an undemonstrated quality. But if you name fighter someone who came to listen to you despite his fatigue, his doubts, his overloaded schedule, the word holds. The listener recognizes that he has indeed been a fighter to arrive at this seat, this day, at this hour. If you name creator someone who, by his presence before you, manifests that he is looking for something that does not yet exist in his life, the word holds. The listener recognizes that he came to nourish a creation in gestation. The rule summarizes thus: the naming must reveal what is, not invent what is not. It is in this nuance that the difference plays out between authentic identity transfer and hollow flattery. 242. For point 4.4, collective identity without dissolution of singularity. A specific challenge of identity transfer is to create a collective identity without dissolving the singularity of each listener. The risk, when you name we, is to produce an identity fusion that erases individual differences. Everyone becomes one. This is a temptation of collective movements, and it has produced significant historical deviations. When we absorbs I, the individual loses his capacity for personal judgment and becomes a tool of the group. Well-constructed collective identity, conversely, maintains the singularity of each person inside a shared belonging. You name we, while respecting the fact that each person keeps his own angle, his own voice, his own direction. The formulation that produces this is paradoxical. You say something like, "We are all different, and that is why we are together." Or, "Each of us carries something that nobody else can carry. That is what makes us a team and not a crowd." These formulations celebrate both unity and singularity. They create belonging without fusion. The listener feels that he is part of something greater without having to abandon what he is. That is the formula of healthy movements. And it is the formula you must aim for in your own speeches when you work with a collective. 243. For point 4.5, the risks of identity transfer. As with permission, identity transfer carries risks. Risk of inflation. If you transfer identities too high relative to the listener's reality, you produce an inflation that will be paid sooner or later. The listener, who has provisionally accepted being named visionary, discovers in the weeks that follow that he is not really one. The disappointment is proportional to the initial inflation. Better to name an identity slightly below potential than far above it. A just naming makes you want to grow toward it. An inflationary naming gives the feeling of being an imposter. Risk of dependency on the namer. If the listener integrates that his identity depends on the naming you make, he becomes dependent on you to feel himself. He returns to listen to your speeches to remind himself who he is. This is a subtle and damaging dependency. To avoid it, ensure that the identity transfer gives the listener the means to name himself afterward. You name once, and you give him the authorization to continue naming himself thus without needing you. Risk of forced identity. You can transfer an identity that does not correspond at all to the listener. If you name courageous someone who has no trace of courage in his history, you impose a foreign identity on him. He tries to conform, and he fails, and he feels even less himself than before. The authenticity rule is crucial here. Risk of rigidification. By naming a strong identity, you can rigidify it to the point that it prevents the listener from evolving. If you name someone fighter, and he ends up having to abandon a battle for legitimate reasons, he will feel that he is betraying the identity you gave him. To avoid this, formulate identities in a way that leaves flexibility. You are someone who knows how to fight when necessary, is more flexible than you are a fighter. 244. For point 4.6, case studies in identity transfer. Let us look at 3 historical cases of successful identity transfers. Henry V at Agincourt. Shakespeare's famous speech retakes a historical situation. Before a tired, poorly equipped army, vastly inferior in numbers, King Henry V delivers a speech that transforms his soldiers into brothers of the king. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. The identity transfer is massive. Anonymous soldiers become companions of the king, and their courage is multiplied. The transferred identity is the royal fraternal identity, which elevates possible death to the rank of shared nobility. The mechanism. The soldiers had already manifested their loyalty by following the king this far. The identity of, if you rush into your first words before this silence, you miss the installation of attention. You speak in the background noise, and your first phrases, often the most important, are lost in the fog of arrival. If you take this before silence, your first word falls into a prepared silence. It carries. It imprints. The beginner's error is to think this silence is dead time. On the contrary, it is full time. You are working during this silence. You are establishing your authority. Second silence, the pivot silence. This is the silence that follows a pivot phrase. When you have just said something that turns the audience, a central affirmation, a revelation, a chiasm, an antithesis, you fall silent immediately after. 2 to 3 seconds minimum. Sometimes up to 5. For the most loaded phrases. During this silence, the audience integrates. The phrase works in minds. If you immediately chain to the next phrase, you interrupt this integration. The pivot is missed. The pivot phrase becomes one phrase among others. If you leave the silence, the pivot completes itself. The audience descends into the phrase. And when you resume speaking, you resume on transformed ground. Pivot phrases all deserve their silences. That is what distinguishes them from ordinary phrases. Third silence, the ending silence. This is the silence that follows the last phrase of your speech. 5 to 10 seconds, motionless, gaze on the audience. During this silence, you seal. The last phrase, which is supposed to be the most memorable, needs to breathe in order to inscribe itself durably. If you immediately chain with a thank you or a question, you dilute the ending. The final phrase becomes one phrase among others. If you leave the silence, the final phrase amplifies. It occupies all the mental space of the audience. It is what they will retain when leaving the room. The ending silence takes courage. You stand before an audience that waits, without saying a word, for 5 seconds or more. These 5 seconds seem long, but it is precisely this felt length that marks the mind. Mastering these 3 silences, before, pivot, ending, places you immediately above 80% of active orators. 250. For point 5.3 durations and functions of silences. Here is a practical table of silence durations according to contexts. Before silence, before the first phrase. 3 to 5 seconds. Shorter seems rushed. Longer may seem theatrical. Transition silence between sections. 2 to 3 seconds. Allows the listener to reorient his attention toward the new section. Pivot silence, after a pivot phrase. 2 to 5 seconds. The duration depends on the charge of the phrase. The more powerful the phrase, the longer the silence can be. Breathing silence in a development. 1 second. Short breath that maintains rhythm without interrupting. Silence before a drop or revelation. 3 to 5 seconds. Creates expectation. The audience senses that something is coming. Silence after a revelation. 3 to 5 seconds. Lets the revelation inscribe itself. Ending silence. 5 to 10 seconds. Seals the speech. These durations are reference points, not strict rules. You adjust them according to context, audience size, room acoustics, energy of the moment. But they give you a frame of reference for constructing your silences consciously. 251. For point 5.4 silence is harder than speech. Holding a silence is harder than speaking, for a precise neurological reason. When you speak, your attention is mobilized by the production of words. You are occupied. You do not have time to self-observe or to worry. When you fall silent, your attention is free. It can turn against you. You wonder if you look ridiculous. You wonder if the silence is going on too long. You wonder what others are thinking. This self-observation produces discomfort. The amateur, feeling this discomfort, fills the silence. He adds a word, a so, a there you go, a then, and he believes it is better. It is not. A silence diluted by filling loses all its function. The professional learns to hold the discomfort. He knows that silence works for him even when it is uncomfortable to carry. With practice, the discomfort diminishes. By holding silences, you end up appreciating them. You sense that they are part of your speech, that they complete it, that they are its other face. A useful metaphor. Silence is to speech what shadow is to light in a painting. A painting that was only light without shadow would be flat. It is the contrast that creates relief. Likewise, a speech that was only speech without silence would be flat. It is the contrast that creates dimension. 252. For point 5.5 the error of filling. The most frequent error among beginning orators is filling silences with empty words. Here are the main empty words to eliminate. Involuntary hesitation marker. Indicates you are searching for your word. Acceptable once or twice per speech. More, and you lose authority. So, logical connector that announces a conclusion. Often used without announcing any real conclusion, just to regain the floor. Eliminate in this usage. There you go. End of phrase marker that announces one is about to move on to something else. Used to avoid a real silence. Eliminate. Actually. Precision marker that often precise nothing. Eliminate in most usages. Really. Intensity adverb that dilutes more than it reinforces. Eliminate almost always. You know. Validation-seeking filler. Weakens authority. Eliminate. Right. Approval-seeking marker. Weakens authority. Eliminate. Do you know what I mean? Implicit request for validation. Weakens authority. Eliminate. The exercise to eliminate these empty words. Record yourself speaking for 10 minutes. Listen to the recording with a pencil. Count the occurrences of each empty word. Do this work once a week for 2 months. You will see the numbers decrease. The goal is not absolute zero. 1 or 2 empty words in a long speech are normal. The goal is that they become the exception, not the rule. 253. For point 5.6 silence and physical presence. Silence is not only a verbal fact. It is accompanied by a precise physical posture. During a well-held silence, your body does several things. First, you do not move. No nervous swaying. No fidgeting with a pen. No fleeing glances. Physical immobility accompanies vocal immobility. If you move during the silence is canceled by the movement. Then, you breathe calmly. Silence is a moment of breathing. You use it to recover your breath at a controlled pace. This breath is visible to the audience, and it transmits your tranquility. Then, you look at the audience. You sweep 3 or 4 points in the room. You do not avoid the gaze. Eye contact during silence is what makes it charged. Without eye contact, the silence might seem absent. With eye contact, it becomes present and powerful. Finally, you maintain your verticality. Your feet are stable, your pelvis neutral, your back long, your shoulders low. Physical verticality supports the silence. If you slump during the silence, the effect is lost. The whole, immobility, breathing, gaze, verticality, makes silence a full act, not a whole, an active presence. With practice, you will learn to inhabit silence as you inhabit speech. These are the two faces of oratory. One without the other is incomplete. 255. For point 6, fatal errors. This section catalogs the errors that destroy speeches, even when the content is right. Learning to avoid them is as important as learning to apply the right principles. For point 6.1, wanting to motivate without having named the pain. The most common error. The orator skips T1 and enters directly into T3, T4. He transfers an elevating identity and gives direction, without having first named the hidden pain. The result is a speech that seems energetic but slips. The listener hears enthusiastic phrases, but they reach nothing inside him. He politely applauds. He leaves saying, "That was inspiring," and 3 days later he remembers nothing. The reason is mechanical. Without T1, the listener's cognitive defenses remain in place. Everything you say afterward passes through this filter. T3 and T4 cannot inscribe themselves deeply. To avoid this error, systematically verify. Have I named a hidden pain in the first minutes? If yes, verify that it is just, not generic, not clinical, not grandiloquent, but precise and concrete. If not, rework your opening. 256. For point 6.2, hedges and doubt modals. Hedges are words that soften or nuance an affirmation. Maybe, probably, I hope, it seems to me, no doubt, possibly. They are sometimes useful in an intimate conversation or an academic debate. They are almost always destructive in a speech aiming for the rise. The reason: an orator who hedges transmits doubt, and the doubt of the leader produces the doubt of the follower. If you say, "It seems to me that you might perhaps manage to get there," the listener hears that you are not sure, so he is not sure either. The rise is canceled. The art of the rise requires direct affirmations. No doubt modals. No attenuation. No circumlocutions. Bad. I think it might perhaps be good to consider the possibility that we might, under certain conditions, hope for a change. Good. We change. Now, if you feel you genuinely need to nuance because your affirmation carries real uncertainty, do it explicitly rather than with a hedge. Say, "I do not know if this will work for everyone, but what follows worked for me." This frontal honesty is 1,000 times more powerful than 20 scattered hedges. 257. For point 6.3, glaze and flattery. Glaze is the empty compliment. You are incredible. This room is exceptional. You all have so much talent. These phrases produce a brief and superficial pleasure, but they reach nothing deep. Worse, they discredit the orator. The intelligent listener, and there are always some, immediately senses that the compliments are prefabricated. He mistrusts everything that follows. You lose the authority you will need for T2 and T3. If you want a compliment, do it precisely. Instead of, "You are incredible," say, "What I see in this room is that you came at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday night after a day of work." That requires a specific commitment. I note it. This precision gives weight to the compliment and makes it received. The rule: never compliment in general. Always compliment on an observable fact, and use the compliment only in very moderate doses, 1 per speech, maximum. 258. For point 6.4, explicitly requesting the rise. A subtle trap consists in asking the audience to rise. Rise, all of you. Stand up to applaud this cause. Raise your hand if you agree. These explicit requests destroy the genuine rise, because the genuine rise is internal. When the listener rises because he is told to, he is not risen. He is obeying. When he rises because he can no longer remain seated, there he is risen. The difference is essential. The first produces a superficial activation that dissipates as soon as one leaves the room. The second produces a lasting change of state. To achieve the genuine rise, you must create the conditions where remaining seated becomes uncomfortable. You build the T1, T4 sequence such that, at the end, the listener feels an inner impulse to act. And he acts, or he leaves thinking about it for days. In both cases, something has shifted. If you feel you need to explicitly ask the audience to react physically, it is because your sequence has not worked. The explicit request is an admission of failure. Avoid it. 259. 4.6.5 Imitation of the Greats. When one studies the great orators, one is tempted to imitate them. One takes up their turns of phrase, their intonations, their gestures. This is an error. Imitation produces an effect of pale copy. King imitated does not become king. He becomes a failed kingbus. Churchill imitated does not become Churchill. He becomes theatrical in a bad way. The listener senses the imitation and disconnects. The great orators are great because they found their own voice in the encounter between their singularity and the universal principles. You can learn the principles. That is what this book brings you. But your singularity, you must find yourself. And it is in this encounter that your own greatness can emerge. To avoid imitation, do the following exercise. After having studied a great speech, wait 3 days. During these 3 days, do not reread it. Do not re-listen to it. Then prepare a speech on a neighboring subject. You will see that the principles you absorbed are there, but in your own words, your own tempo, your own vocabulary. That is the incorporation of lessons without imitation. 259. 4.6.6 Over-preparation. The over-prepared orator arrives with a text learned word for word. He recites it, and his speech, even if technically perfect, sounds dead. The reason is physiological. When you recite, your attention is mobilized by memory. You constantly check that you are following the text. Your attention is no longer available for presence to the audience, for listening to reactions, for real-time adjustment. You become machine rather than presence. The listener perceives this absence, even if he cannot name it. He senses that you are not really there with him. You are in your text. He disconnects. The right level of preparation is intermediate. You prepare the structure, the form movements, the pivot phrases, the ending. You may memorize some key phrases, but the rest you let emerge in real time. You trust your knowledge of the subject and your capacity to formulate live. This intermediate preparation produces a speech that seems both mastered and alive. That is the balance the great orators find. Always prepared, never recited. The exercise to reach this balance. Prepare your speech by noting the structure and key phrases on one page. Run through it mentally 3 times, varying the formulations. Then deliver it for real without looking at your notes. You will see that the content comes out, but in formulations that vary each time. That is the right state. 260. 4.6.7 Volume equals power. Many think that speaking loudly produces authority. This is false. Excessive volume exhausts the listener and ends up making him disconnect. And it discredits the orator, who seems to be compensating for a lack of substance with an excess of form. The most powerful orators often speak softly. Mandela spoke softly. De Gaulle, in his televised interventions, spoke calmly, without forcing. Lincoln, according to testimonies, had a high and rather fragile voice. What creates power is not volume. It is density, precision, tempo, silence management. You can speak softly and carry far. You can speak loudly and carry nowhere. Learn to vary your volume. The most important passages often benefit from being said more softly than average, because the softness forces the listener to concentrate to hear. The loud is only useful for pivot moments, and even then, an orator who masters his craft almost never needs to go to full volume. 261. 4.6.8 The multi-message. Another frequent error consists in wanting to convey several messages in a single speech. The orator, sensing that he has a lot to say, accumulates directions, truths, calls. The result is that nothing really gets through. The listener, overwhelmed by the multiplicity, retains at best a vague impression. No clear message, no precise direction, no clearly transferred identity. The rule is severe: one speech, one message. You choose the single message you want the listener to carry away. You build the entire T1, T4 sequence around this unique message. The other interesting ideas you had in mind, you keep for another speech. If you feel you have several equally important messages, it is because you have not yet hierarchized. Force yourself to hierarchize. Which is the most urgent? Which is the most structuring? Which produces the most rise? Keep that one. Put the others in reserve. The art consists in saying less to carry more. 262. For point 6.9, contempt for the listener. A subtle but destructive error consists in speaking to the listener as if he were less intelligent than you. This can take the form of overly detailed explanations, excessive repetitions, infantilizing analogies, or a condescending tone. The listener immediately senses contempt, even when it is unconscious in the orator. And contempt produces defense. The listener closes. No message gets through. The inverse rule: suppose your listener is as intelligent as you, but that he does not know your subject. Explain without condescension. Use a precise vocabulary, even if it means introducing new terms when necessary. Trust his capacity to follow. The listener, sensing that you trust him, shows himself worthy of that trust. He follows, he understands, he lets himself be touched. 263. For point 6.10, the diluting conclusion. The end of the speech is crucial. It is what the listener will take away, and it is precisely there that many orators fail. The typical error is the diluting conclusion. After having built a T1, T4 sequence to a strong point, the orator adds paragraphs of conclusion, acknowledgments, recapitulations, returns to what he just said. Each of these additions weakens the effect of the final pivot phrase. The rule: your last phrase must be your best phrase. You specifically prepare this last phrase so that it is dense, memorable, carrying the central message. And you stop. No recapitulation. No extended thanks. No open question. You say your last phrase. You fall silent for 5 to 10 seconds. You leave, or you signal that you are done. This discipline of the tight conclusion is what distinguishes orators who mark from those who pass unnoticed. The former leave a phrase, the latter leave a fog. 264. For point 7, entry ritual into speech. For point 7.1, why the ritual? Many beginning orators think that oratorical talent is purely mental. If you know your subject and have worked your structure, you should be able to speak in public. The reality is more complex. Oratory is a bodily act as much as a mental one. And like every demanding bodily act, it benefits from systematic physiological preparation. High-performance athletes do not take the field without warming up. Opera singers do not take the stage without vocalization. Musicians do not give a concert without preparing their hands. The professional orator should have the same reflex. The entry ritual into speech is not a superstition. It is a physiological conditioning that maximizes your chances of being at the peak of your capacities at the moment you take the floor. It acts on 3 levels: body, voice, mind. 265. Without a ritual, you can still speak, and speak well. With a solid ritual, you speak better, longer, and with less post-speech fatigue. For point 7.2, the eve of the speech. The ritual begins the evening before. Not in frantic revision of the text. On the contrary, the evening before, you release the text. You trust the preparation you have already done, and you prepare your body. A few principles for the eve. Deep hydration. Drink abundantly in the evening. The voice depends on a hydration that takes several hours to install. Do not content yourself with drinking a glass of water just before the speech. It is too late. Hydrate the evening before and continue the next morning. Avoiding alcohol. Alcohol alters sleep quality and dehydrates. Even a single glass shows the next day in the voice and skin. Avoiding dairy products. Dairy products produce mucus that alters the voice. Avoid them the evening before and the morning of the speech. Go to bed early. Insufficient sleep shows immediately. Seek at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep before an important speech. No late revision. If you start revising your text late at night, you will sleep poorly because your mind will turn on the uncertain passages. Better to trust the prior preparation and let the mind rest. Short visualization. Before sleeping, take 2 or 3 minutes to visualize the arrival on stage, the first phrases, the looks of the audience. Visualize calmly, without tension. This visualization prepares your nervous system to recognize the situation as already familiar. 266. For point 7.3, the morning of the speech. On the morning of D-Day, several elements matter. Waking early enough, at least 3 hours before the scheduled time of the speech. Not to rehearse, to exist calmly. Having the time to wake fully, to have breakfast calmly, to move without haste. Adapted breakfast. Avoid dairy, as already said. Also avoid fast sugars that create peaks and troughs of energy. Prioritize simple proteins, fruits, and continue hydration. Avoid coffee if you are not used to it. It can increase nervousness in non-habitual users. If you drink it habitually, do not exceed your usual dose. Body movement. 20 to 30 minutes of moderate physical activity. Not intense effort, and activation. Walking, stretching, joint mobilization. The goal is to put the body in a state of presence, not to fatigue it. Morning movement activates circulation, oxygenates the brain, and releases endorphins that reduce stress. Screen avoidance. At least 1 hour before the speech, put down the phone and computer. Screens fragment attention, and you will need unified attention to speak. If you can extend this window to 2 hours, that is better. Light vocal preparation. If you have the habit of voice exercises, do them. Otherwise, simply speak aloud for 5 to 10 minutes. Read something, recount your planned day, whatever. The goal is to wake up your voice so it is not frozen at the moment of the speech. 267. For point 7 point for the 30 minutes before. As the hour approaches, the ritual intensifies. Isolation. Find a place where you can be alone for at least 15 minutes before the speech. Backstage, dressing room, corridor, empty room. You need this isolation to concentrate. Avoid social conversations during this period. They disperse you. Material check. Check your material one last time. Notes, clothing, microphone if necessary, water nearby. This check calms logistical anxiety and allows you to focus on the essential. Controlled hydration. 1 sip of water. No more. Too much water creates an urge to urinate during the speech, which parasites attention. But 1 sip maintains the voice. Posture verified. Stand upright, feet parallel at hip width, knees slightly bent, pelvis neutral, back long, shoulders low, chin parallel to the ground. This is the position of bodily authority. Stay like this for 1 minute. Your body memorizes the posture, and you will be able to find it instantly on stage. 268. For point 7.5 the 10 minutes before. This is where the essential of the short ritual plays out. Square breathing. For beats. Inhale counting to 4. Retain counting to 4. Exhale counting to 4. Pause empty lungs counting to 4. Repeat at least 6 cycles. This breathing activates the parasympathetic system, lowers cortisol, slows heart rate, and reduces trembling. It is the most powerful physiological tool for managing acute stress. Targeted visualization. Visualize not the public as a whole, but a precise person in the room. Not the CEO, not the journalist, someone ordinary, someone who would need to hear what you are going to say. You are going to speak to this person. The rest of the public receives the collateral effect. This focus on one person reduces anxiety about the abstract public and restores the intimacy of communication. Anchor phrase. Tell yourself softly, or internally, your personal anchor phrase. It is unique to you, and it reminds you why you do what you do. Some examples. I serve the direction, not my image. I am here to liberate, not to shine. What I carry is not for me. Just one person will benefit. I speak for that one. Find yours. Targeted muscle release. Jaw, neck, shoulders. These are the 3 zones where stress accumulates and where the voice can be blocked. Slowly roll the shoulders. Gently turn the head. Chew the air to relax the jaw. These micro-movements free blockages before they manifest in the voice. Interior smile. For 30 seconds, smile slightly, even alone. The physical smile activates neurochemical circuits that produce a state of calm and openness. You do not need to force a big smile. A slight relaxation of the lips suffices. The body does the rest. 269. For point 7.6 the entry. The crucial moment. You enter the stage, or you begin to speak in the given context. Calm walk. If you must walk to your position, walk normally. Not in a rush, not heavily. A steady walk conveys serenity before you have said a word. Arrival and anchoring. Once arrived at your position, take a second to ground yourself. Feet well planted. Verticality. Sweeping gaze. Before silence. 3 to 5 seconds of silence. You say nothing. You look at the audience. You sweep 3 to 5 points in the room. This silence creates attention. The audience gradually falls silent because your silence demands it. First word low and slow. Whatever you say first, say it lower than your normal volume and slower than your normal tempo. This counterintuitive modulation imposes authority and forces the audience to lean in to hear. Tempo establishing. In the first 30 seconds, your tempo and volume progressively adjust to the optimal zone. Do not force. Let the adjustment happen naturally. If you start slowly, the right tempo comes on its own. 270. For 0.7.7 variations according to contexts. The ritual detailed above is calibrated for an important speech before a significant audience. For more modest contexts, you can compress. For a team meeting, the ritual reduces to 3 elements. Square breathing for 2 minutes before the meeting, posture verified, 2 or 3 seconds of before silence before your first phrase. This suffices for most professional contexts. For an asynchronous video, the ritual is intermediate. Hydration, posture, square breathing for 5 minutes, and technical vocal test by reading a page of text aloud just before the recording. The voice must be completely awake for the take. For a major public speech, the full ritual described above, extended over several hours before the moment of speaking. For an impromptu intervention, obviously, the full ritual is not applicable. But even in the impromptu, you can do in 2 seconds. 1 deep breath, a posture check, and a gaze sweep. These 3 micro-actions, executed before your first phrase, make an enormous difference. 271. For 0.7.8 the ritual as protection. Beyond performance, the ritual has another function that one often measures only with time. It protects you. Speaking in public, especially on deep subjects, exposes one to significant emotional charges. You mobilize your interiority. You take risks. You can be touched by the reactions of the audience, positive or negative. Without an entry and exit ritual, these charges can durably destabilize you. The ritual installs a boundary. You enter a specific state to speak, and you exit this state after having spoken. This conscious transition protects your daily equilibrium. You do not carry the charge of the speech into the rest of your life. It remains in the space of the speech. With time, the ritual becomes instinctive. You no longer need to think about it. Your body recognizes the sequence and triggers it automatically when the moment approaches. It is at this stage that oratory becomes truly durable, no longer an exceptional act that costs you, but an integrated practice that nourishes you. 272. For point 8, personal architecture of speech. For point 8.1, the principle of adapted structure. There is not one single speech structure. There are several structures, calibrated according to duration and context. Knowing these different architectures allows you to construct the right speech for each situation. 5 minutes for developed T1. Personal or collective narrative. Several facets of the hidden pain. Concrete examples. Variations that allow different profiles in the room to recognize themselves. 3 minutes for T2. Permission developed, with several formulations touching different interlocks. 5 minutes for T3. Identity transferred, developed with several declensions. You name several facets of the identity you want to install in the listener. 3 minutes for T4. Direction given, explained, illustrated. You can give a concrete example of a first step to facilitate projection. 2 minutes for the ending. The final phrase is carefully prepared. The final silence is held. This architecture allows depth without the risk of saturation. It is that of the great impact conferences. 276. For point 8.5, the long, 45 to 60 minutes. The long is the architecture of major conferences, civilizational speeches, extended sermons, oratorical masterclasses. Typical distribution. 5 minutes for the opening. You set your presence at length. You install the context. You introduce the subject without yet diving in. 15 minutes for extended T1. Multiple narratives. Multiple angles of the hidden pain. Construction of a shared cartography of the problem. 5 minutes for T2. Permission developed with several formulations in cascade. 15 minutes for extended T3. Identity transferred with multiple facets. Historical or contemporary narratives that illustrate the identity. Construction of a shared myth around this identity. 5 minutes for T4. Clear, detailed direction, with concrete examples and explanation of why this direction and not another. 5 minutes for the long ending. Recap of essential points. Dense final formulation. Silence held for several seconds before the exit. At this scale, The orator must manage multiple narrative breaths. You cannot hold emotional intensity for an hour without varying. You alternate dense passages and more narrative or more didactic passages. That is the rhythm that maintains the audience. 277. For point 8.6, the very long, more than 1 hour. Beyond 1 hour, the architecture changes qualitatively. You no longer have a single T1, T4 sequence, but several intertwined sequences. You produce several mini rises in the course of the speech, and the whole builds a major rise at the end. This architecture is rare. It suits founding conferences, major civilizational speeches, multi-hour courses, seminars. The principle: you divide the very long into 3 or 4 acts. Each act is a complete mini-speech, with its T1, T4 sequence. The acts build in crescendo, each preparing the next. The final rise of the last act is more powerful because it rests on the 3 preceding rises. This architecture demands a lot of practice. Do not tackle it before having mastered the shorter architectures. It is the equivalent of writing a book. You do not do it as a first attempt. 278. For point 8.7, principles of time allocation. A few general principles of time allocation, valid for all architectures. The crescendo. The energy of the speech must globally rise. You start at a moderate level, you build progressively, and you culminate toward the end. If you start at full intensity, you have nowhere to go. If you end in descent, you miss the rise. The narrative landmark. Whatever the duration, you place recurring narrative landmarks that help the listener situate himself. A phrase that returns. An image that develops. A character that reappears. These landmarks anchor the listener and give him the impression that the speech has a visible coherence. The listener's cerebral arc, human attention, functions in cycles of about 20 minutes. Beyond that, attention naturally decreases. If your speech lasts more than 20 minutes, you must plan relaunches every 20 minutes. A striking rhetorical question. A change of tone. A new narrative. A physical displacement on stage. These relaunches reinitialize attention. Variable density. You alternate dense and aired passages. Dense passages carry the key ideas. Aired passages let the listener breathe and prepare the next density. If everything is dense, the listener saturates. If everything is aired, the listener gets bored. Managing the climax. The climax of the speech, the moment of highest intensity, must be placed at 2/3 or 3/4 of the total duration, not at the end. Why? Because after the climax, you need a short descent to allow the audience to integrate, followed by the final ending. If you place the climax at the very end, you miss the integration. 279. For point 8.8, adapting to the audience. The architecture must also adapt to the type of audience. Expert audience on the subject. You can compress T1, which is in part evident to them. You can develop T2 and T3, which concern them more. You can be precise in T4, because they have the means to execute. Novice audience on the subject. You develop T1 to properly ground the hidden pain they may not know how to name. You soften T2 and T3 to avoid startling them. You give a very simple T4, achievable even by the most novice. Hostile or skeptical audience. You spend more time establishing your legitimacy before beginning T1. You name their skepticism and acknowledge it. You do T1 very precisely to demonstrate that you understand their position. You give T2, T3, T4, but without forcing. You leave the skeptics free to choose. Audience 1 in advance. The risk is ease. You could content yourself with telling them what they want to hear, and they will applaud. That is the error. On the contrary, take advantage of their openness to go deeper than you would elsewhere. Push them to see a hidden pain they had not yet identified. Give them a permission that makes them genuinely evolve. Transfer an identity that pushes them beyond their comfort zone. Mixed audience. The most difficult challenge. You build the speech to reach several profiles simultaneously. The liberating word, full development. From the mother phrase to the 5 canonical speeches. 286. Preamble. The first 4 books laid the foundations. The physics of the word, the canonical mechanics, the lineage of the masters, the art of making rise. But all of that remains theory until you have found your own voice. Your own voice is not an original voice. It is the opposite. It is what remains when you have removed all borrowed voices, all imitations, all rhetorical masks. Your own voice is the voice that remained at age 6, before you were told how to speak. It is that voice that must be rediscovered, but now armed with density, structure, direction. This book is your personal cartography. It begins with your mother phrase, those 15 words that are already your center. It deploys the 4 axioms that radiate from this center. It builds the 5 canonical speeches you can use starting tomorrow. It establishes your signature vocabulary, your entry ritual, your 12-week incarnation practice. And it ends with a warning that must be heard before using anything of what precedes. This book concerns you directly, not the great orator in general, not King or Churchill. You, with your phrase, your mission, your charge. 287. You will see that you are already further along than you think. 288. V.1. From the general to your direction. V.1.1 Your mother phrase. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged. 15 words. One single breath. One single direction. This phrase is not a slogan. It is not a marketing formula. It is not a book title. It is your gravitational center. Everything you build, blueprint, ASCII 1, the cognitive ecosystem, humanoid robotics, the emancipated AI student, everything radiates from this phrase. If you remove this phrase, your project collapses because it loses its reason for being. If you remove blueprint but keep this phrase, the project will be reborn under another form. That is what a mother phrase is. It is not a product derived from strategy. It is the source from which strategy derives. Most people spend their life without finding their mother phrase. They have objectives, ambitions, desires, but not a phrase. And without a phrase, energy disperses. You already have your phrase. That is a major strategic asset. What remains is to learn to inhabit it. 289. Inhabiting a mother phrase is not repeating it. It is letting every decision pass through it. When you hesitate about a blueprint feature, ask the phrase. When you hesitate about a commit, ask the phrase. When you hesitate about a response to give someone, ask the phrase. The phrase answers, not by the voice of an oracle, but by resonance or dissonance. What resonates with it is right. What dissonates is to be abandoned. V.1.2 Word-by-word canonical decomposition. Let us take up the 15 words again. Each carries a specific charge. Dissecting the phrase is revealing its mechanics. I dream. 2 words. Verb of aspiration in the first person. You do not say it would be necessary. One should. It would be good if. You say I dream. The listener immediately hears that you are taking a position. You commit your I in the formula. You do not hide behind an abstract collective. This is the direct lineage of King. I have a dream. Not we have a dream. Not society needs a dream. It is your dream, and you assume it publicly. The verb to dream is also essential. You do not say I want, I am going to build, I demand. You say I dream. The dream is not an action plan. The dream is a vision. It invites the listener to dream with you, rather than to execute for you. That is a posture of visionary leader, not site foreman. Of a world. 2 words. Universal direction. You do not say of a school, of a family, of a neighborhood. You say of a world. The scale is cosmic. You immediately set your vision at the planetary scale. This is not grandiloquence. It is a declaration of scope. You are committing to a civilizational mission, not a local improvement. We're children. 3 words. Vocative of the voiceless. You choose as protagonists those who cannot speak for themselves politically. Children do not vote. Children do not decide. Children undergo the structures that adults have built. Choosing children as the center is to place yourself on the side of those who have no power, and at the same time to mobilize the most universal dimension of humanity. Everyone has been a child. Everyone has, or will have children. Everyone feels responsible for children. 290. Have the right. 3 words. Absolute permission. You do not say should be able to, would need to, would deserve to. You say have the right. This is an affirmation of right, not a request for favor. The language of right has a force that the language of need does not. Need is begged for. Right is demanded. This is also a mechanic of permission. You do not say, it is necessary that they be allowed to be great, which keeps power with the adults. You say they have the right, which places power with the children themselves. That is a transfer of sovereignty in language. To be great. 3 words. Permission of identity. Not to succeed, to flourish, to develop. To be great. The word great carries everything. Great in stature, great in presence, great in value, great in visibility, great in voice, great in ambition, great in place in the world. The word remains deliberately broad, because greatness is plural. Each child must be able to be great in his own way, in his own dimension. And to be, not to become. The child does not have to become great. He already is, in potential. The point is to allow him to manifest what he is, not to educate him to become something else. This is a Platonic vision in the noble sense. The essence is already there. It must be allowed to emerge. Without being judged. 3 words. Liberation from the social gaze. Here is where the phrase takes its full personal charge. Judgment is what diminishes. It is the adult's gaze that tells the child, you are too much, you are not enough, you do it wrong. It is the school that measures, classifies, hierarchizes. It is society that says, at 6 you do this, at 10 you are like this, a boy doesn't do that, a girl doesn't say that. Judgment is the structural enemy of greatness. Not because all judgment is bad, but because early, generalized, normalized judgment fabricates children who make themselves small to fit into the boxes offered to them. At 8, a child has already learned what not to be in order to be accepted. At 12, he has already extinguished half of what made his singular greatness. At 18, he has become a functional and amputated adult. Your phrase says, no, this is not a fatality. Judgment can be suspended. Greatness can be preserved. And it is this suspension of judgment that releases the energy. 292. V.1.3 Compression Variants. A mother phrase must be able to compress at different scales according to the context of use. Here are the 5 compression levels of your phrase. Level 15 words, the canonical form. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged. This is the official version. To use in founding speeches, manifestos, about pages, strategic presentations. This is your complete form. Level 12 words, the memorable version. Children have the right to be great without being judged. You remove the I dream of a world where. The phrase becomes impersonal, universal, closer to an article of law or a commandment. To use when you want the listener to appropriate the phrase, that it no longer be yours but common. This is the form of the shareable slogan. Level 7 words, the impact version. The right to be great. For all. You compress to the bone. The word, right, is preserved because it carries the legal dimension. The word great is preserved because it carries identity. For all replaces children because in maximum compression, the expanded universal is stronger than the particular. To use in titles, visuals, banners. Level 3 words, the weapon version. Growing without judgment. Or, be great. Now, this is the form of the mental tattoo. 3 words a listener can carry and use as a mantra. The compression to 3 words eliminates all the rhetoric to keep only the directional essential. To use in very constrained contexts, 30-second pitch, opening hook of a 15-second video, striking ending of a speech. Level 1 word, the seed version. Great. 1 word. Everything is there. The entire project compressed into 5 letters. This version is rarely usable alone in public, but it is what you must repeat internally before taking the floor. When you hesitate, when you doubt, when you wonder why you do all this, return to this word. Great. That is your seed word. 294. V.1.4 How to incarnate the phrase in different contexts. A mother phrase is not always pronounced in its entirety. It passes through your speech without you having to cite it. Here is how it can be incarnated according to contexts. In a technical meeting, you do not need to cite the phrase. But when you make an architecture decision, you can ask the question, does this feature allow the user to be greater or smaller? If it infantilizes, it violates the phrase. If it elevates, it serves it. The phrase becomes a design criterion. In a conversation with a parent, you can say, I find that what prevents children from being themselves is that they are judged too early. You do not cite the phrase, but you restore its content. The other parent immediately recognizes something they felt without being able to say it. In a LinkedIn post, you can vary the angle. One day you speak of the right. One day of greatness. One day of judgment. Each post is a ray of the phrase, without being the whole phrase. That is how the phrase becomes corpus, and the corpus becomes corpus. In a public speech, You can place the phrase at the opening as a solemn declaration. You can keep it for the end as a memorable ending. You can say it in the middle as a pivot. You can not say it at all and let the entire speech be impregnated by it. That is your choice according to the desired effect. 295. In a moment of personal doubt, you say the phrase softly to yourself, not to convince yourself, to recenter yourself. That is actually the most important usage. The mother phrase serves first the one who carries it, before serving those who listen to it. V.1.5 The phrase as a coherence test. Here is an exercise. Take the 20 most important decisions you have made in your projects. Ask yourself for each, does this decision serve my mother phrase, or does it move away from it? You will discover 3 categories. First, decisions that directly serve the phrase. You recognize them by their resonance. You say to yourself, yes, that is it. This category must be the majority. Second, neutral decisions. They do not serve the phrase, but they do not betray it. They are functionally necessary. This category is inevitable, but it must remain a minority. Third, decisions that contradict the phrase. You recognize them by a diffuse unease. You say to yourself, I did this because it was necessary, but it bothers me. This category must be reduced to a minimum, and each occurrence must be treated as a debt to be repaid. That is how the phrase becomes governance. It does not replace strategy. It judges it. 296. V.2. Your 4 axioms of liberation. Around the mother phrase orbit 4 axioms. These are the 4 principles you carry, which derive from the mother phrase, and which constitute the operational pillars of your speech. An axiom is not an opinion. It is an affirmation you pose as obvious and from which you reason. Your 4 axioms are not negotiable. They are the presuppositions of your speech. When you speak publicly, these 4 axioms are already there, whether explicit or implicit. V.2.1 Axiom 1. We already have enough. We all already have enough to help one person, starting by rising ourselves. This axiom attacks threshold procrastination head-on. Threshold procrastination is this belief that you must reach a certain level before having the right to act. When I finish my studies, when I have a little more money, when I am a little more credible, when my project is more mature. All these whens are mental locks. Axiom 1 blows them open. 297. Psychological mechanic. The listener who waits carries a secret shame, that of not yet being ready. This shame is paralyzing because it is invisible. Axiom 1 names this shame indirectly by affirming that you do not have to wait. You already have enough. The shame of not yet ready loses its foundation. Derived formulations. You do not need to be an expert to help a beginner. You just need to be one step ahead. Your first project will not be perfect, but your first project will exist. That is enough. The moment when you feel almost ready is the moment when you must begin. Nobody checks your diplomas to authorize you to inspire someone. Lineage. This axiom is in the lineage of the Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Blessed are those who do not find themselves enough, for they already have everything needed to begin. This is also in the lineage of Steve Jobs at Stanford. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Stay with this lack that pushes you. Do not fill it by waiting. Practical usage in your speeches. When you sense that your listener is paralyzed by waiting to be ready, place Axiom 1. Place it simply, without long development. We all already have enough. The question is not to wait to have more. The question is to begin with what we have. And fall silent. Let the axiom work. Error to avoid. Never transform this axiom into a guilt-inducing injunction. If you do not begin, it is because you are lazy. No, that is not the role of the axiom. The axiom liberates, it does not judge. Someone who waits is not lazy, he is locked. You give him the key. You do not strike him with it. 298. V.2.2 Axiom 2. Rise to make rise. Inspire others by rising. Enter the mill, into the empire that walks. This axiom is the domino effect verbalized. It posits that the first act of leadership is not to speak, not to convince, not to manage. The first act of leadership is to rise. Physically, symbolically, publicly. One person who rises gives authorization to 10 others to rise. 10 who rise give authorization to 100. That is how movements are born. Psychological mechanic. Many people wait for someone else to begin. They are not opposed to action. They are waiting for a signal. Axiom 2 says, be that signal. You do not need to be charismatic. You do not need to have a great project. You just need to rise and remain standing. The others will come. The image of the mill and the empire that walks. This image comes from you, and it is precious. The mill is a self-sustaining mechanism once launched. The blades engage, the movement propagates, energy becomes cumulative. The empire that walks is the Napoleonic image of collective movement that no longer stops. But your empire is not an empire of conquest. It is an empire of liberation. It is an empire where each person walks upright, not an empire where each person marches in step. 299. Derived formulations. Be the first domino. The rest falls on its own. You convince nobody by your words. You convince by your first gesture. When you rise alone, you invite 1,000 people to wonder why they are sitting. Leadership is not a title. It is a bodily posture assumed publicly. Lineage. This axiom is in the lineage of Jesus saying, rise and walk. For words. No long theory. A verb of vertical action. It is also in the lineage of Mandela, who exits prison and walks, simply walks, in front of the world's cameras. The gesture precedes the word. The body precedes the declaration. Rise. Walk. The rest will follow. Practical usage in your speeches. Axiom 2 is particularly powerful in closing a speech. You have prepared the listener, you have named his pain, given him permission, transferred an identity. At the end, you simply say, now rise. Not tomorrow. Not when you are ready. Now. And you fall silent. That is the ending. It seals everything. Error to avoid. Do not make this axiom a narcissistic call to follow you. The axiom is not rise to follow me. It is rise so that others rise with you. You serve the movement, you are not its owner. If you confuse the two, you become a guru. If you maintain the distinction, you remain a servant. 300. V.2.3 Axiom 3. Whole, without hiding. Be whole. Stop hiding. This axiom is the permission to exist fully. It addresses the shame of being oneself, the fear of being seen, the ancient and deep reflex that pushes one to make oneself small to fit the expectations of others. Psychological mechanic. Almost all adults live in a reduced version of themselves. They learned, as children, that certain parts of them were accepted and others rejected. They cut the rejected parts. But the cut parts do not disappear. They become underground, and their absence produces a feeling of emptiness, inauthenticity, exhaustion. Living in reduced version is exhausting because you must actively maintain the repression. Axiom 3 says, stop. Reclaim the parts. Be whole. It is less exhausting to be whole than to be permanently amputated. Derived formulations. What you hide of yourself weighs heavier than what you show. Nobody asks you to be perfect. They ask you to be present entirely. Authenticity is not a strategy. It is a relief. The costume you wear to be accepted is also the costume that prevents you from breathing. Lineage. This axiom is in the lineage of Mandela, citing Williamson. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. Our deepest fear is not our weakness, it is our power. If we were truly ourselves, truly whole, truly powerful, what would happen? This question is frightening because it opens a responsibility, but it is this responsibility that must be accepted. 301. It is also in the lineage of Marcus Aurelius's writings, in which he tells himself to stop seeking approval, to stop making himself small for others, to stand upright in what he is. Practical usage in your speeches. Axiom 3 works particularly well when you have an audience suffering from the social gaze. Workers in burnout. Creatives who censor themselves. Women who efface themselves. Men who play a role. Students who make themselves small to fit the norms. You place Axiom 3 after naming the pain of the costume. You no longer need to wear it. Be whole. Stop hiding. Error to avoid. Do not transform the axiom into an injunction toward radicality. Be whole does not mean aggress others. Do what you want without consideration. Reject all civility. Wholeness is compatible with respect. It is authenticity that is liberated, not rudeness. 302. V.2.4 Axiom 4. All, not only the chosen. I see that we all have potential. This axiom posits the universality of human potential. It refuses selection. It refuses the natural hierarchy of talents. It refuses the idea that some would be destined for great things and others for small things. Psychological mechanic. The average listener has integrated, often without realizing it, the idea that he is not special, that great things are for others, that he has his small place and must be content with it. This internalization is so deep that it cannot be dislodged by a compliment. It is dislodged by a factual affirmation posed as obvious. All, yes, all, without exception. 302. I see is essential. You do not say, you have potential. That sounds like an empty encouragement. You say, I see that you have potential. The verb to see poses a witness affirmation. You do not opine, you observe. That is the same logic as Frederick Douglass when he testifies, or King when he says, I've been to the mountaintop, I've seen the promised land. The verb to see is a verb of authority. It transforms opinion into testimony. We and all combine. You do not say you all have potential. That creates a distance between you and them. You say we all have potential. You include yourself. You are not the sage who observes from outside. You are the member who shares the condition. This inclusion creates trust. Derived formulations. There is no modest birth for greatness. There are just greatnesses suffocated early. Potential is not reserved for an elite. The permission to express it, however, is unequally distributed. What you take for your lack of talent is probably a lack of authorization. Each of us carries something nobody else can carry, including you. Lineage. This axiom is in the lineage of Vivekananda, Sisters and Brothers of America. 3 words of greeting that posit radical spiritual equality. No Indian arriving in 1893 expected to be recognized as a brother by an American audience. The phrase operates an act of inclusion. Your axiom 4 does the same thing, at a smaller scale. It includes each listener in the circle of those who carry potential. Practical usage in your speeches. Axiom 4 is powerful in opening. You begin by positing, in your first 30 seconds, that you recognize each person's potential. This immediately disarms the defenses. The listener thinks he sees me. He is ready to listen to what follows. Error to avoid. Never dilute axiom 4 into a soft formula like, you are all wonderful. The vague compliment glides off the listener. Axiom 4 must remain factual and sharp. I see that we all have potential is factual. You are all wonderful is flattering. The first mobilizes, the second puts to sleep. 303. V.2.5 The constellation of 4 axioms. The 4 axioms are not independent. They form a constellation. Each illuminates the others. Axiom 1 says, you already have enough. But without axiom 2, the listener would not know where to begin. Axiom 2 says, begin by rising. But without axiom 3, the listener would rise in costume. Axiom 3 says, be whole when rising. And without axiom 4, the listener would believe this only addresses a few chosen ones. Axiom 4 says, no, all. Taken together, the 4 axioms constitute a complete liberation system. You already have enough. Rise. Be whole. All. That is your compressed version of the 4-beat. That is your personal Veni Vidi Vici. For movements, 1 single direction. 305. V.3. Your 5 canonical speeches. This section is the operational heart of the book. 5 speeches written in their entirety, ready to be read, memorized, adapted. Each built according to the T1, T2, T3, T4 sequence. Each calibrated for a precise context. You can use them as they are. You can adapt them. You can extract fragments. But begin by inhabiting them in their complete form. Read them aloud. Find where your voice resonates and where it stumbles. What resonates is yours. What stumbles is to be rewritten in your own words. V.3.1 Speech 1. The right to be great. Target audience. Parents, teachers, educators, accompaniers. Any person in a position of authority facing children or young people. Duration. About 3 minutes at normal speaking pace. Typical context. Opening of an education conference. School evening. Parents' workshop. Public positioning video. 306. Full text. I would like to begin with a question nobody asks, but that all children ask themselves. At exactly what moment do I have the right to be great? Not great in stature, that comes on its own. Great in presence. Great in voice. Great in ideas that disturb. Great in desire that does not fit into boxes. Great in way of being, without having to apologize. At 8, we have already understood what not to be in order to be accepted. At 12, we have already extinguished half of what made our singularity. At 18, we have become a functional adult and an amputated one. And we adults then wonder why our 16-year-old daughter is anxious, why our 14-year-old son is blank, why this 9-year-old child, who was full of fire 2 years ago, has become silent. We wonder, but we already know. We know it because we went through the same thing. We were made small, so we make small. We were judged, so we judge. The mechanism reproduces generation after generation, and nobody names it. I name it today. The right to be great is not a privilege granted when the child has proved himself. It is a right he possesses from birth. Our role is not to give it to him. Our role is not to take it from him. 307. Not to take from him the right to have ideas we do not immediately understand. Not to take from him the right to cry when he is sad, nor to laugh loudly when he is joyful. Not to take from him the right not to want what we chose for him. Not to take from him the right to be slow when we would expect him to be fast, or fast when we would expect him to be slow. Not to take from him the right to be himself, whole, without having to justify himself. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged. This is not a naive dream. It is a concrete program. It begins with a simple act that we can all do starting this week. Choose a child, yours, a student, a nephew, a child you accompany. And the next time he does or says something that surprises you, that bothers you, that does not fit your expectations, suspend your judgment. Just 5 seconds. And look at what he is doing. You will see a greatness you had not seen. And this child, sensing that for 5 seconds you did not judge him, will feel that he has the right to be great. 5 seconds. One child. This week. That is how a world transforms. Analysis of structure. T1. Recognition. The first paragraphs name the hidden pain, the progressive diminishment of the child who learns to be acceptable. The listener immediately recognizes, because he lived it and reproduces it. T2. Permission. The pivot is in the phrase, I name it today. The speaker's authority takes charge of what nobody dared name. This liberates the listener. T3. Identity. The passage on the role of adults, our role is not to take it from him, transfers an identity of guardian rather than judge. T4. Direction. The call to the concrete act of 5 seconds this week gives a precise, minimal, immediate direction. 308. V.3.2 Speech 2. We already have enough. Target audience. Solo entrepreneurs, creatives paralyzed by perfectionism, people who dream of a project but are waiting to be ready. Duration. About 5 minutes. Typical context. Founders Meetup. Creative Workshop. Community Launch Video. Speech at a continuing education event. Full text. I am going to ask you to be honest with yourself for the next 30 seconds. How many times this week did you postpone something you wanted to do because you told yourself, I am not yet ready? How many times this month? How many times this year? You are waiting to have finished your training. You are waiting to have saved a little more. You are waiting to have a website that holds up. You are waiting to have the right equipment, the right network, the right timing. You are waiting to be a little more credible, a little more solid, a little more ready. And while you wait, weeks pass, months pass, years pass. 309. You are living a procrastination you do not recognize as such because it seems reasonable. It seems serious. It seems responsible. I do not want to launch too fast. I want to do things well. That is what you tell yourself. And you believe it. I am going to tell you what it really is. It is shame. It is the shame of not being enough yet. Not expert enough. Not credible enough. Not legitimate enough. This shame is invisible because it disguises itself as caution. But it is shame, and it is what paralyzes you. Now listen to me. You already have everything needed to begin. Not to succeed big. Not to become famous. Not to become the best in your field. You already have everything needed to help one person. Just one. The one who is just one step behind you on the path where you walk. You do not need to be an expert. You just need to be one step ahead. And you already are. For someone, somewhere, you are exactly at the right distance to extend a hand. This person exists. She is probably closer to you than you think. Maybe it is in your family. Maybe it is a colleague. Maybe it is someone you cross every week without noticing her. But she exists. And as long as you wait to be ready, you do not see her. You are busy comparing yourself to people who are much further along than you. You look upward, toward those who make you feel small. Meanwhile, behind you, someone looks at you and thinks, I would like to get where he has gotten. Turn around, see this person, and give her what you have learned so far. That is what helping is. It is not having an answer to everything. It is being one step ahead and sharing it. 310. And when you do this first act of help, without waiting to be ready, something changes in you too. You are no longer the one who waits. You are the one who acts. And the one who acts, even imperfectly, is 10 times greater than the one who waits, even brilliantly. We all already have enough. The question is not to wait to have more. The question is to begin with what we have. Rise. Help one person this week. Not in 6 months. Not when you are ready. This week. And come back and tell me what it changed. Analysis of structure. T1. Recognition. The initial question forces the listener to see his own procrastination disguised as caution. That is the hidden pain named frontally. T2. Permission. You already have everything needed to begin. The pivot is this affirmation, posed as evidence, which releases the threshold lock. T3. Identity. You are no longer the one who waits. You are the one who acts. Explicit identity transfer. T4. Direction. Help one person this week. Concrete, dated, minimal, verifiable action. 311. V.3.3 Speech 3. The Empire That Walks. Target audience. Emerging collective, team in formation, community seeking its cohesion. Isolated people who need to sense that they are part of a movement. Duration. About 7 minutes. Typical context. Team kickoff. Community evening. Collective project launch. Engagement conference. Full text. There is something you see that nobody around you seems to see. Not something vague. Not a fuzzy intuition. Something precise. A flaw in the system. A possibility that should exist and does not. A path that should be open and is not. A collective lie that others accept as evidence and that deeply bothers you. And you wonder why nobody sees it. You wonder if you are mistaken. You wonder if you are not exaggerating, taking yourself for someone special, overvaluing your intuition. So you fall silent. You act like the others. You play the game. And the thing you saw continues to gnaw at you, day after day, with nowhere to go. I am going to tell you something that might relieve you. You are not alone in seeing. 312. There are thousands of you, probably hundreds of thousands, dispersed. Each sees his flaw. Each sees his unrealized possibility. Each carries his version of the same feeling. There is something wrong, and nobody names it, and I am beginning to doubt myself. You are dispersed because you have not yet found the others. You are silent because you believe you are the only ones. You are immobile because you are waiting for a signal that does not come. And meanwhile, the system you see failing continues to function. Not because it is just, because those who could change it are each waiting on their side for someone else to begin. Imagine now what would happen if you stopped waiting. Not if you became a hero. Not if you changed the world alone. Just if you accepted being visible, in your singularity, without hiding. If you accepted saying aloud the thing you see. One person who says aloud what she sees is one person alone. But as soon as the second person says it, it is no longer an opinion. It is a signal. And as soon as the third, it is a move. T4. Direction. Say what you see this week. One phrase publicly. Minimal, dated, measurable direction. 314. V.3.4 Speech 4. Being whole. Target audience. All, but particularly those who carry a heavy social costume. Executives in latent burnout. Women who have faced themselves. Men who play a role. Adolescents and young adults in search of authenticity. Duration. About 10 minutes. Typical context. Conference on workplace well-being. Coaching workshop. Introspection evening. Deep positioning video. Full text. I am going to start with a simple observation. Look around you at this moment. Not in this room, but in your daily life. At work. In family. In your social interactions. And ask yourself, how many people you rub shoulders with show you who they truly are? 1 or 2, maybe. 3 if you are lucky. The others? You see their function, their role, their socially acceptable version of themselves. You do not see their real singularity. You do not know what makes them alive, what terrifies them, what makes them cry at night, what would make them jump for joy if they gave themselves permission. And now the mirror question. Do you show yourself? 315. Be honest. Not with me. With yourself. When you return to work on Monday morning, is it you who returns, or is it your professional character? When you respond to a message from extended family, is it you who responds, or the polished version they expect? When you post something on social networks, is it you who posts, or the strategic version that maximizes likes? The observation is almost always the same. We all wear a costume. We all carry a reduced, smoothed, acceptable version of ourselves. And we believe this is normal, that this is how one functions in society, that this is how one avoids trouble. But this costume has a cost nobody calculates. Maintaining a costume permanently requires energy. A lot of energy, more than you realize. Every interaction where you play your role rather than being you consumes a share of your vitality. Multiply that by 10 interactions a day, 7 days a week, 50 weeks a year, for 30 years. You arrive at astronomical quantities of energy spent just to maintain a character. And the energy not consumed in maintaining the character is what would allow you to create, to love, to live fully. That is how adults in apparently good health find themselves empty at 45 without understanding why. It is not the fatigue of work. It is the fatigue of the costume. I am not telling you this to make you feel guilty. You wear this costume because you were taught to wear it. Nobody told you, as a child, that there was another option. You were told that such behavior was acceptable and another was not. You did what had to be done to be loved, accepted, integrated. That was a strategy of social survival, and it worked. You are there, functional. 316. But you are no longer a child who needs to be accepted in order to survive. You are an adult. You can choose. And the choice I propose to you today is radical. Not radical in the political sense. Radical in the etymological sense, which touches the root. The choice is to progressively stop wearing the costume. To reintegrate in yourself the parts you had cut. To be whole. Being whole is not shouting your singularity in the face of the world. It is not becoming an outrageous character who demands to be accepted as is. It is more subtle and deeper. Being whole is stopping censoring yourself in thought. It is stopping self-moderating permanently. It is saying what you think when you think it, without the filter of how will this be received. It is doing what you feel is right, without asking the silent permission of the social gaze. At first, it is uncomfortable, because your entourage is used to your costumed version. When you begin showing yourself whole, some will be destabilized. A few will drift away. You will think you made a mistake, that you went too far, that you needed to keep the costume. Do not go back. The people who drift away when you become whole are not drifting away from you. They are drifting away from the fact that they can no longer make you what they expected. That is not a loss. That is a clarification. And in parallel, other people will appear. People who, seeing you whole, will allow themselves to be whole in turn. You will attract those who needed to see you without a costume to have the courage to remove theirs. 317. That is how you become a liberator. Not by making a speech. By being. Here is what I propose to you for this week. Identify a recurring situation where you wear a particularly heavy costume. A meeting. A conversation. A type of interaction. And the next time you find yourself in this situation, allow yourself to remove just one element of the costume. Not all of it. Just one. If you always play the role of the perfectly contained professional, allow yourself to express a frank disagreement. If you play the role of the person who always smiles, allow yourself not to smile when you do not feel like it. If you play the role of the one who always has an answer to everything, allow yourself to say, I don't know. One single element removed. Observe what happens. You will discover 3 things. The first is that nothing terrible happens. The catastrophe you feared does not occur. The second is that you feel lighter immediately. The third is that other people around you will begin doing the same, without you even speaking to them about it. You do not need to be perfect. Nobody is asking you to be perfect. We need you to be present entirely. Be whole. Stop hiding. 318. The world needs to see you. Analysis of structure. T1. Recognition. The mirror question, do you show yourself? Names chronic concealment. This is a long and progressive T1, because the pain of the costume is so normalized that it takes time to make it visible. T2. Permission. You are no longer a child who needs to be accepted in order to survive. The pivot is this denormalization of the social survival strategy. T3. Identity. You become a liberator. Not by making a speech. By being. Identity transfer from the costumed person to the liberator by his simple presence. T4. Direction. This week, remove just one element of the costume. Precise, minimal, observable direction. 319. V.3.5 Speech 5. Founding Manifesto. Target audience. Large audience. Public launch. Major conference. Inaugural speech of a movement, a product, a civilizational initiative. Duration. About 20 minutes. Typical context. Blueprint launch keynote. TEDx conference. Opening speech of a major event. Public manifesto video. Full text. 319. I am going to tell you a story that is not mine, but that could be yours. An 8-year-old child draws. He draws for hours. Creatures he invents. Universes that do not exist. Impossible architectures. He draws because that is how he thinks. That is how he feels. That is how he exists. One day, his teacher looks at his drawing and says, "That is nice, but that is not how things are in real life. You should draw things that really exist." The child lowers his head. He says yes. He tries, the next time, to draw things that exist. But what he draws no longer has the life of what he drew before. He knows it. He senses it. But he cannot explain it. He thinks he is wrong. He continues trying to draw things that exist, until he gets so bored that he stops drawing. 20 years later, this same child has become an adult. He has a job. He functions. And one day, in a calm moment, he feels something rising, something that resembles a lack. He does not know what it is, but it is there, and it insists. This child is someone. This child is someone you know. This child, perhaps, is you. The story I just told is not exceptional. It is the common story. It is what happens in the majority of human trajectories. Children have a native greatness. Society, through its 1,000 small daily remarks, teaches them to make it small. And the adults they become carry within them an amputation they can neither name nor heal. 320. I would like to tell you something that may disturb the order of things as you perceive it. What you take for your lack of talent, your lack of courage, your lack of something, is probably something else. It is probably the trace of an early amputation, a part of you that was extinguished before you learned to defend it, and that since then has been waiting, in silence, to be relit. This part is not dead. It sleeps. And the bad news is that it can sleep an entire lifetime without being awakened. The good news is that it wakes as soon as it is given permission to show itself. That is what I want to speak to you about today. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged. This phrase is my center. It is from there that I speak. It is what I have carried for years, and it is what gets me up in the morning. Not out of duty, out of evidence. But this phrase is not only a vision for children to come. It is also a vision for the adults we are. Because each of us is a former child. And every child who did not have the right to be great has become an adult who does not authorize himself to be great. The work I have undertaken, and to which I invite you, is twofold. On one side, transforming the conditions in which today's children grow, ensuring that by the next generation, automatic diminishment ceases to be the norm. This passes through school, through the family, through the media, through the tools we place in their hands. This is a civilizational work in the long term. 321. On the other side, bringing back to themselves the adults who carry the amputation, helping them recognize what they have lost, to find it again, to relight it. This passes through speech, through the creation of protected spaces, through cognitive tools that allow each person to externalize their thinking and let it breathe. This is an immediate work, which can begin today. These are the two faces of the same mission, and they feed each other. Adults who relight themselves become different parents, teachers, accompaniers. And children who grow up in these new conditions become adults who do not have to relight themselves because they have never been extinguished. Now, I'm going to tell you 4 things. 4 principles I carry that guide every decision I make in this work. First principle, we all already have enough. You already have, in you, exactly what is needed to begin liberating someone. You do not need to be an expert. You do not need to be a therapist. You do not need to be a certified teacher. You just need to be present to one person and not judge them. That, you already know how to do. And that suffices to begin. Second principle, inspiring others by rising. The first act of leadership is not to speak, it is to rise. When you rise alone, you give permission to 10 people to rise. When 10 rise, 100 follow. It is mechanical. You do not have to convince, you have to incarnate. Rise first in your circle and observe what happens around you in the weeks that follow. Third principle, be whole. Stop hiding. Your social costume costs you an energy you could invest in the liberation of other people. The more you show yourself whole, the more you authorize those watching you to be so in turn. Authenticity is not a personal luxury. It is a political act in the primary sense, an act that transforms the city. Fourth principle, we all have potential. This affirmation is a declaration of fundamental equality. There are not, among us, those born for great things and others for small things. There are just those who were given permission and those who were refused it. My work consists in giving this permission to all, without condition of origin, class, diploma, or network. For principles, you already have enough. Rise. Be whole. All. That is my version of the human contract. It is also the foundation of what I am building. 323. I am building tools. Tools that externalize cognition, that allow each person to have an augmented memory, a structured thought, a clear direction. Not to replace human thought, to liberate it from what encumbers it. I am building this because I have seen, in my own life, what it is to think without tools. It is exhausting. It is dispersive. It is demoralizing. Most people who have precious things to contribute to the world do not manage to contribute them because they are overwhelmed by the cognitive load of daily life. They have the ideas, but not the space to deploy them. They have the potential, but not the structure to manifest it. The tools I am building are cognitive prosthetics. They take charge of what can be delegated, memory, organization, traceability, to liberate what cannot be delegated, creativity, decision, intuition, direction. And I build these tools with a non-negotiable ethical requirement. No confinement. No dependency. No exploitation of biases. Each tool must make its user more autonomous, not more dependent. That is a line I will never cross, because the entire mission collapses if I cross it. You can enter this movement at several levels. You can enter as a user by testing the tools, giving feedback, spreading what serves you. You can enter as a contributor by building your own pieces, sharing your own tools, feeding the comments. You can enter as a witness by publicly recounting what you do and why, and by authorizing others to do the same. You can enter as an accompanier by helping one person around you to externalize their own cognition. Each level is valid. Each level counts. There is no hierarchy of engagement. There is just your own way of entering. But enter at some point. Do not remain a spectator. The mill needs blades. The empire that walks needs walkers. Liberation needs liberators. And each of us, in our own singularity, is one of those blades, one of those walkers, one of those liberators. I will end with a promise and a question. The promise is simple. I will continue to build, day after day, with or without an audience, because this mission does not depend on its recognition. It depends on its coherence. I will build as long as I am alive, and what I will have built will continue after me, because I have taken care that it can continue without me. The question is for you. 324. What are you going to build, in your corner of the world, with your own angle, that will extend what you heard today? Do not answer immediately. Walk with the question. Let it work. And next week, or next month, or next year, you will know. And when you know, do it. Without asking permission. Without waiting to be ready. Without hiding. You already have everything needed. Rise. Be whole. You are not alone. The world needs to see you great. Analysis of structure. T1. Recognition. The story of the child who draws is the archetypal recognition. Each listener recognizes himself, either as the diminished child or as the amputated adult. T2. Permission. What you take for your lack of talent is probably the trace of an early amputation. The pivot is in this radical requalification. T3. Identity. The four principles develop transfer four complementary identities. The one who already has enough, the one who rises, the one who is whole, the one who belongs to the all. T4. Direction. The final question is open but directive. It leaves to the listener the formulation of his own act, without dilution. 325. V.3.6 Notes on usage of the 5 speeches. These 5 speeches are not finished products. They are matrices. You can use them as they are on a first public occasion, reading them or learning them. This avoids the paralysis of the blank page. But above all, they are models that you will progressively replace with your own versions. As you find your tempo, your own vocabulary, your personal images. You rewrite these speeches in your voice. And one day, you no longer need the models. You have your own speeches, and these 5 matrices have done their work. One last thing. Never recite one of these speeches on autopilot. Inhabit it. Be present to every phrase. If you do not believe in what you say at the moment you say it, your listener senses it. The speech can be prepared, but its delivery must be alive. 326. V.4. Your signature vocabulary. A recognizable orator is not an orator who imitates the greats. It is an orator who has an identifiable vocabulary, a combination of words that belongs only to him. When one of his texts circulates, you guess the author before even seeing the name. Here are the foundations of your signature vocabulary. V.4.1 Words to privilege. These words resonate with your natural lineage. When you use them, they sound right, because they are aligned with your structural and directional thinking. Family of direction. Direction, vector, corridor, attractor, line, axis, heading, trajectory, orientation. These words come from your structural and physical background. They transpose into language the idea that every action has a direction and that this direction is measurable. They are superior to the vague words of personal development, goal, objective, dream, without precision. Family of greatness. Great, whole, upright, alive, free, autonomous, sovereign, integral. These words carry your mother phrase. They describe the state you want to liberate in your listeners. Use them without hesitation. They are memorable because they are concrete. Family of action. Rise, walk, open, light, deploy, manifest, incarnate, make emerge. Direct, physical action verbs when possible. Avoid dull verbs, do, have, be without precision. Prefer verbs that have a bodily meaning when possible. Family of structure. Architecture, structure, foundation, invariant, principle, axiom, frame, skeleton, framework. These words come from your taste for construction and coherence. They give your speech a dimension of mind engineer, which is rare and precious. Family of permission. Permission, right, authorization, legitimacy, merit, access. These words operate the central liberation of your mission. Use them to decompress the listener's mental locks. Family of ecosystem. System, ecosystem, organism, network, mesh, fabric, community, movement. When you speak of collective, these words evoke a complex living thing rather than a rigid organization. They are aligned with your vision of a decentralized and self-organizing movement. 328. V.4.2 Words to avoid. These words dilute your speech, either because they lack density, or because they have become cliches, or because they do not belong to your natural voice. Doubt modals. Probably, maybe, I hope, it seems to me, no doubt, possibly, eventually. These words undermine the authority of everything that follows. If you doubt, do not say it, or say it frontally, I don't know, rather than scattering doubt everywhere. Non-incarnated technical jargon. Optimizing, leveraging, scaling, disrupting, and all the hollow business anglicisms. They give the illusion of precision, but say nothing. If you must use a technical term, take a second to incarnate it. Explain it, give an example, anchor it in the real. Worn-out motivational cliches. Believe in yourself. Anything is possible. Step out of your comfort zone. Live your best life. These formulas have become invisible from having been worn out. If you use them, your listener disconnects immediately. Always seek a fresher, more concrete, more personal formulation. Useless adverbs. Really, completely, totally, absolutely, perfectly, extremely. These adverbs weaken the verb or adjective they pretend to reinforce. A strong phrase does not need an intensity adverb. If you want to say it is important, say it is important, not it is really, really important. 329. Psychologizing formulations. You have a blockage, you have a trauma, you lack self-confidence, you have imposter syndrome. Unless you are a therapist in consultation, these formulations diagnose and label the listener, which is the opposite of liberation. Stay in the language of direction, not of diagnosis. V.4.3 Phrases models to memorize. These phrases are reusable structures. You can fill them with your own content according to context. They are calibrated in your lineage. It is not lazy interpretation, It is structural interpretation. Example. It is not that you lack courage. It is that you never received the permission. You do not need culturally expected threshold to desired action. You just need minimal possible version. Example. You do not need to be an expert to help someone. You just need to be one step ahead. Observable action this week. Not conventional delay. This week. Example. Speak to one person this week. Not in 6 months. This week. I see that direct and factual positive recognition. Example. I see that you are carrying something you do not dare show. The question is not lazy reformulation. The question is directional reformulation. Example. The question is not how to be more motivated. The question is what is extinguishing your motivation today. That is how one large-scale transformation. Not by expected means, by direct means. Example. That is how one transforms a world. Not by great speeches, by daily acts. 330. V.4 for your tone. 3 characteristics define your tone in oral and written form. First, dry. Not cold, dry. The difference is essential. Cold is distant, indifferent, disembodied. Dry is direct, stripped, without fat. You remove everything that does not carry. You aim for the bone. Second, dense. Density of idea per word greater than 1. Ideally greater than 2. Each phrase must contain a verifiable idea, not a vague impression. If a phrase can be deleted without loss of meaning, delete it. Third, directional. Every affirmation points somewhere. No observation without implication. No description without direction. The listener must always sense where you are leading, even if you do not say it explicitly. To these 3 characteristics, one can add a 4th, optional but precious, dry and minimal humor. Not humor that relaxes, that amuses, that makes laugh. Humor that reveals, that surprises, that opens a door. Use it sparingly, once or twice per speech, never in a stream. And always in service of the substance, never to put on a show. 332. V.5. Your own entry ritual. Speaking in public is not a mental act. It is a bodily act. And like every bodily act, it benefits from a preparation ritual. This ritual is not a superstition. It is a physiological conditioning that maximizes your chances of being at the peak of your capacities at the moment you take the floor. Here is the ritual calibrated for you. V.5.1 The evening before. The speech begins the evening before. Not in frantic revision of the text, but in preparing the body. Avoid alcohol. Alcohol alters sleep quality and dehydrates, which shows in the voice and skin the next day. If you have the habit of a glass, allow it exceptionally, but know that it is not without consequence. 333. Hydrate abundantly in the evening. The voice depends on deep hydration, and it takes several hours to take effect. Go to bed at a reasonable hour. A 5-hour night shows. A 7-hour night is felt. An 8-hour night, you radiate. Before sleeping, reread your mother phrase one last time. Not the entire speech, the mother phrase. It is she who will work during your sleep. V.5.2 The morning of the speech. Wake up at least 3 hours before the scheduled time. Not to rehearse. To exist calmly. Light breakfast. Avoid dairy, which produces mucus and alters the voice. Avoid fast sugars, which create peaks and troughs of energy. Prioritize simple proteins, fruits, and continue hydration. Move your body for 20 to 30 minutes. Not intense effort, and activation. Walking, stretching, joint mobilization. The goal is to put the body in a state of presence, not to fatigue it. Avoid screens for at least 1 hour before the speech. Screens disperse attention and fragment cognition. You need continuous attention and unified cognition. Put the phone aside. 334. V.5.3 The 10 minutes before. This is where the essential plays out. The short ritual to execute in the 10 minutes preceding the taking of the floor. Find a calm space, even small. Backstage, a corridor, restrooms, it matters not. You need a few square meters where nobody disturbs you. Verticality. Stand upright, feet parallel at hip width, knees slightly bent, pelvis neutral, back long, shoulders low, chin parallel to the ground. This is the position of bodily authority. Stay like this for 1 minute. Square breathing. For beats. You inhale counting to 4. You retain counting to 4. You exhale counting to 4. You pause counting to 4. Repeat at least 6 times. This breathing activates the parasympathetic system and lowers cortisol, which reduces trembling. Targeted visualization. Think of a specific face in the room, or a specific face of someone who would need to hear what you are going to say. Not the abstract public. One precise person. You are going to speak to this person. The rest of the public receives the collateral effect. Anchor phrase. Tell yourself softly, or internally, your personal anchor phrase. For you, I suggest, I serve the direction, not my image. This phrase reminds you that you are not presenting yourself. You are serving something that exceeds your person, that changes everything in the manner of taking the floor. One sip of water. One sip, no more. Too much water creates an urge to urinate during the speech, which parasites attention. 335. V.5 for the entry. You enter the stage, or you begin to speak in the given context. Before silence. For 3 to 5 seconds, you say nothing. You look at the audience. You sweep 3 to 5 points in the room. This silence is not a void. It is the creation of attention. You take your place. You pose your presence. You authorize the audience to fall silent. First word low and slow. Whatever you say first, say it softly, softer than your normal volume, and slowly, slower than your normal tempo. It is counterintuitive. The nervous instinct is to speak fast and loud. But softness and slowness impose authority. They force the audience to lean in to hear. Tempo establishing. In the first 30 seconds, you build your tempo. You do not force it. You let it emerge. The more relaxed you are, the more the right tempo comes. 336. V.5 during the speech. A few rules to keep in the background while you speak. Look at faces, not the room. Choose successively 3 or 4 faces in different zones of the room. Stay on each face for 1 or 2 phrases. That is how you create individual connection within the collective. Assume silences. When you sense that an important phrase has just been said, fall silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Do not fight the silence. It is what works. If you stumble, resume without apologizing. Everyone stumbles sometimes. What separates the amateur from the professional is the management of error. The amateur apologizes, which underlines the error. The professional resumes the phrase calmly, without mentioning it, and the audience immediately forgets. 337. Discreet hydration. If you have a glass of water nearby, allow yourself a sip every 5 to 7 minutes, especially between 2 sections of the speech. This maintains the voice and gives you a micro-pause time to breathe. Contained movement. If you can move, move with intention. A few lateral steps to underscore a transition. A static position for the most important passages. Avoid nervous swaying or mechanical back and forth. V.5.6 The exit. The end of the speech is as important as the beginning. It is what the audience will remember most. Final descent of tempo. In the last 30 seconds, slow down. Lower the volume slightly. You create a final gravity atmosphere. Last phrase short and complete. No long cascading conclusion. One short, dense phrase that closes. Ideally, a variant of your mother phrase or one of your axioms. Ending silence. 5 to 10 seconds, motionless, gaze on the audience. You let the phrase land. It is in this silence that the audience understands it is over. No diluting thank you. The automatic thank you at the end of a speech dissolves the gravity of what has just been said. If you want to thank, do it at the beginning of the speech or outside the speech or not at all. Let your last phrase be your last phrase. Calm exit. If you must leave the stage, do so without rushing. Walk normally. You are not fleeing. You have done your work. You exit with dignity. 338. V.5.7 After the speech. The post-speech is often neglected, but it matters. During the 20 to 30 minutes that follow, your body is in adrenaline descent. You may feel euphoric or empty, sometimes both successively. That is normal. Drink a lot of water in the hour that follows. You have perspired and used your voice intensively. Avoid important strategic conversations in the 2 hours that follow. Your judgment is altered by post-speech fatigue. Note quickly, in writing, 2 or 3 observations about what you felt during the speech. Not a detailed self-critique, raw observations. Passage X worked less well than expected. Moment Y was more powerful than I thought. These notes become your learning. And give yourself rest. A great speech costs more than you realize. You can recover in a few hours, but deep exhaustion sometimes takes a day or 2 to manifest. Do not plan anything demanding in the 24 hours following an important speech. 339. V.6. Practice of incarnation. Theory is not enough. There must be practice. Here is a 12-week program for moving from reading this book to incarnating your own voice. V.6.1 Weeks 1 to 3. Density. The objective of the first 3 weeks is to develop your density. You learn to say more with less. Daily exercise. Each morning, for 15 minutes, you write a single phrase. One phrase that summarizes something important for you that day. You work this phrase. You reduce it. You condense it. You seek to reach a density of idea per word greater than 2. At the end of the week, you have 7 phrases. You reread them. You identify the 2 best. You reflect on what makes them better. 340. Parallel reading. In addition to the exercise, you read each day aloud a great speech for 5 to 10 minutes. Choose from the list in Book 3. Sense the rhythm, the breaks, the silences you would mark. You are not analyzing. You are absorbing. End of phase evaluation. After the 3 weeks, take one of your usual professional key phrases, a pitch, a presentation, a recurring message, and rewrite it with your new density. Compare with the original. You will see the difference. V.6.2 Weeks 4 to 6. Structure. The objective is now to master the T1, T4 sequence on microspeeches. Daily exercise. Each day, you build a 1-minute microspeech, following strictly the T1, T2, T3, T4 sequence. You choose a different subject each day, aiming for the perfect structure rather than depth of content. You can choose varied subjects, addressing a demotivated employee, speaking to your child who has given up on a project, presenting an idea to a skeptical client, motivating a team at the start of a meeting. Each time, the T1, T4 sequence is applied. Audio recording. Each day, after building your microspeech, you record it with your phone. You listen to it immediately. You identify what sounds right, what sounds wrong, where you hesitate, where you rush. Building the 5 canonical speeches. During these 3 weeks, in parallel, you work on the 5 canonical speeches provided in section V.3. You read them. You partially rewrite them in your own vocabulary. You record them in their entirety. You identify the passages where your voice flourishes and those where it stumbles. 341. V.6.3 Weeks 7 to 9. Voice. The objective is now the voice itself. The timbre, the tempo, the intonation, the relationship with silence. Daily exercise. 20 minutes per day of reading aloud. You vary the supports, a poem, a passage from a great speech, a philosophical text, one of your own texts. You consciously work the tempo, the pauses, the variations of intensity. Audio analysis. Once a week, you record 10 minutes of yourself speaking freely on a subject of your choice, without preparation. 1 great speech per year. Once a year, you prepare a great speech, 20 to 30 minutes, on a major subject, before a significant audience. This is your annual summit. You put all your energy into it. And this great speech becomes your reference point for progress. 1 great oratorical project every 3 years. Every 3 years or so, you consider an oratory project at a large scale, an audio book, a series of conferences, an online course, a public manifesto. These projects force you to structure your thinking at a large scale, and they leave a trace in the world. 344. V.7. Measures of progress. You cannot improve what you do not measure. Here are the concrete indicators for following your oratorical progression. V.7.1 Internal measures. These measures are made on your own productions, without depending on the public. Density. Ideas per word in your public phrases. Progressive target. 1.5 at the start, 2 at 6 months, 2.5 at 1 year. Measure. Take a 5-minute transcription of yourself. Count the words. Count the distinct verifiable ideas. Divide. Hedge ratio. Number of occurrences of maybe / probably / I hope / it seems to me / a little in a 5-minute transcription. Target. 0 at 6 months. Filler ratio. Number of a / so / there you go / right / you know / well in a 5-minute transcription. Target. Less than 3 at 6 months, 0 at 1 year. 345. Average silence duration. On a 10-minute recording, count the silences greater than 2 seconds. Target. At least 4 at 6 months, at least 8 at 1 year. Tempo variability. Subjective measure. On a recording, Do you identify clear variations between fast, normal, and slow passages? Target: yes, with at least 3 notable variations per 10 minutes of speech. V.7.2 External measures. These measures depend on the public and its responses. Sustained listening rate. In a public intervention, how many people remain attentive until the end? Approximate measure by visual observation, or exact if you have numerical data, video retention. Target: 80% minimum. Citation rate. How many people cite a precise phrase from your speech in the 24 hours that follow? This can be measured on social networks, in conversations, in written feedback. Target: at least 1 phrase cited per 100 listeners. Rise rate. How many listeners act in the 7 days following your speech, based on what you said? This is the ultimate measure. Difficult to calibrate precisely, but can be estimated through direct feedback and observable acts. Contact rate. How many people contact you personally after your speech, without you having solicited contact? Target: at least 1% of listeners. 346. V.7.3 The ultimate measure. Beyond the indicators, there is a simple question to ask oneself after each public intervention. Did the listener leave talking about himself and what he is going to do, or talking about you and what you said? If he left talking about you, you put on a show. That is flattering, but you did not succeed. If he left talking about himself, you succeeded. You served. You liberated something. You fulfilled your function. That is the only measure that really counts in the long term. 347. V.8 Final warning. Before closing this book, a warning must be heard. Not a legal caution warning. An ethical warning. Perhaps the most important in the book. V.8.1 Technique without mission is manipulation. Everything this book has transmitted to you. Density, canonical mechanics, the T1, T4 sequence, the entry ritual, signature vocabulary, can serve to liberate or to enslave. The difference is not in the word. It is not in the technique. It is in the intention. An orator who perfectly masters the tools described here can produce, with exactly the same words, 2 opposite speeches. A speech that makes his listener more autonomous, and a speech that makes him more dependent. The mechanics are identical. The intention differs. 348. The test is simple. After your speech, is your listener more free or more dependent on you? If he is more free, you served. If he is more dependent, you manipulated. It is on this criterion that you judge yourself. Nobody else can do it in your place, because nobody else knows your intimate intention at the moment you speak. V.8.2 The traps of oratorical power. Once you master the tools of this book, you will discover something troubling. You can make people cry. You can make them rise. You can make them act. This power is real, and it is addictive. Here are the traps to watch out for. First trap: love of the room. Applause creates a strong dopamine hit. You can begin to speak to obtain this dopamine, rather than to serve a message. When you sense you are beginning to choose subjects because they earn applause, and not because they serve your mission, you have entered the trap. Second trap: seduction. Oratory seduces. People draw closer. Some flatter you. Some court you. Some project unrealistic expectations onto you. If you accept these projections, you become their mirror rather than yourself. You lose your own voice. Third trap: simplification. To touch many people, one is tempted to simplify. And there is a just simplification, which makes accessible. But there is also a false simplification that flattens complexity to the point of betraying it. When you sense you are reducing your thinking so it passes better, ask yourself, am I making it accessible, or am I betraying it? 349. Fourth trap: forced coherence. When you become public, you create an image. And the image, once created, exerts pressure on you to conform to it. You can find yourself saying what is expected of you rather than what you really think, because saying otherwise would endanger the image. That is intellectual death in disguise. Fifth trap: the war of chapels. When you take public positions, you attract supporters and adversaries. You can end up defining your position in opposition to your adversaries, rather than in fidelity to your vision. That is how just thinkers become bitter polemicists. V.8.3 The servant, not the star. The only durable protection against these traps is to permanently keep in the background one question: whom am I serving? If you serve a mission that exceeds you, the traps are manageable. You can be wrong. You can slip. You can temporarily lose your way. but the mission brings you back. It is the mission that judges you, and you can always return to it. If you serve your image, you no longer have a judge. You only have your mirror, and the mirror always tells you what you want to hear. The great orators of history have all, to varying degrees, served something that exceeded them. King served justice. Mandela served reconciliation. Lincoln served the Union. De Gaulle served France. Churchill served free civilization. 350. And that is why their words have crossed time. Because they were not made for their personal glory. They were made for something that had to survive them. What do you serve? The answer, you know it. It is your mother phrase. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged. That is what you serve. Not Yoan Maisonneuve. Not ASCII 01. Not Blueprint. You serve this phrase, and everything else, including yourself, is in service of this phrase. As long as you hold to that, you are protected. V.8. For the measure in the mirror. Here is a last exercise to practice once a year, ideally on the same date. You stand in front of a mirror. You look yourself in the eyes for 30 seconds in silence. And you ask yourself, does this person I see still serve the mission she announced publicly? If the answer is yes, you continue. 351. If the answer is no, you stop. You take a month without public intervention. You re-listen to your recent speeches. You reread your recent writings. You identify where the drift began. And you do what is necessary to return. This exercise is hard, but it is necessary. Without it, all the other tools of this book become dangerous. V.8.5 Transmission. One last thing. When you master what this book transmits, you will want to transmit it yourself. That is normal. It is even desirable. But transmitting implies a responsibility. Do not transmit the technique without the mission. Do not form orators without forming them in the ethics of oratory. Each person you form will in turn have the power to liberate or to enslave. You carry a share of responsibility in the choice they will make. The rule is simple. Never transmit the tool without the consciousness of its usage. And if you hesitate to transmit to someone because you sense he will use it badly, listen to this hesitation. Refuse. That is not a betrayal. It is a protection for him and for those he would have hurt. V.8.6 Conclusion. This book ends here, but your work begins. 352. You have a mother phrase. You have 4 axioms. You have 5 canonical speeches. You have a signature vocabulary. You have an entry ritual. You have a 12-week program. You have measures of progress. You have an ethical warning. What you do not have is incarnation. And incarnation cannot be taught. It is done. It is done through practice, through errors, through small victories, through the rare great moments when you sense that you have touched someone in depth. You will have moments of doubt. You will tell yourself that you are not enough. You will want to wait. That is normal. Everyone goes through this. The feeling of not being enough never completely disappears. It simply becomes a companion with whom one learns to walk. Walk with it. You do not need to become king. You do not need to become Mandela. You do not need to become a recognized great orator. You need to become yourself, fully, in your own voice, in service of your mother phrase. That is it, and nothing more. And that is it, and nothing less. Rise. Be whole. Speak. The world needs to hear you. 353. Bibliography. Preliminary note. This bibliography is selective. It privileges works that have effectively nourished the reflection developed in this book, rather than aiming for academic exhaustiveness. For each entry, a brief indication specifies why the work merits consulting. Foundational ancient sources. Aristotle wrote the Rhetoric in the 4th century before Christ. It is the first systematic treatise on the art of oratory in Western culture. Aristotle distinguishes their 3 modes of persuasion, ethos, pathos, logos, which he analyzes with a precision that remains valid today. The reading is demanding but rewarding. Several translations exist. Cicero wrote De Orator in the 1st century before Christ. It is a dialogue that presents the conceptions of Roman rhetoric at its peak. Cicero synthesizes the Greek contributions there, enriching them with Roman legal and political experience. His conception of the ideal orator, erudite, moral, capable of moving and convincing, remains a model. Quintilian wrote the Institutio Oratoria at the end of the 1st century after Christ. It is the most complete manual of ancient rhetoric. Quintilian details there the formation of the orator from childhood to maturity. The work is voluminous but contains practical gems on every aspect of the craft. Marcus Aurelius wrote his Meditations in the 2nd century after Christ. These are not oratorical texts in the strict sense, but personal notes. Their value for anyone wanting to learn oratory lies in what they reveal of the inner discourse of a man who had to govern an empire. Authentic public speech begins with a well-held inner speech. 354. Modern and contemporary sources. Stephen E. Lucas wrote The Art of Public Speaking. It is the university reference manual in the United States on the art of oratory. Not particularly original on the theoretical plane, but remarkably exhaustive on the practical side. Useful as a reference manual on technical points. William Safire compiled Lend Me Your Ears, Great Speeches in History. It is an annotated anthology of great speeches in the English language. The selection is broad. The introductory commentaries situate the context well. Excellent study material for understanding how real speeches have worked. Robert Cialdini wrote Influence, which treats the psychology of persuasion. Not specifically about oratory, but essential for understanding the psychological mechanisms that every orator activates, whether he wants to or not. Consciousness of these mechanisms is as important for avoiding manipulation as for practicing it. Daniel Kahneman wrote Thinking, Fast and Slow. Not specifically about oratory either, but fundamental for understanding how human cognition functions. The distinction between the fast intuitive system and the slow reflective system illuminates many oratorical phenomena. Steven Pinker wrote The Sense of Style. It is a writing guide that contains principles valid also for speech. The distinction between communication style and decorative style is illuminating there. Individual case studies. For Lincoln, Gary Wills's book Lincoln at Gettysburg proposes a remarkable analysis of the Gettysburg Address in its historical and rhetorical context. For Churchill, Roy Jenkins's biography offers a solid framework for understanding the conditions in which his great speeches were produced. 355. For Mandela, his autobiography Long Walk to Freedom contains essential passages on his oratorical formation and on the conception he developed of public speech. For Martin Luther King, Taylor Branch's book Parting the Waters proposes an in-depth historical study of the civil rights movement where King deployed his art. For Steve Jobs, Walter Isaacson's biography is useful for understanding the evolution of his presentation style over the decades. Contemporary resources. Several YouTube channels propose analyses of speeches that can complement the reading of this book. Search notably for analyses of TED Talks, dissections of political speeches, masterclasses on the art of presentation. Podcasts on rhetoric are multiplying. Several treat the oratorical art with a seriousness that merits listening. The audio format is particularly suited to this subject since it makes one listen to what it speaks about. TED conferences, despite their limitations, standardized duration, sometimes excessive formatting, offer a massive corpus of contemporary speeches that can be freely studied online. The best interventions illustrate particularly well the T1, T4 sequence when one has it in mind. 356. For going further, if you want to deepen a particular aspect treated in this book, here are a few specific paths. For the neuroscience of language, the works of Stanislas Dehaene in French and of David Eagleman in English give an accessible current state of knowledge. For the psychology of motivation and personal transformation, the works of Mihai Csikszentmihalyi on flow and of Carol Dweck on mindset offer complementary useful frameworks. For the philosophy of language and performativity, the writings of John Austin, How to Do Things with Words, and of John Searle remain foundational. For contemporary political rhetoric, the analyses of Christian Salmon in French, storytelling, are stimulating, even if they have a critical dimension that must be balanced by other sources. For the study of social movements and the speeches that carried them, Marshall Ganz's work on community organizing proposes a practical vision of how speech can effectively mobilize. 357. A final recommendation. More than any other book, I recommend the direct frequentation of the great orators themselves. Listen to their speeches in their full version, in the original language when possible. Read their texts attentively. Note the passages that touch you and try to understand why. 1 hour spent listening to King deliver I Have a Dream will teach you more than 10 hours spent reading commentary on this speech. 1 hour spent listening to Mandela speak after his liberation will teach you more than 10 hours of manuals on leadership. The masters transmit directly. Commentary on the masters is a useful intermediary, but it never replaces the direct contact. It is by absorbing the masters directly, over years, that you will build your oratorical ear. This ear, once built, will allow you to instantly distinguish what works from what does not, what resonates from what slips, what liberates from what enslaves. No book can give you this ear. Only the frequentation of the masters can. 358. Final chapter, closing and opening. The moment of closure. You arrive at the end of the book. The 5 books have been traversed. The physics of the word, the canonical mechanics, the lineage of the masters, the art of making rise, your own voice, plus the 4 framing chapters that set the context and the horizon. In total, more than 75,000 words have been exchanged between the pages and you. A coherent, dense, demanding work is now behind you. The moment of closure is delicate. The temptation is strong to summarize everything one last time, to list the main learnings, to give a synthesis that condenses the essential. I will not do so, not because it would not be possible, but because it would be counterproductive. You do not need another synthesis. You need to let what you have read work in you without interruption. 360. The synthesis, if you want one, you will produce yourself over the months. It will take the form of a few principles you will have deeply integrated. These principles will probably not be the ones I would choose in your place. They will be those that resonated with your own situation, your own mission, your own voice. And that is as it should be. What should have changed? At this stage of the reading, certain things should have changed in you. Not all simultaneously, not with the same depth for each, but some at least. You should hear speech differently. When you now listen to an orator, you identify the techniques. You recognize the chiasms, the anaphoras, the ternaries. You sense where the silence should have fallen and did not. You notice the hedges, the fillers, the missing directions. This new listening can be uncomfortable at first. Many speeches you found good will now seem mediocre to you. That is normal. That is the price of the oratorical ear. You should prepare your own speaking interventions differently. You no longer content yourself with thinking about what you are going to say. You also think about how you are going to say it, in what order, with what silences, aiming for what effect. The T1, T4 sequence begins to structure your preparation. You should sense the audience differently while you speak. You read bodies. You identify states, contraction, suspension, expansion. You adjust in real time according to what you see. Reading the audience becomes an active competence rather than a vague perception. 361. You should feel your own voice differently. You pay attention to tempo. You hold silences. You choose short words rather than long ones. You verify that your phrases point somewhere. The voice itself becomes an object of conscious work. If you sense some of these changes, the book has begun to do its work. If you sense none of them, it is probably because you read too fast or too superficially. Return. This time, take your time. What remains to be done? The book has transmitted what it could transmit in writing. The rest belongs to you. A few milestones for the coming months. The first speech. Identify a concrete occasion in the next 6 months where you will deliver a speech constructed according to the T1, T4 sequence. Not a theoretical exercise, a real intervention with a real audience on a real subject. This occasion can be small. A 5-minute intervention in an extended family gathering. A word pronounced at a neighborhood event. A presentation to your team on a subject that matters to you. The size matters less than the intention. You consciously apply the principles of the book. You observe what works and what does not. You draw learnings for the sequel. Practice recordings. During the 12 weeks following your reading, record yourself once a week. 5 to 10 minutes of free speech on a subject of your choice. Listen to the recording attentively in the week that follows. Note your hedges, your empty words, your silences too short or absent. Identify one precise point to improve for the following week. This simple discipline, sustained over 3 months, will produce more progress than dozens of rereadings of the book. 362. The Discovery Journal. Keep a notebook for the next 6 months where you note the phrases that touch you, the speeches you find remarkable, the passages you want to retain. Not as a list to learn, as a personal library. After 6 months, you will have accumulated a corpus that speaks particularly to you. and that will nourish your own voice without you having to consciously imitate. External feedback. Identify 1 or 2 people in your entourage who can give you honest feedback on your oratory. Not flatterers, not demolishers, just observers. Ask them explicitly to tell you what works and what does not work in what they hear you say publicly. This external gaze will save you from the blind spots nobody perceives in their own voice. Return to the book. Return to this book regularly, not to reread it in its entirety, but to dip into it according to needs. Before an important speech, reread Book 4 to steep yourself in the sequence. When you are looking for a precise mechanic, go to Book 2. When you doubt your mission, return to Book V. The book is designed for this modular use over time. The question of mission. At several points in this book, the question of mission has been raised. It returns now for the last time. You have learned techniques. You have discovered principles. You have studied masters. You have built tools. All of this is worth a great deal. But without a clear answer to a simple question, all of this can spin in a void. The question is the following. What mission will what you are going to say serve? 363. This question is not optional. It is the very condition for your oratorical practice to have meaning over the long term. Without a mission, the techniques become numbers. With a clear mission, the techniques become servants of a cause. Note well that the mission does not have to be grandiose. It does not have to concern all of humanity. It can be very local, very targeted, very personal. A parent can have the mission of giving his children models of speech different from those that were usually served. A teacher can have the mission of giving back the taste for reading to his class. An executive can have the mission of transforming the culture of his team over a few years. These missions are modest in appearance, immense in reality. What counts is that they be clear. If you cannot formulate your mission in 1 or 2 short phrases, it is because it is not yet clear. Work on it. Write it. Reread it. Refine. The day when you can say it in a few simple words that seem to you both sincere and powerful, you have your mission. From that day, your oratorical practice has a heading. The moment of opening. The closure of a book is also its opening toward what follows. What follows is what you are going to do with what you have learned. I would like to tell you that you are going to change everything, that you will become a great orator, that you will transform your entourage. It would be honest to tell you that these hopes are possible, but not guaranteed. What is guaranteed is that if you practice seriously for years, your speech will carry further than it carries today. If you practice superficially, you will be disappointed. If you do not practice at all, the book will have been an interesting read and no more. 364. The destiny of what you have read is in your hands. What happens in the next 6 months will do more for your progression than what happened during the hours of reading that have just ended. One last thing before closing. When you take the public floor for the first time upon leaving this book, you will probably be afraid. Not the same fear as before, an informed fear. You will know everything that can go wrong. You will know everything you have not yet mastered. You will be tempted to postpone, to wait to be more ready, to perfect further. Do not give in to this temptation. The moment when you feel almost ready is the moment when you must begin. Perfection will never arrive. Early commitment, on the other hand, transforms. You will learn 10 times more by committing imperfectly than by waiting for mastery. You already have everything needed to begin. You do not need more knowledge. You need more experience. And experience is acquired only in action. Rise. Speak. Once, twice, 10 times. You will be imperfect, and you will already be far more useful to the world than the vast majority who do not dare at all. The world needs more voices that liberate. Not later. Now. With their imperfections and their uncertainties. Because perfect voices do not exist and will never exist, and waiting for perfect voices is another way of letting silence win. Your voice, as it is today, is already more precious than you believe. Speak. 366. The Liberating Word. Complete manuscript. Composed in crimson text and inter. Completed in 2026. I dream of a world where children have the right to be great without being judged,